Network. Welcome to the Fired Up Network NHL Lowdown Trade Deadline Day. This is the day at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Every NHL team will stack its roster in hopes of capturing Lord Stanley's Cup in June. Did the Maple Leafs do enough? Are they going to do something more? They came off a victory over the Calgary Flames last night, 2-1. And let's see what the Maple Leafs do. Let's see what the Boston Bruins do. Let's see what the entire National Hockey League does today. Again, the deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Trades will trickle in after the 3 p.m. deadline. Usually around 4:30, we get the last trade, and we'll see where it goes from there. Right now, as it stands right now, I would say in the East, of course, the Boston Bruins, the best team, and historically, maybe one of the best teams ever in the National Hockey League during the regular season. So Boston has the inside track, but you can't count out Carolina, New York Rangers. They get Patrick Kane and Tarasenko. New Jersey gets Timo Meyer. The Maple Leafs, we'll touch on the Maple Leafs a little bit later on. But throughout the day, we're going to go from now 9:30 to about 5:30. We may take a small little break, but we got many people going to join us throughout the day. I know other networks have their trade deadline coverage with, but for an independent, nobody, nobody is doing what we're doing, but here on the Fired Up Network. And we're going to have ladies join us too. Of course, we have her joining us periodically, Taylor Woods from the Toronto Six in the PHF Premier Hockey Federation, best team in the league right now. And of course, purchase your tickets for the semifinal playoff games at the Manatee at Medic Center, formerly the Maple Leaf Gardens, March 17th, 18th, and 20th, 3-game series. So we'll touch on that. Former Toronto Six coach Digit Murphy, now with the Metropolitan Riveters, will be coming on. I mentioned Digit is the female version of Don Cherry. She'll be coming along um, later on in the day. And we got a cast of thousands, some guys that you haven't seen, some guys returning. And here on the Fired Up Network, we like to welcome in a lot more fans who are watching us. Check us out. Remember, check us out, firedupnetwork.ca. Firedupnetwork.ca is our website. Download our app, Fired Up Network app, available on iOS and Android. Just go download it. You can watch this show on our app. Also, all our audio shows can be heard on 212 platforms, including Alexa, SoundCloud, Spotify, Apple, Google Play, you name it, we got it. And don't forget to check us out on social media. All our social medias are located at Fired Up Net. That's Fired Up Net, Net. And don't forget, we're on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, Discord, Clubhouse, Pinterest, all at Fired Up Net, YouTube and Snapchat at Fired Up Network, and of course, Female Empowerment Movement, part under the umbrella of the Fired Up Network. Check them out each and every week. We got great ladies content here. All right, before we hopefully be joined by a special guest in just a few minutes, I'm going to tell you that some people in the media are not talking about this. So I'm going to, and this will cause controversy. What a way to start out the show with controversy, all right? This will cause controversy, but here it is. The Maple Leafs, Kyle Dubas, this is a 5-year plan. Every year he says, oh, our team is great. I'm happy with our team. He traded 25% of the roster. He does not have a contract for next year. In Maple Leaf land, this guy doesn't have a contract. He has traded first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks, fourth-round picks. Who knows if Austin Matthews is going to be here for the next year, and William Nylander and all that. The Maple Leafs Forget about winning a round. He's done it to win and hopefully win the Stanley Cup, but there's still some questions there. What if we don't win a round? What if the Tampa Bay Lightning beat us again? What if we win a round but we lose in the second round? Is it worth it for trading the future? Because if we don't win a round, it's going to be a new GM. This new GM, does the new GM want to come to Toronto to be general manager since we don't have sort of a future with all our future picks are traded? So who's managing Kyle Dubas? Who's managing and who's saying, okay, go for it? Now, if they don't win, forget about one round. Maybe even forget about two rounds because the price has been steeped. The Maple Leafs, I think, fan base, and I'm one of them, will not be happy with all these trades that they made unless they make the Eastern Conference final. So, as it stands right now, first round, play Tampa. Okay, we had no luck against Tampa last year and all that. Then, if everything goes according, we're going to play Boston, arguably, historically, one of the best records in the league thus far. So that's another. And then if we go further to Eastern Conference Final, we're either playing Carolina, New Jersey, the Rangers, who have been really up there. This, he went for it, but did he pick the worst year to go for it? Because not only are the Leafs making trades, Boston got Orlov, and they just got Tyler Bertuzzi and all that. And they're the best team in the league. Tampa's going to be very active today. Tampa were the two-time reigning defending Stanley Cup champions. They go to the Stanley Cup final last year, and they lose, but three times in a row going to the Stanley Cup finals. And that's right now our first round opposition. Kyle Dubas, I hope you know what you're doing. You went all in, but you want to go all in? You need to get another backup, maybe even another forward before 3 p.m. Eastern today. So it should be interesting to see what is going on here. And just a side note, yesterday, Boston, which I said is the best team in the league, and Buffalo, up and coming up. Buffalo has a playoff spot right now. They destroy the Sabres in Boston 7-1. 7-1. So, yeah, for the Maple Leafs, for Boston, for everybody in the National Hockey League, I think right now the road goes through Boston to get at least in the Eastern Final or Eastern Conference and everything like that. So, St. Louis Blues, it looks like they got Verana from the Detroit Red Wings, and it looks like the Penguins, Flames, and Oilers are in crude. They're a good defenseman. The Oilers, Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid. What can you say? This guy, I think he has 118, 119 points already, and there's still 20 games left in the season. Could he get 160? Could he get 150? Could he get 180? He has 52 goals. This guy's proving this year why he's the best player in the league and been the best player for the last maybe 5, 6 years in the National Hockey League. Also, these bottom feeders, what are they going to do? Montreal. What is Montreal going to do? It seems like everybody has, if you want to have put LTIR, go to Arizona. They're going to keep you there for several years there, and it should be interesting to see where Arizona and what Arizona does. They play in the Mullet Arena, 5,000 fans. Put it this way, it's like Coca Coliseum here. All right, we're joined by our first guest, Toronto Six defender Taylor Woods, and we're not going to talk about Toronto Six. I'm going to get Taylor in here right now. Taylor, Taylor Woods in here. Welcome to a Fired Up Network NHL trade deadline, but we're not going to talk about hockey. All right, you're there, and I wanted to bring you on specially to talk about why you're there. You're there at the Arnold Schwarzenegger Strong. I was going to say strong man, but it's strong woman competition there. How you doing? How's everything going at the Arnold? And if you see Arnold, okay, tell him I still owe him a smackdown. He didn't put me in his latest movie and all that. Come on. But how? Where are you? Where is the Arnold right now?
Well, I'm in Columbus, Ohio, and for sure, you know what? There's a big statue of Arnold Schwarzenegger, like doing his like just favorite pose of like the bicep and coming through. So I'll have to get a picture beside that. Unfortunately, I'm not as lean as I was yesterday. Weigh-ins was yesterday, and big competition starts for me at 2.
At 2 p.m. today. All right.
Mhm.
So you said you're not as lean. Listen, everybody, check out her Instagram. All right. What's your Instagram, Taylor?
T Woods training.
Yesterday, T Wood's training. Yesterday, you showed a picture and you took after me your abs. You got a lot of abs there. Like, forget about a 6 pack, a 12 pack. I think you got a 48 pack. All right. And now you're not saying that you're lean, not as lean. What does that mean?
It
When I
okay.
see a 48 pack, what does that mean? The only guy who has more package is Marty Roberts, who drank 60 pack today in preparation for 9 hours here of the trade deadline.
Well, no, I still like I'm still really lean and I'm very impressed. But like I had like 5,000 calories yesterday and so just weight cut, focusing on that for about 6, 8 weeks. So getting down, I weighed in point 0.2 under what I needed to, which was probably perfect. And then yeah, you just eat food, refuel, get ready for just the slam of events coming forward. So
All right, so take us through. You said a lot of things here, and I know this is the trade deadline, but and you're a professional hockey player. It doesn't matter, ladies, men, or a hockey player. We'll talk a little bit about that, but I wanted to get you on here. When you say weight cut, you hear it in UFC, you hear it in boxing, you hear it in all that. How hard is it to cut, let's say, 5 pounds in 24 hours?
um, it's as long as you have a plan, it's not that hard, and it depends on how you do it. I've done it a few times. You could easily like you could just take off water weight. You could just let the metabolism go. Actually, this time, like I woke up, I think it was like Monday to Tuesday, and it's like, oh look, I lost 4 pounds, and everyone that's like a dream. So you just have to do it right. You just have to make sure you have a plan and trust the process.
Wait a minute. How did you wake up losing 4 pounds? And can you tell me that? I need to lose like 44 pounds in a day.
That's hard. That's hard. You would probably have to sit in a sauna for the whole day for that. But
See?
yeah, no, it's just again, I've just been working with someone, working with just different people, and the right mindset, and my body is just it was ready, and now we're just sort of refueling, and I'm eating everything. I'm looking at sweetest fish, Oreos. I have oatmeal right in front of me, so I just eating all that I want, and then just making sure I perform.
All right, so let's get to performing. What are you going to do? Take us step by step, because you're going to say, oh, the clean jerk and all this. Like, I explain it to the layman terms. What are you going to be doing? Because the Arnold Schwarzenegger strongman competition, not everybody can do that. Do you have to be invited to that, or you just come in as you go?
Yeah, you have to earn your invite. So last year I earned my invite. Like I went to the competition last year because I won nationals for Canada. So made it. I won top. Like I won third last year, so I got reinvited for this year. So today there's 4 events, and then hopefully Sunday I also get to compete. But I'm just focused on today, obviously. So first event is called Fatbacks, also known as farmers carries. So I have to take just under 200 pounds, 40 feet, do 4 deadlifts, turn around, carry it all the way 40 feet, 4 deadlifts. Event one, pretty simple, I guess. Hopefully, it's
Yeah,
quick.
pretty simple. What did she just say? I don't know. It sounded hard to carry what she just said.
Just under 200 pounds, right?
200 pounds, like nothing,
Groceries?
like nothing.
Yeah.
200 pounds.
Uh,
Let me ask you this, and then we'll go back. What's the most you ever carried or bench pressed or anything? The most.
the most weight?
Yeah, the most weight.
Well, farmers carries. I did a qualifier earlier this week, and I got 225 for 50 feet. So that's a pretty good bag of groceries. But deadlift wise, I've done 605 on a trap bar. And then I also hit 515 for a double for sumo deadlift.
And when you say 605 and 515, that doesn't mean grams. That means pounds, right?
Oh yeah, we all yeah, pounds.
And when you take 605, right? And do you push yourself to I gotta do 610? Have you ever tried that? Like okay, I did 605. Can I go to 620? You know what I mean?
You know what? Trap bar is going to be on the cycle. Like I did that for like a just a fun contest. So definitely trap bar is going to be up there. So when I test it maybe over the summer and stuff, I'm hoping probably to get around 640. That'd be a nice little PR.
640. Okay, so in the PHF, who trap bar, who groceries, who farmer more than 200 and you're doing 600. So like and I'm going to say this. I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to since I'm your PR agent and everything. Are you the strongest lady in the PHF?
Uh, I th- I think so. I think so. I don't think that's an argument. So I'll take that title and give a bicep flex. So
And how does that help you when you're playing hockey? Does it, we talk about the trade deadline, Maple Leafs maybe getting another defenseman to move clear out the front of the net and all that. Does that, when you come and it's like, do they? Oh, she can bench press me. She what happens when you just move it? Did they tell you to calm down, or how does that affect you on the ice? I guess.
yeah, even just like strength rise. So like I'm smaller, so I have to be a little more sturdy. So now I'm a little bit more confident with the puck. Even handling the puck, like within tight or stretching it out, I know I'm stable in those positions and be able to handle with skill. In the corners, right? That's my strongest suit. I win 95% of my battles along the boards, knowing the puck's going. And just, yeah, just a little intimidation factor, right? You come down on me on a one-on-one, or it's like, hey, you're skating into the corners after a puck. It's like, oh, great. Now I have a harder battle to go to, which I'm fine with.
So, getting back to Arnold there, obviously everybody hears about the Arnold, and we're talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that. Have you ever met him?
I haven't. He actually did come last year to watch a couple of the events and everything. So that's a cool little honor and everything. But hopefully, yeah, he's there again, and hopefully, I get to shake his hand or get a photo op with him on the final day.
All right, would you be nervous meeting him?
Yeah, he's a he's done a lot for even the sport and all like fitness. So the Arnold is the top fitness expo in the world. So he's done a lot to grow the sport. So yeah, it would be a really great privilege to meet him.
And when you think of Arnold, because obviously strong, I'm going to say strong man and all that, was he like when you thought look at him and all that, was he the reason why you wanted to do this, or why? Because you're a hockey player. When people grow up to think I'm a hockey player, they usually don't, okay, I'm going to be a hockey player and a strong man, or I'm going to be a hockey player and play baseball, or you know what I mean. What got you to think that, or what motivated you to be a hockey player and to be in strongman?
Well, yeah, it started just off at a young age. It's like, okay, I'm playing hockey. What can I do to get better? Okay, what's that next step? I'm not looking at 5, 10, 15 steps. Like, oh, people want to win that championship. Okay, what's that next step? And I just took many small steps, and fitness and strength was one of them. So, and it goes the same with strongman. It's like, hey, you know what? Like, I have a strong squat. Okay, what's the next step to get a better squat? Right, and you sort of just join that community has the greatest knowledge. So I'm very fortunate to do that, and I'm very fortunate enough to have the knowledge and the backing to be able to do both. So, and yeah, it just keeps going. It's like, hey, like how to lift a log. Okay, how you carry farmers. How can you help maybe someone in their daily acts of life as a coach with through farmers and proper techniques. So, just little things like that.
So when you compete at these events, and let's say you win, do you get money? Do you get a gold medal? What do you get at the Arnold? Because that's the Stanley Cup, the Isabel Cup of everything. And when you work out, I assume.
Yeah, so the strong man, strong woman space is rapidly changing all the time. So winning the Arnold, it's the Arnold Amateur. Um, would give me like my pro status, my pro card for the Arnold. And right now that is sort of up in the air for my weight class because of course when you think about the Arnold, you think about Thor and Shaw and like Eddie Hall and those big guys. And it's like, hey, like I'm this small little shrimp in this big pond. And who's gonna like she can't lift weight, but being able to sort of be on that pro stage sort of shows like strength doesn't or sorry, size doesn't really matter. Strength comes from everywhere, and you sort of just show up and show what you can. So hopefully, I get to be on that pro stage for the woman next year. That's if I win, once I win, or being able to sort of claw my way to the finals this year. But yeah, that would be what I would get.
All right, so we have a question from people watching here. First of all, this comes from Billy Jorgansakis, who I think is Greek. He wants to challenge you to a thumb wrestling match.
Mm.
That's number one. Number two is getting back to the trade deadline. What do you think the Maple Leafs need? And of course, you're from Winnipeg. What do you think the Jets need?
Okay, so well, Leaves, I think they're only going to make one more acquisition, and like you know what, they're going to stick with Hall and Net, or yeah, and they're just going to see if Murray's going to come back. Is that going to be solid? I think that's going to be the biggest gamble going through. I think they did acquire good defense. Right now, like yes, okay, you know what? Morgan Riley's getting sort of a little bit of hit. I can relate to him. He came back from injury and just sort of got thrown into things. So he just it is what it is. I think that they will go for a defenseman over a goalie, just to sort of have like a solid seventh or eighth, so then they could just sort of go through the rotation. Um, in terms of Winnipeg, you know what, like goaltending, solid defense. You know what, they could be good. They could sort of do the same thing, go same style as the Maple Leafs. You know what, add another, but I think their defense are sort of better within right now, and like in terms of like the Canadian defense, I think they're a little bit more solid. Um, I would like to sort of see like a mid six forward from them. I think they did acquire what Nito, yeah.
Nito Ryder.
So I think he can fit that mold, but if they sort of have another one to sort of create that competitive like atmosphere like in practice and sort of a rage going guy, I think that they'll be very solid. In terms of
All
that
right.
thumb wrestling match, I think there's going to be some exposition at the Arnold for different things, such as arm wrestling, I know there was arm wrestling last year in a slap contest. I would not do the slap contest,
Well,
but thumb
slap
wrestling.
contest. Listen. Yeah, okay, wait. I want Billy Jorgansakis, right? I want you to go and have a slap contest with Taylor. She'll slap the Greek right out of you. All right? Isn't it true? Like Taylor, have you ever thought of doing that? That's the newest craze, the slapping. Like Marty Roberts has just chimed in here. All right, Marty Roberts. First of all, he's saying good luck in your tournament, so thank you, Marty. There, all right. And second of all, you know what he's going to ask? Where's his jersey?
I know it's on back order. I don't know. They said this like, hey, they ran out of stock, and yeah, it's just been crazy over there.
So Billy says, dude, I've never lost a thumb wrestling match in my career. What career does this guy have if he's doing thumb wrestling? However, I did put foreign substances for slippage purposes. So can you have you ever have have you ever had a thumb wrestling match?
No, not
No.
like well young, but that's like just very no. But
And and honestly, let's get back. Enough with the shenanigans and all that. All right. So Marty says good luck, and everybody here on the Fired Up Network wish you the best of luck. We want you to win whatever prize or medal or anything like that. And not many people who are watching and listening to this, we got millions of viewers, new viewers, and all that. She is a professional hockey player who also has a passion for strongman competition. She's at the Arnold right now, and you said Columbus, Ohio, right?
mhm. Yeah.
You wouldn't be in Columbus, Ohio for anything else. What is there to do in Columbus, Ohio? Like honestly, what I see a room there and all that. Have you gone out and seen the scenery of Columbus, Ohio?
Well, when I'm in competition mode, I'm very like in competition mode. But like down, like we're sort of like in the downtown area, so there's a lot to see. There's as a fitness fanatic, there's West Side, there's Rogue, and then the Buckeyes are just down the road, right? So,
Yeah, but they're
um,
not playing. Like, and anytime anybody called the Buckeyes, I know they're an amazing football team, but come on, you like the Buckeyes? It's the Michigan Wolverines. Come on, Jim Harbaugh and his cocky pants with Billy wears that all the time. I'm gonna slap the taste out of him too. But like take us back here. Take us back with the competition here. Last year, you went and obviously you didn't win or whatever. Does that motivate you to do? Forget about winning, to do even bigger and better this year.
yeah, no, for sure. And I went last year, and like I went on short notice for myself, and I still got third place. So, uh, first is not coming, second's not there, so it's sort of mine for the taking. And there's a lot within the space and a lot in terms of even just promoting women in the sport. So a lot of motivation, and it's just I'm just going to be out there just living in the moment and having fun.
All right, so Taylor, let me ask you this: you win this competition. What's a bigger, you're partying more? You score a goal, or you win the cup, or you win this competition? Because don't forget, hockey is a team sport. This competition is a you sport.
It's a me sport. Like I perform out there, but I still have a team that helps me out. I still have people that motivate me and keep me going in training. Both, you know what, like you got to respect the grind and the journey for both. So I sort of just hold them as equal because, like, hey, a season's long. You have it with your team. You know the process. You grow within training. Hey, you know the competition. You have your wines and dines in training, and you grow with it, and like you perform. So I sort of see them as equal. Just yeah.
All right, and quickly, a couple more minutes with Taylor Woods. I'm going to ask you. I promoted it, but the semifinals of the playoffs of the PHF, the Isabel Cup, happens at the Mattamy Center, March 17th, 18th, and 20th. Mattamy Center, formerly Maple Leaf Gardens. As a lady from Winnipeg and watching Maple Leaf Gardens back in the day and all that, do you feel more pressure and do you feel the honor of walking? I know it's not Maple Leaf Gardens, but you know what I mean. Do you feel more pressure and honor and everything like that playing a playoff game at Maple Leaf Gardens?
Well, we gotta play at least. Well, we're gonna play just two. Yeah, and you know what? It's the hype of it. It's the special location. It's the team. I find it's like the team coming together and celebrating of what we've done throughout the season, and sort of laying out what we've done. So, yeah, it's gonna be a special weekend. We still have one more. Like match against Boston next weekend. So a little fine
Yeah.
tune up, and then we're just going to put ourselves to the test.
And that could be a battle for first place. Well, that is a battle for first place. Does that, first overall in the league, is that something you strive for as a team at the beginning of the year?
At the beginning of the year, obviously, like you want to be the best, and so the best sort of shows like it warrants, hey, you win first place, but obviously you just want to win the cup. So at this point in the season, if we win first, if we win second, I don't care. I just want to win the final game.
All right, and as you know, here we're gonna relaunch Leafs Forever Saturday night. Well, we are gonna do it this Saturday, but I know you're busy and all that. But this guy Billy wants to be on the Saturday, one Saturday that you're on, and we're going to facilitate the Slap Fest on here, Fired Up Network. All right. So let me tell you, you get the first slap because you're the lady, right? I want you to slap the taste out of this guy, and once you do, this guy is like submits. He has foreign substances. He has everything like that. He says she could slap me, but I got to take care of my hair. My face is too valuable and all that. When you hear that on the ice or in competitions, don't you just want to pound it a little bit more? Don't you want to make his nose up here and everything like that?
Honestly, like in competition, I'm just focused on myself. It's like, hey, like let's just do the best I can. But hey, like if he was gonna throw me the first, like if I'm gonna throw the first slap, then for sure I want to set the tone. I want to set the hey, like this is the hand mark across the face.
All right. So, final question: where can, if we can, where can everybody see that Arnold Schwarzenegger strongman competition.
Yeah, there's a lot going on at the Arnold. So last year, I know the feed was choppy, and they tried to do a live stream. This time, they are just going to do. Not sure if it's a live stream, but they're going to put it on the Strongman Corp YouTube page for the first day. The second day on Sunday, we're actually doing one of the events on the main stage, and that's going to be on the Arnold Classic live stream. But today, all the events are just going to be found on YouTube.
And tell this guy Arnold, if he wants to carry it on a major network, you're part of the Fired Up Network, seen by millions and millions and millions of people. And if he could throw me a couple $100,000, I'll facilitate that. All right, facilitate that. All right. But last question here: your day, and how many competitions do you have today, tomorrow?
4 events today, Saturday's off, and then 3 events on Sunday. So today's going to be a little bit more fast paced, which I'm fine with. Like, I'm an athlete, I sort of just like the grind mode. And then Sunday is long. So if they're splitting up the events, it's probably like 2 or 3 hours per event. So that's going to be a little bit slower, but it's the finals.
So Sunday is the final. So it
Yeah.
is basically today you get to where you are, and then Sunday you finalize and win or whatever. You don't
Yeah.
even get a medal. You don't even get money or like
No,
what.
we get a medal. Like, it's a pretty big medal. So I'll
So
show.
can you? Okay, Taylor, you gotta forget about the jersey for Marty. All right, Marty doesn't. He can't even fit a hat like the Marty Kipling. All right. So when you win a medal, and when you're on here next week or whatever, can you bring it on here to show the world we a strongman champion? And then in late March, April, you're gonna be an Isabel Cup champion. How about a double of that?
Yeah, no, I could hopefully maybe get the trophy. I'll show the medal and show the ring too. So
Justin Levine, final question, has chimed in here. Ask her when you're going to score your first goal. I didn't want to. This is Justin. Blame him. I did not want to do this to you, but Justin asked, when is she going to score her first goal? And Taylor, don't answer that. She's
this
going to
season.
score her first goal. It's going to forget about no, no, no. There's only one game left, and Boston. We hate Boston. She's going to score her first goal as the game-winning goal for the Isabel Cup. By the way, Taylor, when you do that, and you do, I need you to ride around and grab a mic, and say this goal is for Joe, the president of provinces of Canada. All right, because that imagine if you score the game-winning goal, and win the Isabel Cup, like everybody, you'll be the hottest free agent. I don't know if you're a free agent, but you'll be the hottest free agent. And I'm telling you, the Maple Leafs will be looking at it. Well, we got to make history because we threw away all the picks and we didn't win the Stanley Cup. We got to have a lady play in our team. She scored the game winning goal and all that. No, but seriously, what a thrill would that be for you?
That'd be amazing. You know what? I have scored some pretty clutch game winning goals.
Oh, look who
So
chimes in here. Look who chimes in here. I guarantee you he's good. He wanted to come on early to ask about his jersey. Go ahead.
No, I just came in to save Taylor because you've said last question 8 times now,
No, three
and
times.
she has a competition to get ready for, and you keep saying last question. I came in to save
Well, stop
Taylor.
asking me, Taylor. Can you slap this guy also? Come on, a slap fest, Marty. Come on.
No slap
No
fest here.
question.
No slap fest. I'm just saving Taylor. I like the hat. Are you getting me one of those hats? I'll take the hat instead of the jersey.
the Arnold hat.
The Arnold hat.
I could look around.
No one's gonna mess with you. Just take it, slide. Just say I'll be back when you're taking it.
All right, Marty, you're stalling her. She's got to go. She's got to prepare.
She's got to go. She's got to go win the Arnold today. Good luck with your events. What'd you say?
Marty,
4 of them going today?
if you didn't listen to this show here, and she doesn't win anything today, she wins it on Sunday. Come on, Marty, watch
I
the
never
show.
said win today. I said go and win.
Seize the day.
Right?
Seize the day. All right.
You got to win today in order to have a chance tomorrow.
Yeah.
She on Sunday. There's nothing tomorrow. Tomorrow she's watching Fired Up Network all day. All right. So look. So
Don't
on
answer
behalf
Joe's
of
calls
everybody here,
tomorrow.
on behalf of everybody here of Fired Up, your second family here, We wish you nothing but the best of luck. Go in Columbus, Ohio. There's nothing to do. Go to Columbus, Ohio, and win the Arnold Schwarzenegger tournament. That's Taylor Woods. Taylor, tell everybody how they get a hold of you.
Thanks. They could find me on T-Woods Training, so I'll post some of the events hopefully later today, depending on my mood and status, and my fatigue levels. But yeah, I'll definitely have a recap on there. And currently there's I just posted last night some of my training to get to the event. So if they want to sort of see more of what it's all about, it's on there.
All right. Again, best of luck, Marty. Any last thoughts for Taylor here?
No, nothing has to be said. She knows what she has to do. Good luck with the event.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Taylor. We'll speak later on when you win the Arnold there. Thanks a lot, Taylor. All right. So that was.
See, she
Taylor
left
Woods.
just before you could say one more question.
No, that's Taylor Woods, hockey player for the Toronto Six and all that. And Marty, I urge you to check out her Instagram.
Oh, I saw yesterday. She was freaking lifting weights. She was pulling stuff.
No, forget about lifting weights. She's taking after me. She doesn't have a 6-pack, a 12-pack. She has a 48-pack. Marty, you drank 48 last night. Come on.
You know what? Not like you. She was actually moving off of a seat.
All right, enough. See, you're gonna get me in
That's
trouble.
why. Here,
I'll move off a seat. You know,
one sec.
Wait.
I gotta get this in because I got a player of mine with Durham College is watching right now, Eric Smith, who is a pitcher for me at Durham College, left-hander, who's going to pitch for Billy a little bit, but I'll give him a shout-out. He's watching. What's up, Eric? Enjoy the show. Shouldn't you be in class, or is this still reading week? I think they're on reading week right now.
Hold on. Eric Smith here. I know this is the NHL Trade Deadline show, but send him a link if he wants to come on. I want to hear his stuff, what Marty Roberts has taught you. Better yet, what the Greek is going to teach you at the East York Bulldogs.
The problem is
how to do his hair.
I'm going to have to correct everything the Greek teaches him after he's done.
Number one, does the Greek teach anything here? He told me that he's using illegal substances for thumb wars. What is wrong with this guy?
He takes it from his hair. The substance is in his hair. He takes it out and he uses it in thumb wars.
All right, enough about the Greek. He'll be coming on later on. So, Marty, let's get to, this is the trade deadline. You, as one of our non-insiders, because we got thousands of insiders, Mark Freitas, special shout out to you. You're going to put it in our group.
Mark, did you go to Billy's house? The key's under the mat. Remember that.
Yeah. Welcome, Matt. All right. So is there any trades? Because I was...
His Matt doesn't say welcome. It says get lost.
Yeah, that's right. Get lost. Don't bother me. And especially if you're Rogers. All right. So any trades that... Because I was doing the show here that you know about, Marty.
No, I haven't seen anything. There's been 2 trades for today, which happened early in the morning. My Penguins went out and got a guy that was there before, Nick Bonino. They gave up a 5th and a 7th rounder in 2023 draft. They had him before. The Penguins are trying to shore up their 3rd and 4th line. The first 2 lines are pretty solid. The 3rd and 4th line would get in Grenlin the day before, and now Bonino. I wouldn't expect Penguins to do much more of anything else. They're pretty up against the cap, so Penguins are getting themselves ready to make a run because right now way it sits is they're playing Carolina, which is a good fit for them because with Carolina, I don't think them as well have the goaltending to win it all. We saw Frederick when he was here, and last year what happened in the playoffs, he got hurt, and they were down to their 3rd string goalie then. So I think Penguins made some moves. I know some of the fans weren't happy about the trade they made with Nashville the other day, but I think he's going to serve well on the 3rd line.
All right, as you can see the scroll there, we have a breaking news, a trade. So I'm going to give you the trade here. I don't know if you're talking about this second trade, but the St. Louis Blues got Jacob Verana from the Red Wings for a 7th-round pick in 2025 and Dylan McLaughlin there from Detroit. So that unofficially, that is sort of the first trade deadline day trade after midnight yesterday, and they're so Marty. You love the Pittsburgh Penguins. You mentioned the Pittsburgh Penguins. You mentioned that's probably going to be it or whatever. But let me ask you this: you're a fan of Pittsburgh. What do you think if you're the GM, what do you think they still need?
I would like to see him go and get a defenseman back there. They got some guys that remind me of Hall, to tell you the truth, back there in Pittsburgh. They need to do that. They're, like I said, their top two lines are pretty good. If Jarry can stay healthy, that's the big thing here. Jarry's a pretty solid goalie. If he can stay healthy, they could ride his shoulders for a few games in the playoffs. If he's not, then DeSmith comes in. DeSmith is a step back, and DeSmith too is another guy who gets injured. So I would like to see him show up a little bit more on the DN, but I don't think it's going to happen. They have like $90,000 in cap space, not very much, and they might even be over now with the Benino move, where they're going to have to make a move and get rid of some salary and not take anything back. So I thought Zucker was a guy that was going to be on the way out because he's a free agent at the end of the year. But the way he's playing, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's going to stay right there on that second line with Malkin. And, we'll see what today goes. Like, all these big trades happened already. Guys that we're going to move. But like we know, every year there's a trade that comes out of left field and we say no one saw that happening. And something like that's going to happen here. We'll see. I heard today on the radio that in Vancouver, what everyone thinks is going to happen is not what Rutherford is thinking of doing. So he doesn't really want to move, the JT Miller of the world. He wants to keep
Brock
him
Besser.
and Brock Besser. But if I'm thinking if a deal does come for Brock, Vancouver will take it.
Yeah,
I really do.
Well, yesterday, I announced a Firedup Network trade. And look, I am not trading for Norm Rumack again. I traded for the hottest free agent out there. And some of you know he was part of here. I taught him everything he knew. He was like really fraudulent and really like, Marty, he says he built your career and all that. That's wrong. First of all, I built your career.
We built
Marty
this
Roberts,
city on rock and roll.
Yes, all right. Start singing or sing when we're leaving here, not when we begin. All right, Marty. It's 9 hours. Nobody independently does 9 hours. I see James Duffy on some network, pretending he does nothing, man. He's relaxing. He talks for 5 minutes and then relaxing for 25. Come on. All right. So, look, yes, we picked up Billy the Greek. I think it's a great move. And Norm Rumack sitting. If this was 1974. Maybe, just maybe. All right, Marty. All right. So let me ask you this. Considering there's going to be some moves, okay? But right now, 70% of the league has made their moves, okay?
Yep.
Who's your Stanley Cup favorite?
My favorite still is the Boston Bruins. It really is. And I know Billy was talking yesterday that they played at such a high level all year that they can't get any better. Well, I think with the two moves they made with Orlov and Bertuzzi, and you also have, you got to remember, Hall is out right now on injury reserve.
Yeah,
he's back sometime the end of March. I think they're hoping for, but I would bet he'll be pushed till the end of the season. And you have Foligno who's out. So you have two main guys for Boston that's been out with some injuries. Marchand got hurt the other day too. Who knows how long he's going to be out for? But Foligno's, I believe, is a back injury, which is the same injury he had when he was with Toronto.
Yes.
And that's what made the Dubas trade back then. Everyone thought, oh, we got Foligno. And then when it turned out what happened, they think that, Dubas made a bad move. Well, Foligno was playing hurt. And this is the same thing that's happening now with Foligno. His back is acting up again. So if he gets healthy, you got Hall there. You had a Bertuzzi who was injured most of the year as well. Now he's back. That's a strong team, man. Like they can play any way they want. And you know how they were able to do this? Is their star players took less money.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't go and say, I want everything that you could possibly give me. They left room for Boston to be able to do things like this they're doing right now. And I've said it all along, and use the Penguins a lot, but that's how the Penguins were able to be so successful for so many years. Is their star players wanted to stay in Pittsburgh and took less than what they would have got on the open market, and that allowed them to win, a Stanley Cup or two.
And let's face it,
And
a couple of years ago, and this year, let's say, but a couple of years ago, I don't have to tell you, the Muskoka Five, with the Maple Leafs, that nobody wanted to take. And now this year, look, they arguably, yes, Matthews is great, Marner's great, Nylander, Tavares, but did they take a discount?
no,
One
no,
guy makes
and
1 million more. Nylander, what does he make? 7. Then Marner makes 10, and Tavares makes 11, and that's not taking a discount, and that's why he's trying to move everything to get salary cap and all that. So it's again, I mentioned this, and we'll talk about it now because I know you got to go in like 5-10 minutes, but Kyle Dubas knows that if they don't get out of the first round, maybe even the second round, he's done. But also,
yeah,
not only is he done, he has done damage for years to come. With if they don't get out of the first round or second round, what? Forget about first round picks. They don't have first round pick. They don't have second round pick. They don't have third round pick. They don't have fourth round pick. So what kind of GM is going to come here? Oh, first day of the draft, I could sit at a bar here because I only have 5, 6, and 8.
the good thing at least is with the Leafs situation, as much as I agree with you with not having the picks, is if the Leafs do lose, the Nylanders and the Matthews of the world, they have that much more cap space they can go and look and see and get someone else. That's the one thing that Leafs will not be as scared of, is going out and getting guys and spending money to the cap space. So I'm not concerned about that. But here's the question I'll ask you, and I'll ask Billy later, is they get rid of Dubas. Is there anyone, though, truthfully, that could do as good a job as what he's done this year?
Probably not, but you have
Probably
to
not.
have,
So
you have
I
to have
don't
a
know if
GM.
he's gone. He's made the moves to help this team win. He did the same thing last year. Yes, he made some bad signings a few years ago, but over the last 2 years, he's done everything possible he could do to give this team an opportunity to win that not other GMs can do. So I
But
don't know if you could
no,
possibly upgrade
you're
on what
gonna get rid
Dubas
of.
is.
The only reason why you're gonna get rid of him is because they have to do the fans. Well, something has to happen. You can't keep.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Something would have to happen, but I don't know if it's necessarily Dubas. I really don't know. I sit there and I look at what he's done, and I'm not a big, the biggest Dubas fan, but he has done what he's supposed to do. Look what he has brought in, and what has he really lost off of this roster? Sandin. That's really the only mainstay that he
Ball,
had.
come on, you're forgetting your buddy.
Ingval. I could have watched him at my son's hockey game. There's players better than him this morning. So Sandin is what he gave up. That's it. He's kept the core of this group around, and he's tinkering and hoping to find the right match. I think, unfortunately for him, the one spot he keeps missing out on badly is goaltending.
Yeah.
I think that's the spot he keeps missing out on. And if he could figure that out and get someone in here, whether it's for a year or 2 years, that isn't past his prime. Like last year, he could have made maybe the move for Fleury and shored that up, but he was too scared of Campbell feelings being hurt.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, are there any good goalies that are able to be traded for or signed? I don't know if there is. Like, it's not like years before that there were studs all over the league in net. There's not as many now. Yes, Vancouver has Demko. Will Vancouver give up Demko? I don't know if they would.
Hypothetically, we talked on this, but let's say they're in the same position this year, because last year they were in the same position this year and all that. Yep. Same position with Matthews, Nylander are potential free agents.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to ask you this, and I don't want to ask you this because nobody knows, and hopefully this doesn't come down to it. You got to think really hard, because if it comes down to it, he's going to walk. He's going
Oh
to
yeah,
walk. You need to
yeah.
sign him this off season. This off season. If he didn't, do you trade him at the deadline, or do you trade him at sometime during the year or whatever?
Yeah, that's going to be so tough for Dubas if he's here or whatever GM's here to try and figure that out. Is do we roll with Matthews and Nylander all year and take the chance at the end of the year that they do re-up with us, or do we trade for him? Because there's truthfully, they're still going to be in the playoff mix next year with
Yeah.
with the team that they have. They're still going to be in a. If they went and traded Matthews next year because they thought he was going to resign, they better get a lot of pieces back that could go into that lineup right then and there. And I don't see that happening. So I think I honestly think Matthews resigns back with Toronto. A couple years ago, I wouldn't have thought that. I would not have. But I think he's sort of enjoying it here a little bit. He likes it around here. Heck, his best friend is like Justin Bieber, is Canadian. So I could see him. Him and Marner get along really well. That's why, obviously Marner's back on the top line. I'm, with Matthews. Matthews prefers to play with Marner over Nylander. I think you see Matthews stay here, but he's going to want his $15 million a year.
So now this plays in effect here that if if Dubas, and maybe if Dubas is gone, probably Keith is gone too. If these
Yeah,
two
that,
guys,
that would probably be it. Because usually when a new GM comes in, he wants his own. He may give him a little bit of time, but usually they want their own guy, right? So, and again, I think Keith goes somewhere else and finds another job as well. Like he's done a pretty good job. I think the only problem I have with Keith is he'll say things and then row the boat back a day or two later because the.
yeah. So first, Marty, are you there? We have lost Marty Roberts. He'll probably come in here again. I'm just going to go through, see if there's any other trades that we can mention here yet. No, there has not been any other trades here to mention yet, but I'm sure that it's going to go down here where 3 o'clock Eastern is the trade deadline. So we're 10:23. So what is that? 5 hours left in the trade deadline. So hopefully, first of all, Marty Roberts comes back. Second of all, in the next 5 hours, we're going to be a little bit more busier. We expected that nothing really would happen because everything happened in the last, I would say, 2-3 weeks, especially this week. I think we had like 40 trades or something. It never happens before the trade deadline. So should be interesting to see where these teams and who if anything is happening here. Almost all the players that we thought will be moved. James Van Riemsdyk, former Maple Leaf, is rumored heavily to be making a move. Winnipeg, Calgary, all sorts of teams there. So just let's see what the GMs do here, because, like Marty said eloquently a few minutes ago, somebody we don't expect usually comes out and, okay, we traded him and all that, and it's like, wow, like nobody can expect. And usually it happens with Tampa, Pittsburgh, all these teams. A couple years ago, nobody expected Ryan Smith from Edmonton to get traded, and he got traded. And we'll see what happens. There's not a lot of big names to be traded, like they talked about Chikrin and Patrick Kane, and they already got traded. Chikrin, of course, to Ottawa, Patrick Kane to the Rangers, Marty Roberts coming in back again. So we'll see which names. And like you said, I was saying, Marty, a couple minutes ago, you said it so eloquently that there's some names we haven't heard about that are probably going to be moved, and who has the balls? I'm going to say the balls. Which GM has the balls to move that? And right now, I'm looking at TSN. Their number one trade deadline target is former Maple Leaf James Van Riemsdyk 2 days ago there was Patrick Kane and Chikrin and all that, and there's about 40 trades since Monday that happened. Never in the history has, by Monday. Usually it happens all the time. That's why we're doing an 8-hour show, and TSN's doing an 8-hour show and all that. So far, like we talked about, not many things happening, and I don't know why we're doing an 8-hour show, but anyways, who give me a name? Give me a name, and I know I haven't asked you this or whatever, but give me a name that is a name that could be moved, and we'll be surprised, but you're not surprised about.
Uh, look at all these teams. I don't know what's going to be moved that's outside of. I think Vancouver. I think Garland might be gone. I think someone like Garland could be had. Yeah, he's got 3 years left and like $5 million per year. So Garland's a guy I think you can see being moved. JT Miller, I don't think he's going to be moved now. I really don't. And after this year, this is a big thing that his extension kicks in at the end of this year with the no trade clause.
Yeah.
So he's going to be, in control of everything once this comes. So maybe they do move Miller if they feel that they're not going to win with him. Here's someone that'll move for sure, and Anaheim is going to have to eat a lot of his paycheck, and that's Klingberg.
I would like him here. Imagine that.
Everyone last year was talking about this is the guy, right? This is the guy you want to sign, and he is just being not $7 million worth. That's for sure per year.
What about, there's been talk of St. Louis, Parayko. Who would you rather have, Parayko or Klingberg?
I wouldn't want Klingberg. I'm not a Klingberg fan. I wasn't last year when his name was up. I said I hope the Leafs didn't go out and try and get him. St. Louis is an interesting situation because they're right on the cusp of that playoffs.
Yeah.
And then Tarasenko traded.
O'Reilly
traded. So they're making some moves there. And then they go and pick up Kapanen, that the Penguins were just saying, thank you very much for doing that to us. Because he was put down on waivers, and if he didn't clear, oh, well, he's just sitting down there. And then St. Louis picked him up with 3 years at, I think it's $3.5 million per year. So that helped the Penguins out there, because I don't know what Hextall's doing. Hextall, I don't think, is a very good general manager. I don't believe. Some things he does leaves me scratching my head, like, what the heck are you doing? Like, they're in on the Chikrin talks, and he didn't want to give up the first-round pick. Well, Chikrin is signed for another 3 years, and he's 24 years old.
Yeah.
If you're going to give up what Ottawa gave up, a first and 2 seconds, I think it was, you go and do that for a kid who's 24 years old that will anchor your defense for the next 3 years.
It's amazing.
But he didn't.
And you know what? People are saying, is that all you got? Well, it's now with the NHL, they got salary. And let's face it, Arizona is a place that everybody's talking to and he's taking 50%, but we give Arizona 25%. Arizona's a place that all these players, they got Hossa, they got Shea Weber, they made the trade for Shea. Shea Weber would look good. Never mind. But it's like they eat, and who owns Arizona right now? It's the National Hockey League.
Yeah, it's I don't know why Bettman is so bent on keeping that team in Arizona. We talked about this before. I don't understand it. They went from a rink, and then they got booted out of the rink. Now they're in a 5,000-seat arena for the next 3 years, 4 years, depending on whatever long it takes to build another arena. Even when they build this new arena, are people going to go watch in Arizona? I don't think they are.
And let's face it here, okay? We talked about Austin Matthews. He's from Arizona. But imagine if Arizona gets some guy named Connor Bedard, and they team him up with Austin Matthews in a year or two in time for a new arena, which they said they're going to build in 3 or 4 years. Arizona comes from the laughing stock to laughing at everybody because they got Connor Bedard and they got Matthews, presumably.
Yeah, you're really reaching for that one. You're really. I don't see they might be able to sneak Bedard, and it wouldn't surprise me if Bettman is trying to set this up for them to get Bedard to attract. I still don't. They get the biggest fans there. I don't think it's going to fly in Arizona. I really don't. I don't know. Like I said, why they're keeping them there. Yes, I know Atlanta's had a team twice, but that's a big market city.
What about Quebec?
Quebec. I don't know if Quebec is a team that you want to put a you could, I guess you could have someone move there, but you don't want to put a new franchise into there, because that's a lot of money you're putting out and you're going to lose. You want Atlanta. That's where you want. Atlanta is a big market. ESPN, the ABCs, the American networks would want Atlanta as opposed to Quebec. We love Quebec here in Canada, but it would probably fly better in a place like Atlanta.
Well, I'll tell you what.
We were just talking. I was thinking a team I could see, and I didn't think about this till I mentioned it last night to my son. It's going to be interesting to see what the Panthers do today.
Yeah.
Here's a team last year that was first place, and now they're outside of playoff spot by a few points. So are they going to go and try and make a move to get into that playoff spot, or are they going to say, you know what, let's try this next year? And if that's the case, there is a couple guys there that could be on the move, right? Like they could say, Reinhardt could be on the move. They're not going to trade Tkachuk. They just got him, but you could see a Reinhardt make the move. Maybe Sam Bennett, someone picks up. I know he's injured right now, but there could be somewhere you can pick off of Florida and get them onto your team, because I think I don't think they're making the playoffs. I don't. And what a last year, they looked so good. Then they made that trade, got rid of obviously their heart and soul in Huberdeau, and now look, Florida's really struggling to get in.
And what about, for that matter, where did they trade Huberdeau to? Calgary. Calgary again in 1 week losing 4 in a row. And are they a buyer? Are they a seller? Of course, Calgary losing to the Leafs 2-1.
Yep.
The Greek called a tie, almost a tie. But anyways, what do you think Calgary does? And getting back to the Leafs, I'll ask you too. And I know you got to go in about 5-10 minutes here, but Maple Leafs. Do you think they need another defenseman? They got 10 NHL defensemen.
No, I think they have to. I think their defenseman trades are done, except for getting rid of one of them. And I really don't know. I listen to all these guys talking. I don't know. Hall must just be a great guy.
No, I told you this off air. Okay, and I'm going to tell you about Hall. Sheldon Keefe loves Justin Hall. Loves
no, but
him.
it's not even just Sheldon Keefe. You listen to other former players. They won't say a bad thing about Hall. Like, they're all excited that he laid out the body a few times in Edmonton. Hell, the guy is like 6'5", 200+ pounds. He should be laying the body out every night, not just he did really good against Edmonton.
But hold on, didn't he get walloped by Ryan Nugent Hopkins?
Yeah, and he got filled in by Nugent Hopkins. To me, Hall is the guy that's the odd man out here. You can't have him around. Too many bad things happen when he's around. He's too slow, doesn't move guys out in front of the net. And for a big guy, he doesn't hit enough for me. So Hall, to me, is the guy on the way out. He might be a great guy. He very well might be. He might be that guy you want to hang out with after the game. But during the game, I want guys that are going to give me it every single time out. Shen should be in there every game, not the seventh defenseman. I think you see Gustafsson not play as much as it goes along, because I don't understand why they traded for him. You have to have Liljegren in there. So your 6 guys, I think you put, like, they're bouncing around with Riley. What are they going to do with him? Who's going to play with him? Brody. I think you honestly let Shen play with Riley right now. See how that works. Shen is the stay-home guy. He will make sure that Riley is taken care of, and let him do what he can and see if that helps Riley. Because every guy they've tried this year hasn't worked with Riley. So let Shen try it and see what happens. And here's the other thing. Would you go right now and Shen's $800,000 or whatever. Do you sign him for next year already?
I would sign him. I
I
would
would
sign.
too. I really would, because last night he made his presence felt. First game in there, laying the body, pushing some guys around,
And
and that's
here's
what
the other
they
thing: he
need.
loves Toronto. He
Yep.
loves Toronto, and let's face it. Okay, Shen is another guy, be it sixth, fifth, seventh defenseman, but he's a Stanley Cup winner now, and a guy you need in the playoffs. You
Yep.
need in the playoffs. Forget about this playoffs or whatever, because we're talking about the window. Whether we have, coach, GM, or Matthews, we have a year and a half window. Let's say with these guys, and he's another. And how many he's right-handed, so we don't have right-handed defensemen there. So again, I would sign him for a year contract, give him $1 million, give him a bump up of
And
250,000.
he will take he will take less to stay in Toronto probably, and that's what you need. Unfortunately, the guys that are taking the less money for the Leafs are the guys that are just at the
Yeah,
end of the career, not their main guys, right? So, um, I like Shen when it happened. I've been saying it, that for a couple months. I wanted to see
yes.
Shen here, and I'm glad that they got that done to add some more physicalness on that back end. They're a big team back there now. They're not very fast, but they will clear the front of the net. And as we saw yesterday with Wall and net, the shots were easier for him because there wasn't so much crowd in front of the net.
So, Marty, your good friend, the guy who you are in love with, and mentions personally in a personal message, ask Marty what products and procedures he's doing to his hair because it looks fuller. All right, Marty, have you been going to the hair club for men?
It is called none of your business. I took some
All
from
right,
my
it's only
eyebrows.
a
I took
guy.
some from my eyebrows and put it on top.
All right, only a guy who on NHL trade deadline could care about what a guy's hair looks like. Ask, you know what? Ask Norm. Ask Norm on Monday when you do your show at 7 p.m. on Facebook Live. Your fraudulent company there. All right. But Billy will be back here about later on. Marty will be back here later on. Hopefully, after the trade deadline, hopefully we'll have more than one trade to discuss because yes, move to the yeah. Like I said before, that picture is Billy and Norm doing a show, and then Norm
Here, I'll
Billy
just
falling
move his
asleep.
lip like look at that, eh?
I thought you were going to give him a kiss. I thought you're going to give him a kiss. All right, Marty. Since this is the last in the morning that you're going to be here, uh, just let me ask you about the Blue Jays. I know it's hockey or whatever, but we're about a couple of days from the World Baseball Classic. Are you interested in the World Baseball Classic?
Well, I will watch it. There's no question. I'll watch the WBC and watch some guys and that I know personally on Team Canada. Um, am I excited? Am I overly excited about it? No, it's baseball. I get to watch it, but the real time will come when the Jays are playing. But at least we'll watch some real games with some meaningful stuff to it. It just doesn't hold the same feeling to me as it does any other pro sport when they have their big tournament, right? It just doesn't. We sort of get gypped because it's at spring training and it's happening. So, pitchers aren't fully extended out, players aren't in their mid-season grooves. I'll watch it. I'm not going to be sitting on the end of my seat watching it, but when Canada plays, I'll definitely be watching them play. Then, like I
All
said,
right,
you have
Marty.
Tyler Black, who we mentioned last night, Joe. Tyler Black's in the
Yeah.
Milwaukee spring wasn't invited to Team Canada, which was a surprise to me that he didn't get an invite to go there. And he's a kid who, throughout his whole career, people have been selling him short, and he just keeps showing them that they're all wrong. And I hope he keeps doing it.
Again, World Baseball Classic starts March 7th, and the Blue Jays start in God, 3 weeks. 3 weeks from baseball, and considering what we're going to have tonight with up to 20 centimeters of snow, probably 40 centimeters in Barrie where Marty
Well,
lives.
it's going to be less up here. There's less snow going to happen up here. I am going to a concert tonight. I love the '90s
Hold
tour.
on, a concert, a
Yep.
concert. Wait a minute. Who's singing? And I want some songs from it. I want on when you come here at 3 o'clock or 3:15 with Billy. I want you and Billy for the first time ever in international TV here to sing a duet with the Greek.
Well, it's going to be Vanilla Ice.
Ice Ice Baby.
Yep. Young MC.
Okay, name a song from Young MC.
What is his? I forget it. I'll remember it. You got Sugar Hill Gang and
Yes.
Rob Bass.
Rob Bass. Oh, come on.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to give me a Rob Bass tune. Come on.
It'd be interesting to see what these guys sing, because most of them had like 2 or 3 hit songs, right? But Young MC's is "Bust the Move."
Bust the Move, yeah.
Right. We'll see. Were they all going to go up there, do 2 or 3 songs, and that's it? Like, I'm excited to go see it because it's the '90s. I was in my prime in the '90s.
So you're not in your prime now. You're not giving me the best you can give me.
I'm in my prime. All right.
Yeah, you ate prime last night. That's what you ate. You're making the barbecue of the snake later on tonight. All right. So, all right, Marty Roberts, you'll be back later on today, and hopefully there's a lot more to discuss. But move away here because I want to see that picture again of Norm putting Billy to sleep there. Go ahead. Yes. This guy is going to be on the air about 3:15. Marty Roberts will be back at 3 p.m.
Here, we'll go like this. Here, this is me singing. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. See, we're singing together.
Yeah, see, we gave a duet. But hopefully Marty will be back here about 3 o'clock, and we were supposed to be joined by Justin Levine. I don't know. Freitas hasn't brought me my coffee.
There's a shocker that Justin's late.
Yeah, but he's working. He's my insider. He's working the phones and everything like that. I haven't, Mark Freitas hasn't brought me my coffee yet. Man,
he's too busy cleaning Billy's house right now.
Can you give a call to Billy to see if Mark Freitas is there? I need my coffee, man. I need a Starbucks, Tim Hortons, or anything like that. Come on. All right, Marty. Any last comments here?
No, it'll be. Let's hope that there's some trades to be made and some stuff to talk about. If not, it's going to be a long day for a lot of people sitting there trying to make stuff up. And
I already have it down, Pat. You know what, Marty? I'm telling you right now, there's no trades. Wrestling talk instead of NHL. The WWE's at the Coca-Cola Coliseum tomorrow. We got a rematch between Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn. I know Marty
don't
Roberts.
Give me to Sami Z. Sami Z is so. I told you, I watched him talk on the mic, and it was god awful. I couldn't watch him. I shut it off. Same as what's his name, Brock Lesnar. That's why they only let him wrestle and not talk, because he doesn't know how to speak on the mic. And that's what's missing in WWE now, is there's no one that can do it. There's none of the. You watch every guy back in the early days, everyone given the mic, they could talk. Every single, it doesn't matter who it was, Piper, Roberts, and then Austin's and
Are you related
Undertaker's.
To Jake Roberts? Are you related to Jake the Snake Roberts?
No. I told you I saw his biography on A&E, and it was probably the best one yet of the WWE rivals, or where the heck it's called. And he had a rough life, that guy, and he seems like he's a better person now than he was, but that one was an interesting show, the Jake Roberts one. And here's I can't believe I watched the one where I think it was Macho Man allowed the snake to bite his arm.
Yeah.
Not a chance. I don't care how much money you're giving me. You're not letting a snake bite my arm.
Why not, Marty?
Not a chance.
No way. I have a question here. Who's a better talker, Billy or Mark Freitas?
Oh, Billy is a talker. Billy is a
Let the
talker.
guy get out word edgewise. Come on.
Yeah, Billy is a talker. Freitas is a lover.
Where's my coffee, Freitas? You're late. Okay. All right, Marty. Enough talking here. If you're in the car and you could see me struggling for nothing here with wrestling talk and everything like that, give us a
Well,
call. We'll comb
I'll
your
jump
hair.
back on. I told you I got to be somewhere at 11:15 to 12:15, and then I
Hold
already went
on,
and watched
Marty.
my
Are
son's
you
game
getting
this
another back
morning.
massage there or what? This guy
Yeah,
gets more back
I gotta
massage.
go. This body get it finely tuned, and then
Unlike
my
me,
son.
where my body is fine. Look at this shirt and look at the tie, Marty. I bring out the expensive stuff like
Too
the
bad no one
$3
can see the
tie
tie,
from.
Joe. It's too low.
What do you mean? Look at it. You can't see it. What?
Oh, you can see because you're holding it up now.
Yeah,
It
well,
just
it's
looks like a
come
tongue.
on.
That's what it looked like. It looked like your tongue.
I don't have an orange and blue and white tongue.
Well,
I have blue and white tattoo here.
if you have a popsicle that's orange, you might.
All right, enough. Popsicle this, popsicle that.
Anyways,
This,
my son's team won 4-0 in their first game. They're playing their
did he
second game right
score?
now.
Did he
He got
score?
injured. He wasn't happy. He got a cross check
What
to the
happened?
back.
What happened?
He got
Cross
cross
check in
checked
the
to the
back.
back. Yep. Just below
Well,
the
when you
where
come
the padding
when
is.
you come when you come here, back, I want your son on here. Let's call the guy who cross-checked him. Let's destroy his career. He will never play hockey again.
And what's the funny thing is, you know what number the other guy was wearing?
I'm not even going to speculate on
87.
that.
87.
Oh my God. 87. What's the number of your son?
23.
And speak about a son here. I don't know if you saw this. A member of the Firedup Network, Nathan Parrott's son, played for Rockford Ice Hogs. Rockford Ice Hogs were visiting the Toronto Marlies yesterday here at Coca-Cola Coliseum, and it was nice that Nathan saw his son at Coca-Cola and everything like that. And we're going to endeavor to get Nathan Parrott, but Nathan, of course, he's working and everything like that. But congratulations, seeing your son, and the son is one step away from the National Hockey League. So, and we talked
Well,
about this
hopefully he
several
gets
times.
there. Hopefully he gets
Yeah.
there. So,
All right, go get your
Joseph.
job.
All right,
And
I'll talk to you after. Have fun.
Yeah, have fun. Like I said, we're gonna have wrestling talk right now. All right, thanks a lot, Marty.
Yeah.
That's Marty Robbins, the grizzled young veteran here of the Fired Up Network. Before it was Taylor Woods, who's at the Arnold Strongman competition, like you said, in Columbus, Ohio. And great to kick off the show here. So I'm going to see if they have any more trades to discuss here. I'm going to give it to you right now. Any more trades here? So far, like I said, there has been only one move to date, and Jakob Parada going for the Red Wings to the Blues for a 7th-round pick in 2025 for Dignan McLaughlin as well. Of course, yesterday, I don't know if many people know this, Max Domi was traded. He went across the hall because Chicago was playing Dallas. Max Domi and Dylan Wells got traded for Caboen and a second round 2025 pick. And Bukestad went from the Coyotes to Edmonton. They're another solid pickup by the Oilers. The Oilers, they got Connor McDavid, and they got Leon Draisaitl, and Zach Hyman, and they picked up another good defenseman there, Matthias Ekholm. The Oilers could be doing something during today's trade deadline. We'll see what happens there because we're about 3-4 hours away from the trade deadline, and we'll see what happens there. So, right now, as we expected, it's rather quiet. The buzz usually on trade deadline day happens around time, a couple hours before the official trade deadline, and this, we'll see where everything goes here. And like I said before, we're hopefully going to be joined by several other guys. Justin Levine, who was supposed to come on here, but later on got the returning Ryan Payton of the NHL Network and John Freeman Nelson. Rod Mahood, of course, a Psychiatrics area, knows the OHL, NHL very well. Digit Murphy, like I said, the Don Cherry of ladies hockey, and two buddies of mine, one season ticket holder for the Leafs, Eric Cohen from TSN is going to show up. Mark Swerlinski of the Toronto Star will show up, as well as hopefully we got other surprises coming up on trade deadline day. I'm going to take a break here for about a couple minutes. We're going to throw it to, just a pause here, and we'll be back here in about 60 seconds. Don't forget to check out firedupnetwork.ca. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Well, we're back. Thanks for checking out Fired Up Network and the NHL trade deadline show. We are just underway with the trade deadline. It's about 4 hours away now. We're going to be joined by several guests here. But since we got new visitors and new viewers and watchers of the Fired Up Network, I'm going to tell you about Fired Up Network. You can watch all our shows, Fired Up Network shows, on our Fired Up Network app. Just download the app in our respective app stores on iOS and Android. Just search Fired Up Network. And you can listen on to Fired Up Female Empowerment Movement shows on 212 platforms, including Alexa, iHeartRadio, Spotify, iTunes, SoundCloud, TuneIn, Podbean, Stitcher, Spreaker, Anchor, Castbox, etc. Follow Fired Up Network on social media: Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, Discord, Clubhouse, Pinterest at Fired Up Net, Fired Up NET, YouTube, and Snapchat at Fired Up Network. So don't forget to check those out. And again, each and every day soon we're going to have live original programming here on the Fired Up Network. Thank you to our followers, our watchers, our listeners, and welcome to the new listeners and watchers of the Fired Up Network. Hopefully, you like what you see, and drop me, Joe at firedupnetwork.ca, an email, or anything at info at firedupnetwork.ca. That's info at firedupnetwork.ca. Our flagship show, where we did 4 hours yesterday, Fired Up Live every Thursday on work. So that's where you can find us, where you can reach us, social media, all this. So we're reaching 11 o'clock now here on the Fired Up Network. We're going to be joined by a couple more stars and people here, friends of the network. And again, NHL trade deadline day, 3 p.m. Eastern, is the official trade deadline for the NHL. We have one small trade to discuss so far. The St. Louis Blues, Dallas Stars making it. Murata going from Dallas, Detroit Red Wings, and St. Louis Blues making it. Murata going from Detroit to St. Louis there, and we're going to do this show. We started at 9:30, so we'll hopefully do the show till about 5:30, 6 o'clock. We're going to be joined by several guys here, and one of them is going to join us in a couple of seconds. He's the media relations director of the Toronto Six and Fired Up Network personality Justin Levine, and also hopefully joined by several other guys here. In the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to have hopefully Justin Levine, Ryan Payton of the NHL Network and Sirius XM, John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports. And then in the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to have Rod Mahood of the Niagara Sports Report in St. Catharines there. Rod, NHL and OHL and baseball, and he does so many other things here. So stay tuned. That's the next couple hours here on the Fired Up Network. Again, you're watching the NHL Trade Deadline Show, the NHL Lowdown NHL Trade Deadline Show here on the Fired Up Network. Let's get to another thing here. Let's talk first. We're based out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Kyle Dubas, the GM of the Maple Leafs, has been busy. A lot of fans want him to be a little bit more busier today, get another goalie, maybe a little bit more sandpaper, I guess. Sandpaper is the best way to call it, forward. And you never know, like a guy last year who basically nobody thought about, Nick Paul, goes to Tampa, and he had a very, very big run all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. So we're going to be joined right now by Justin Levine, of course, Media Relations Director for the Toronto Six. And Justin, a big fan of the Montreal Canadiens. And I'm going to ask him right out about, thanks a lot for joining us, Justin. Your team. Let's go first with your team. What do you expect from your team, the Montreal Canadiens? Nothing. They had a okay year, and they're building and building and building. But what do you expect from the Canadiens 4 hours from now? The trade deadline officially finalizes.
Yeah, it's a good question. Joel Edmondson has been the talk of the town for the Montreal Canadiens recently. He's been held out of the lineup the last few days. However, he was in the lineup last night as the Canadiens took on what I believe was the LA Kings. But having said that, it's hard to get a good read on the current situation. So, will he stay or will he go? Kind of remains up in the air at this time. He was very emotional last night with the prospect that that very likely could have been his last game. But Montreal Canadiens front office is certainly doing their due diligence, and at this time, it's just kind of like I said, it's kind of difficult to read where they're at. They did make one move earlier this week, acquiring Dennis Gurianov from the Dallas Stars. But other than that, they've been fairly quiet. Maybe it's because Kent Hughes and Jeff Gordon have been diligently working towards something, or maybe it's because at the end of the day, they feel that their better opportunities will be in the offseason rather than now at the NHL trade deadline, which, in fairness to the front office, is certainly that's certainly one way of going about things at a time when price tags are fairly high and when a lot of the strongest moves have already been made in the days leading up to today's deadline. So I don't know how much I can really expect from them, but I do think Joel Edmondson will be the one piece moving. There's been additional talk around Josh Anderson,
Yeah,
but
that's actually Marty Roberts, he actually just sent in, asked Justin, will they trade Anderson?
I don't think they're going to be trading Anderson. It's a good question, and it's a fair question to ask. But Anderson, he's got about a year left on his 8-year contract, and at this time, it doesn't really make sense to move him, especially for a team that is kind of struggling offensively and in the win category. They've had a hard season, and unless they can really find someone who complements the team better than Anderson, at this time, it doesn't make sense to. So, no, I don't expect that to happen.
All right. As we mentioned, we'll get back to the NHL in a couple of seconds. But as we mentioned, you're the media relations director for the Toronto Six. By the way, did you see our exclusive interview with Taylor Woods?
I did, and Taylor Woods, I think I speak for everyone within the Toronto Six organization when I say she is a wonderful human being and a wonderful speaker, and she's great to be around. So, if you were to ask me for my thoughts on her,
No, I'm
that's
asking your
that's
thoughts on the interview, not
I,
on her. The
I,
interview. I was part of the interview too. No.
yes, you were. You were the one who conducted the interview, and yes, I did see it.
All right, so let's talk about the Toronto Six. Of course, semifinals of the Isabel Cup has been named at the Mattamy Athletic Center, formerly Maple Leaf Gardens. Something I wanted a long time already. March 17th, 18th, 20th. Justin, first of all, you're going to get me and Marty Roberts our media passes, and are you going to get the people of the Fired Up Network? Are we going to have a contest for a couple tickets here to go out and watch the Toronto Six victorious over whoever they play?
In terms of your media passes, that is up to you, my friend. But as far as the semifinals
Wait, hold
go,
on. What do you mean? Is it up to me? What I'm telling you, I'm going. Where's my media pass?
there is an application for that.
I
Yeah.
have the media relations director of the Toronto Six. Can't you do whatever you have to do and say Joe and Marty and maybe whoever else for the Fired Up Network? Can we have like our own private box at Maple Leaf Gardens? Like
Mhm.
Ira Ballard had
That might just be asking for a smidge too much.
all right, just a smidge. All right, I don't worry. I have connections. I know Yolanda and everybody like that. So where Harold Ballard sat, we could sit there. I'll put the Greek there, and he'll comb his hair and everything like that. But
Right,
I
right.
tickets went on sale, and you had a little bit of I don't know what happened with the tickets and all that. Can you tell everybody tickets are they available and can they get them freely here?
Yeah. So as far as tickets, Tickets are available on Ticketmaster. They went on sale officially yesterday, Thursday, March 2nd. And the semifinals are only a couple weeks away. So, if you are interested in following some of the greatest women's hockey on the planet, that's quite frankly what it is. So feel free to come out, get your tickets now while they're hot and while good seats are available, because they won't be available for very long. Certainly the best seats in the house. So we look forward to having people out and putting our product on full display at Maple Leaf Gardens.
And I was seeing 3 games. First of all, there's not going to be 3 games. There's going to be 2 games, but all 3 games have different times, right?
Yes, correct. Game number 1 is at 3 p.m., followed by 2 p.m. the next day, and if necessary, 6 p.m. on Monday, March 20th.
All right. And by the way, that March 17th, 18th, and 20th, 17, 18 is in the middle of March break for the kids here. So if your kids, families, and I think tickets are as low as $10. Even Marty Roberts can afford that, right? He gets steaks for like 100. He could afford $10 tickets, right?
So tickets are currently on sale at a price of $25, I believe it is, plus convenience fees, which will bring you to 31. However, that being said, the Toronto Six are offering specially discounted tickets, which can bring you to as low as $10. So yes, there's some validity to that. So again, this is a limited time offer. Get your tickets now while they're hot, and we look forward to having as many people come out and watch the Six do what they got to do in order to claim the Isabel Cup.
And by the way, it doesn't matter if you get the tickets when they're hot. Get your tickets. Doesn't matter if they're hot, cold, medium, whatever. All right. Now, before the Isabel Cup, we got is it 1 or 2 games against the Boston Pride, biggest rivals of the Toronto Six, and it's a battle for first place. And for Toronto Six is going to have a home game, but I'd rather finish first in the league, wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, look, we're in first place right now, and I would like that to not change. But hockey is an interesting game, and it's certainly challenging when we're not playing this weekend and Boston is. So I'll be certainly keeping close tabs on that. But yeah, we face the Boston Pride on March 11th and 12th, and that is our final homestand of the season at Kenlin Sports York, and that'll round out the regular season. So we're certainly looking forward to what will be probably the most watched series of the season.
All right, and fill out my media accreditation. All right, come on, fill it out. All right, so getting back to the National Hockey League, Justin, of course, covers NHL, OHL, every HL here. So, give me one trade so far that surprised you, and one trade that you scratching your head like, what did that happen? Is it Chikrin? Because we hear for 2 years Chikrin's going to be moved. Are you surprised that Arizona only got what they got?
Yeah, I'm shocked by what they got, considering the price tag that Chikrin reportedly had, and the Senators basically were able to, at the end of the day, pick him up from them for nothing, which was really, really impressive work by Pierre Dorian. Now, is that my most shocking move? At the end of the day, yes, but another move that I think really stunned me was Ryan O'Reilly and Noel Acciari from St. Louis to Toronto. I totally did not see that coming. And Kyle Dubas has not stopped yet, and he's not done yet. So, you know what? Yeah, I think Chikrin does stand out above all, because it really was 2 picks. But yeah, this has been an unpredictable deadline, and the fact is, Chikrin might not even be the most shocking based on how today goes. If there's anything else that these GMs see fit. But that being said, it's 11 a.m. There's a lot of time, but I do have a feeling that there are some GMs who consider themselves done already.
Well, another surprising one was, and nobody talked about this, Jonathan Quick going to Columbus, but going to Vegas now. But, that, and by the way, if you look at it, Las Vegas plays Los Angeles. Jonathan Quick could throw out the LA Kings there. You think the Kings had that envision at the time, because you're going to trade him Columbus, and then Columbus going to trade him to Vegas and all that? Like, that came out of left field with Jonathan Quick still a good goalie. I would like him here, but what do you say about that?
Yeah, that was not something I expected, certainly. Jonathan Quick has been the one who has carried that organization on his shoulders for years. So to say the very least, I was shocked to hear Corpusalo and Gavrikov were part of that deal that would move Quick. I honestly couldn't have expected that. I figured Corpusalo would have been going elsewhere. I figured Quick would have been staying. Honestly, I kind of thought there was a chance that Quick wasn't going to move and Corpusalo was going to go to Montreal, a team that could really use goaltending. When I first heard that there was talk about the Blue Jackets looking to move a goalie, and again, I couldn't have predicted Quick going anywhere. And the fact is, he was not happy to be moved to the Blue Jackets specifically. They've now traded him to Vegas, practically again for nothing. So just yeah, interesting turn of events, but that's what the NHL trade deadline is. I just feel badly for a guy like Quick. At the end of the day, we have to remember that this isn't just a business. I mean, yeah, like yes, it's part of what it is, but at the end of the day, these guys are human beings, and to uproot them and send them to places they don't want to be is it's hard, and these guys have families and lives, and it's just the unpredictability of this is GMs can do as they see fit to better their teams, but it certainly comes with its challenges when you look at the human side of things.
All right. And yeah, I like to welcome in all our new viewers and listeners here on the Fired Up Network. Check out firedupnetwork.ca here, the NHL Level Down, NHL Network, NHL Trade Deadline Day with Justin Levine, the Media Relations Director for the Toronto Six. Now, we're based out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We talked about Toronto. We talked about Montreal. We talked about Ottawa. Let's talk about the other Canadian teams. What do you expect? And, they've been going on a slide here. The Maple Leafs just played them. Maple Leafs beat Calgary 2-1 last night. What do you expect from the Calgary Flames? Are they going to be sellers now because they're falling out fast, or are they still going to be buyers?
Well, I think there were a lot of teams in on Chikrin, and I think one of those teams included the Calgary Flames, but they obviously couldn't meet the price tag. So, if anything, I expect them to be buyers, not sellers. But question is, what could you possibly move? And they don't have a ton of pieces to offer. So I'm kind of curious to see which direction they choose to take. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to be all that busy. Same thing goes to the Vancouver Canucks, who fans are very confused by at this point, having not seen anything happen yet. And yeah, there's been talk around Brock Besser being moved reportedly to Pittsburgh, but that hasn't really come with a lot of weight at this time. Now, that could change. There's a couple hours left in trade deadline day. It's only 11 a.m. But yeah, fans are really confused as to why nothing has been done at this point. I don't blame them, and if anything, I do expect a move there, and it will be Besser. Question is, what for? And is it in fact to Pittsburgh, or do they pull a Kyle Dubas or a Pierre Dorian and send him somewhere where no one expects? And that's going to be my storyline to watch today.
What about Demko, the goalie? That's something that Maple Leafs could have. They can make a trade there with Kerfoot from Vancouver, a Hall, and first round picks and all that, because Dubit's getting rid of first, second, third, fourth round picks and all that. And Demko could be. I know he has not had a good year there and all that, but he could be a future goalie for years to come.
Yeah, Demko is another interesting player. There was some talk around him as early as Tuesday being moved. And yeah, a team like Toronto, I think when you look at Toronto's situation where Matt Murray has been on and off the IR, that having a goalie who can be consistently healthy and perhaps just needs a change to, turn around his season, the place like that could certainly be suitable for a player like Demko. Another place, again, Montreal, who needs stable goaltending because, quite frankly, they don't have it. And, if anything, I could see Demko certainly being moved to another Canadian market team. I think that makes more sense than doing literally anything else. So, yeah, I could see that being, another place where that things might change. Again, Corpusalo was another player who I thought might be able to fill the pipes there, just to offer some leadership and balance, but that didn't happen. But yeah, Demko is certainly another player to keep your eyes on if you're a Canadian hockey fan looking for some changes as the day goes on. I do see that as a possibility.
All right, two more Canadian teams left here. Winnipeg, Winnipeg, they have a great team, and he always They did a trade for Nino Niederreiter. Do you expect Winnipeg to be more active here with 3.5 hours left?
Honestly, no, I don't. I think that they pulled an unlikely piece that, quite frankly, I don't really think they needed all that much. And, he'll provide a veteran presence and, like I said, some leadership. You never go wrong there. And it was something that he certainly kind of held down the house with in Nashville. So, I think that that's going to be helpful to them. But it's funny. A lot of these Canadian teams don't actually need to make many moves. If anything, the Leafs, might have been, aside from the Leafs and Habs, I don't actually think that any other teams really need to make moves. However, having said that, anything that you can find that you can get to boost up your club for a limited price, you may as well do it. And that's kind of where I think Niederreiter fell in. They felt, okay, we've got a couple picks that we can give up. Let's do it. And you know, look, in the end, it's going to benefit them, right? It has to. But as far as anything else that they actually need to do on their roster, no, I don't see it. And I think that we're going to hear in the next hour or so that they're done, and understandably so. It's not something that I think they need to spend the money on now. I don't think they're going to see themselves in a playoff spot this year. So, why go out spending possibly millions for ultimately no reason. So that's an organization that will be more busy in the offseason.
All right, and one more Canadian team left, and honestly, I want to talk about these guys because it's much like the Maple Leafs. I call it the Maple Leafs of the West, the Edmonton Oilers. Maple Leafs have Matthews Marner. Oilers have honestly the best player in hockey right now, and McDavid. 51 goals, 120 points. There's still 20 games left. This guy's magic. All right, and then they got Draisaitl there. They made a trade for Ekholm there, and maybe they want to do some other trades because I know they're talking to Anaheim. Everybody should be talking to Anaheim with the defenseman Klingberg, and forget about the goalie. Imagine we talked about the Demko, but imagine Gibson would look good in Edmonton, in Toronto, and everything like that. Do you expect the Edmonton Oilers? And honestly, considering what the Maple Leafs have to get out of the first round and all that, Edmonton, they went to the semifinals there last year. What do you expect from the Edmonton Oilers this time around? I guess.
Yeah, so like you said, they've already landed Ekholm, another trade with the Predators that perhaps might have caught some fans off guard, but they've been looking at him for quite some time, and it certainly gives them another strong forward to the mix. So I think that was a smart move, and again, I know that there were a lot of teams who had tabs on him, but from what I was hearing closer to the trade call was that was a team that really was very interested in him and never really let up. So at the end of the day, that him, McDavid, Draisaitl, Kane, all honestly, if they have a really strong performance moving into the last 20 games of this season, which wouldn't shock me now, they're going to be in a great position. And as far as what's still to come, it's interesting that you mentioned John Gibson because this isn't the first time his name would have been matched to the Edmonton Oilers. There's been talk around that for more than a month as a possible fit. That would be really intriguing to me. Do I see John Klingberg being moved in any sense? Yes. Do I see it to the Oilers? No. But yeah, Gibson actually could be a really interesting fit to the Edmonton Oilers. Again, there's been some previous connections. So do the Oilers pick up the phone and try and connect the dots to bring him in? Certainly possible. Sure. Stability is what you need. You don't win games if you don't have stability. And Gibson's a veteran presence and someone who knows how to provide that to a team. He needs to be on a team that is capable of winning. And ultimately the product and his performance speaks for themselves. So if those two things were to match up, which again I could see happening today, it certainly would be a smart move by GM Ken Holmes. So perhaps something that Oilers fans might want to keep their eyes open on today.
So let's talk about currently the first round of the NHL playoffs in about a month's time. We'll talk about the Maple Leafs Tampa. We're in Toronto, so it's we talk about it all the time. But interesting thing here, Maple Leafs, Tampa, arguably fourth, fifth best team, sixth, seventh best team, New Jersey, and the Rangers. That's a first round playoff matchup. So four of those teams, two of them will be going home at the end of the first round here. If I see New Jersey Rangers, and Rangers, of course, picking up Tarasenko and Kane in New Jersey with Timo Meyer and all that, let's look at the other side because everybody here in Toronto is going to talk about the Lightning, the Leafs, and everything. But who's your call right now between New Jersey and the Rangers?
It's interesting for me. The New Jersey Devils, when they acquired Timo Meyer, I figured, what a fantastic move, because Meyer to me is one of the most underrated players in today's NHL, and he's someone who is going to provide so much benefit to the New Jersey Devils. I think one piece of the puzzle, it might just be enough to ultimately carry them, because again, you have to remember this is a team that also has Jack Hughes, who was picked up at the right time, Nico Hischier, who is lighting the lamp, among others. So to be quite honest with you, it's not always about the big names. Sometimes it's about making the underrated moves. And obviously, there was a high price tag for Meyer. And the Devils, they played their cards smart, and they landed, again, one of the most underrated and smartest puck movers there is. So you look at that, and you look at the Rangers, who have Tarasenko, who they got from St. Louis, and then Patrick Kane, who came in from the Chicago Blackhawks. Yes, those are really good names. However, Kane is slightly on the older side. Question is, at this point, yes, he's still a highly sought after asset, sure, but how much is left in his tank, and what can he offer to the New York Rangers? And Tarasenko has been dealing with injuries, so I'm not really sure just how much the Rangers are really going to take from these guys. If anything, see what you can do this offseason to lock them both in for next season, get them healthy and get them on the ice and see what happens. But I'm taking the Devils on this side. I just think that they played their cards smart, and they really don't actually have to do much today of anything. So don't expect to hear from the Devils. But grabbing Timo Meyer was a fantastic move.
All right, and for that note, Boston would play now the Islanders, and Carolina, who's first, would play Pittsburgh, and that could be another great first round series. What do you expect? Pittsburgh got Nick Bonino, like Marty Roberts told us from San Jose. There, what do you expect Pittsburgh to be more active here as we approach the deadline?
Yeah, like I said, again, there's been some interest in Brock Besser. So do I expect them to be active? Yes. And specifically in that market? Yes. Now, you mentioned the Bruins. The Bruins have been really busy. First thing yesterday morning, they acquired Tyler Bertuzzi from Detroit, and then they locked up one of their key players in David Pastrnak to an 8-year contract. And I think that they're going to keep really busy. And you look at their matchup against the Canes, who haven't exactly done a lot. So I expect them to be busy as the day rolls onwards, actually. I think that that's one of the most intriguing teams and one of the most exciting upcoming teams in the National Hockey League. But then again, the Bruins, they're a smart organization, and they know how to get after the right players at the right time. So I'm actually really fascinated by this, because I think there's a lot of potential for that to go either way. But I'm going to kind of give the upper hand to Boston, I think, at this time, as for how that series can play out.
So right now, who's your pick to come out of the East?
That's a good question. Look, again, we look at the Tampa Bay Lightning. We look at Boston. Some other teams that might be active. And you know what? I don't want to hear anyone say the Toronto Maple Leafs, because, quite frankly, nothing is proven until we see the product on the ice. And I'm not really quite sure how convinced we are. Again, Dubas is a smart man, and he's obviously done well. Question is, will that relay onto the ice, and is that something that's actually viable? So I'm not sure. You know what? If Tampa Bay can kind of I think they just need to lock up maybe one more piece, and it doesn't even have to be really a big one. I would say, again, they've always got most people's picks, but they've played their cards smart the last 24 hours. So could that actually be all they need? And Taylor Hall right now is on the IR. Once he's off the IR, is he going to return to the performance that we know him to have? And if so, does that make them a real competitor? So there's still a lot of questions to be asked when you come to this question: who do I take from the East? And I think right now it's going to be Tampa. I just do, but let's see what they do this afternoon, if anything, because again, we have to remember between last season and this season, they didn't really lose much of anything. So again, maybe bringing one more piece of the puzzle just to kind of assure the roster overall might not be a bad idea. But yeah, otherwise they've got my pick.
All right, I want to talk about before we talk about the West, one team that has been going gangbusters here, and that's the Ottawa Senators. Ottawa with Chikrin there and Giroux there and all that, they're a point, or actually 4 points away from the wild card, and they have 3 games in hand. 3 games in hand over the Islanders there, and they're 4 points back. Uh, do you expect Ottawa to make that final wild card, or keep with the Islanders, or for that matter, Buffalo, who's 4 points back as well?
It's funny. If you asked me at the beginning of the season, would Buffalo be in the position they're in now? I would have said absolutely not, no chance. But they've pulled it together and proved me wrong. But Ottawa, I mean, come on, look at what they've done this year. Giroux, Chikrin, and they're actually winning games and looking like a winning team, which is, I think, shocking. But in the eyes of their head coach, something that this city needed, something that he needed to know that his team was capable of. I could see the Senators actually, making this for real and getting the job done. So I'm kind of excited for that. Now, you mentioned the Islanders, another interesting team because they were busy earlier this year. They got Jordan Eberle. That was interesting. So again, it's really hard to predict at this point with 20 games left where things might stand. But the Senators are certainly my biggest surprise from the year, and I could see them really actually making a mark in the last final stretch of this NHL regular season.
All right, so let me go to the West here with Justin Levine, Media Relations Director for the Toronto Six. Pictures your tickets. Where can people purchase tickets again for the Six?
Yeah, game tickets for the Toronto Sixers Boston Pride at Canlan next weekend can be purchased at eventbrite.com. That will be out on team socials this afternoon, I believe. And playoff tickets are at ticketmaster.ca. All you have to do is type in professional women's hockey, and there are 3 games in the drop-down menu. And again, we hope to have our fans out and supporting us as we root onwards towards the USL Cup.
All right, so the West, who do you got coming out of the West for the Stanley Cup? You mentioned Tampa is right now your favorite to come out of the East. Who's in the
Yes.
West?
That's a good question, and honestly, I'm not quite sure yet what I'm expecting. I think I would like a little larger of a sample size, especially the next week coming out of today's deadline. I think will be the most critical. It's just there's not one West team that really stands out. If you want me to be really truthful with you at this time, so honestly, there are about, I would say, 5 or 6 different ways it could go. And I don't know, fans, if you guys have thoughts, please put them in the comments and let me know what you think. But to me, is there one team that stands out at this time that I can confidently say will get my vote? Not really. I would like to see at least another few days to make that choice.
So you're not even going on a limb and picking anybody?
Look, I could do that, but I want to see what moves are made today first before I do that. So ask me at the end of the day, and I'll confidently give you that answer.
All right, so you're going to be back throughout the day. You're one of my insiders for Firedup Network. From what you hear, and we hear your phone beeping and all that. So from what you hear, who's the next likely to be moved and to where?
That's a good question. Okay, so
All my questions you said are good questions. Hey, come on, what do you think? You're running with Norm Rumack here or what?
No, but it does give me some time to work around my thoughts here, because you mentioned one of them about 10 minutes ago, and that was John Klingberg from the Anaheim Ducks. That's a veteran piece that, at this point in his career, what's left in the tank? Not really all that sure, but is the team willing to take a bet on him? Because he's a name I'm hearing is on the block and available to be moved, and can actually perhaps help out a team that's actually looking to contend. So that's one name. Another name is Kevin Shattenkirk, who's had a little bit of a rough last year, to be perfectly honest with you. So I would like to see him land with a team that he can really help out, because when he is healthy, he is a leader on both sides of the ice, and I think that he also brings a really great presence to the locker room. That's from what I hear from various sources. So I think that there's a lot of interest at this time, and it's kind of just zoning in on where is what I'm working on right now, who's looking for him. And last name is Kulikov, another name that's out on the block. I could see him being moved in the next, I don't know, give or take hour and a half, because I do believe that there are at least 3 teams interested in his services. I'm working to find out more about where these great players possibly could land. So honestly, those are my 3 to keep tabs on this time. And if I have any updates, I'll be back here throughout the day, and I will share with you what I know.
So, one last question regarding the Toronto Maple Leafs here. Dubas went all in. And I know you're not a Maple Leaf fan and you'll probably like this question, but what if he doesn't win the first round? He gets fired. Does Keith get fired? Does Brendan Shanahan get fired? Do they put Justin Levine in charge of the Maple Leafs? What do you think will happen?
Yeah, it's funny. I've heard a lot of conversation around if Dubas doesn't get the job done with his team, he's out. Dubas has spent how much money to put together this really strong team right now, which, by the way, could still change. Gustafsson is still a name that could go, despite the fact that he was just brought in a couple days ago. So eyes out. But point being, he's put the money and the investment into his team. Now it's the product. The product has to rely on the ice. If it doesn't, is it fair that he gets fired? Not really. But do I see
Is it
that
fair
being
that
very
anybody
likely?
gets
No.
fired? These players are playing with your life there for coach and GM. Look what happened with Bruce Boudreau here.
Right,
The
exactly. Another
nicest guy.
example of team, right. It's another example of a team that didn't perform, and as a result, the men behind it are the ones who are affected. They lose their jobs. So do I think Dubas will get fired if they can't pull the trigger after X number of years not performing? Yeah, I do. Now, would that be a huge shame considering Dubas actually looks like he's all in this year and actually kind of really, showed that his team means something to him? Yeah. So look, this is, again, as much as it is a sport, it's also a business, and it sucks. But Dubas is all in this year. Let's see what the investment is worth.
Why
But
and
yeah, he'll be fired by the end of the year if they don't get out of the first round again.
and why all in this year out of all years? Because every year he says, "Oh, he believes in the team, believes in the team." Somebody or something is happening there, talking to him. You got to go all in, or something is happening. And I just and I talked about this to Marty and everything like that. You have to think that if they don't get past the first round or second round, where does Austin Matthews, or for that matter, Nylander, go next year? There could be free agents. Matthews is arguably top 5 player in National Hockey League right now. He's American. He loves to go to Arizona. Arizona, they may get Connor Bedard, even though they get Connor Bedard and they play a 5,000 seat arena there. Imagine, like I talked to Marty here about an hour ago, they get Connor Bedard and they bring back the hometown Austin Matthews, and within a year they go from bottom dwellers to like everybody wants to go to Arizona.
Right, and you want to know why? Because for once, the ownership behind them actually cares and actually wants to show the fan base what they have. Now, in Toronto, I don't think it's been hesitancy from Kyle Dubas up until now to actually invest in his team. I think, again, it's a matter of ownership. I think they said to him this year, you have the green light, do what you have to do. And I don't think they've done that in previous years. And I think that's why we're actually seeing results this year, whereas we haven't seen that in the last 4 years at the very least, while Dubas is held down the position.
Well, do you expect the Maple Leafs to get out of the first round?
Yeah, I do. Look, history repeats itself. History is in some ways like an ugly duckling that you can't get away from. And I think that great results are from the deadline might prove mightily in the last 20 games, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get them very far. So yeah, they'll be on the first round again.
They'll be out, you're saying?
they'll be out. You have to look at what other teams have done, not only in this conference but around the National Hockey League. I think their moves hold a lot more weight than what Toronto's done, especially locking in a bunch of rental players who, by the way, you look at Ryan O'Reilly. Yes, he was the captain of the St. Louis Blues. Yes, there was a reason for that, but Ryan O'Reilly also going towards the older side. So I just don't think this team has what it takes. I would love for them to prove me wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong here. I think they're going to be out in the first round.
So what do they have to do? 2-3 hours left for you to think that they can get out of the first round.
Number one, trade Gustafson, make a meaningful move using him as a trade piece. Number two, if you have to use another player, another young player who might actually benefit from going elsewhere in exchange for another meaningful piece or a couple picks at the very least that they could use. I mean, look, it's so hard to predict these. Justin Hall, take him too. If you have to take one of the stronger Marlies players, there's one who goes by the last name of Reeves. I can't remember his first name off the top of my head, but he is definitely
Alex Steves.
Alex Steves, thank you. Yeah, he is, I think, one of the most highly sought after AHL players, and I think that the weight that he carries in the AHL as well. Use him as a trade piece here. If you're Kyle Dubas, put him, Gustafson, and a pick or two in and make a meaningful move that can help them to win now. I think that's what they need, and I think that could go a long way. That would be where my head would be if I'm in the shoes of Dubas right now.
All right, we got you on for 2 minutes. You'll come back throughout the day periodically here. We're going to be joined by other guys here also. But you mentioned the Toronto Six. For people who haven't been to the Toronto Six and all that, I know we're switching from the NHL to Toronto PHF, but for people who haven't been to the Toronto Six, take us through the atmosphere and the hockey. It's hockey. It doesn't matter if it's ladies or whatever. Hockey, and these you saw Taylor Woods there and Lindsay Eastwood and Serona Tinker and everybody out there. Take us through the atmosphere for Toronto Six games, and you're the media relations director, so you can speak about the atmosphere and the hockey, the quality. Go out and support the Toronto Six. Go ahead.
Yes. Look, the atmosphere at all games at Canlan Sports this year have been so much fun. We've been able to fill the seats to about 600 to 700 people, and in some cases we've even gone beyond that, as far up as 1,000, which is excellent. We've sold out the seats on 2 occasions, specifically that come to my mind, and we've been really, really close for a majority of the season, which is a huge thanks to our corporate sponsors. It's a huge thanks to the fan investment, and it's a huge thanks to the product on the ice. This is a team that continues to put their eggs in one basket and win. It's something that they did all of last season at home. It's something that's continued this year. Now, they're not perfect at home this year. They've only dropped 1, which is excellent. I mean, it really is remarkable at this point of the season to have only dropped 1, really, if you don't count an overtime loss. And the talent that's in this locker room is second to none. Again, you mentioned some of our key players: Cheyenne Darkangelo, Elaine Chulius, Roy Tinker, Kayla Cava, Brittany Howard. I could go on. This is such a talented team. All of these players have such skill and play the game with such smarts that, you know, it's almost like if they don't win the Isabel Cup, they're all going to be affected by that, because they've all given into Coach Geraldine Heaney's tactics throughout the year. It's finally actually paying its dividends, and that's a comment that she made directly to me a couple weeks ago. So now it's just working hard and getting to the finish line. That being said, not playing on a weekend where Boston's playing is a challenge, because that could put us as far as 6 points back now. At least 6 points at this point. And obviously we don't want that. But that being said, this team knows how to come back. They've shown it all last season. They've shown it all this season. And look, this sport is so special. And the investment is finally starting to show. And we're so thankful to, again, the fans, the corporate sponsors, everyone who makes this possible, the ownership of Joanna Boynton, John Boynton, Miles Arnone, among so many others who make the PHF, the premier destination for professional women's hockey right now. And as for what the future holds, continue to chug forward and give this product what it deserves for the next generation of players coming into it. But the atmospheres are so much fun, and if you haven't been out to a game yet, come on out to Kenland Sports. Join us in the stands for the last series, because it's one that I think you're not going to forget, and you'll be thankful for coming to.
All right, that's Justin Levine, the Media Relations Director for the Toronto 6, insider for Fired Up Network. Go rest. You'll be back throughout the day, especially 3 o'clock after the trade deadline. And tell your buddy Mark Freitas to go get me a coffee or something. I'm 8.5 hours doing a show bigger than TSN and all that. So, and we're going to be joined by another guy. But Justin, thanks a lot. If you have any breaking news, could get back here and break some news or whatever, especially if it's Maple Leafs, and go cry with your Montreal Canadiens. All right, Justin?
I will be back. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. That's Justin Levine. Check out the Toronto 6. But I'm happy he's back here. He is going to come back to the Fired Up Network. Hopefully his tag team partner follows along here soon. But it's Ryan Payton. Hey, first of all, I'm glad to see that the world hasn't come. I missed that world when you're in the backdrop there. Come on.
Hasn't changed, Joe. Hasn't changed. See, the world is still out there. We just have to find a way to get out and do it. I mean, listen, I'm really glad to be back with you. It's been a long time. And you mentioned John. I don't know. I mean, if he shows up, he shows up, right? He will, but he's going to make an entrance like he always does, fashionably late, but he'll make it. So I'm glad to be here, Joe.
He's the godfather of the Fired Up Network. We're speaking about
Sure
John Nelson, the Hall of Famer of OSG Sports. But Ryan, first of all, how you doing? How's everything going? I haven't talked to you for a little while. I know you have a different, I call it shows, but you call it podcasts. But go ahead, plug your podcast first of all.
Yeah, for sure. So Pucks and 7, started that back in November. It's with a good colleague of mine, Victoria Matiash, ESPN.com. She's been covering fantasy hockey for about 18 years, and she... so I had her on one of my shows a while ago, and all of a sudden she texted me just out of the blue saying, when are we doing our pod? And I didn't even know we were discussing potentially doing that. So one thing led to another. It took some time, but we got it. So we're into, I think, episode 15 or 16 or something like that. And you can hear it wherever you get your podcast, Spotify, Amazon, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, also on the SiriusXM app, Stitcher, Pandora. And I also, of course, do a lot of work for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Haven't stopped that, so that's been a lot of fun. My big show is tomorrow, Joe, which we will recap all the trades. And for those
trade? No. I'm here since 9:30.
All the trades from the last 2.5 weeks outside of the ones. This could be a trade deadline dud, not trade deadline day. Anyway, we're coming up tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern on Channel 91 on SiriusXM. And so I also started doing some work for the Seattle Kraken, covering them for the Hockey Writers as well. So been busy, Joe, since I last saw you, but it's really good to see you again and be back.
All right, so you mentioned the Seattle Kraken. Let's start off with them first. They're in a playoff position. For people who don't know, they are in a playoff position. How surprised are you there? And do you expect them to tinker around here as we head to the deadline at 3 p.m.?
It's getting really close to the deadline. We're 3.25 hours away, I guess. Ron Francis said a couple of days ago, he said, I like my team. Dave Haxtell, the head coach, said, I like who I have in the room. Ron Francis is not going to go. Look, he was with Carolina. He was the GM at Carolina. I looked at the moves that he made over the course of his tenure in Carolina. I think they were 5 years, and so he was part of 5 deadlines. He only received 2 players that came back to play. The other ones were draft picks and prospects. And the 2 of them, one was Victor Rask, who now is overseas. He's playing. The other is Daniel Sprong, who is playing actually with the Seattle Kraken right now into his first full season, second year with the Kraken. And the only player he received last year, Francis did in the deadline, was Sprong. But last year, they were in a completely different position, Joe. You're right. You mentioned this team is in the playoffs. So I'm not surprised, and I'll tell you why. I've been on this Seattle train from the get-go this season. I like the makeup. No player on this roster makes over $6 million. No player does. Burakovsky's out. That's a big loss. Martin Jones, Grubauer, pretty decent 1-2 punch and goal. They've had their ups and downs. I'm not surprised the Kraken are in this spot. Question is, can they continue it? And to answer your question, does Ron Francis do anything? He may tinker with it a tiny bit, but I do not see him making some sort of major move that, number one, would have contractual stipulations for the next 2-3 seasons, whatever it is. So I'm going to say, just based on this, my gut says he will not make a move. If it is one, it's a real small one to tinker with the lineup, but he likes what he has. And why not, Joe? Let's see how far it can go.
All right, Ryan. I know we're expecting a snowstorm. It looks
Ugh.
like around the world there. You're a little bit
Right.
cold. Maybe you should bring a scarf or two. Here it is. Here
Hold
it
on.
is.
Hold on. So he's somewhere. It's like here.
It's in the south. You're in the north.
I'm
by the
south.
way.
Yeah. So this is North America. This is
You gotta come a little
Well,
further.
I can't. I don't have eyes in the back of my head, John. Just be patient.
Okay, wait.
There.
There. Now move up slightly, and you're close. I think you're like right in like Mississippi.
Yeah. You see?
You're right in there. Yeah.
Okay. So John is somewhere
There. Yeah. Well, now you put me in the
Right
Gulf
there.
or something. So just a little. Yeah. Like right there.
Okay.
That's-
Is it okay? I don't have to hold this up the whole time, do I?
No. Put your hand down. You're not in class now. All right.
Yeah.
Come on.
Joe.
I got a
All right.
question.
In case you don't know what they're talking about, these guys will be
Is it- I
back.
have a question, please. Can I go to the bathroom?
Excuse me, sir.
We'll be
Excuse
back
me.
with North South very soon here on the Fired
Yeah.
Up Network for all the new listeners and viewers. But John, it's your buddy there. I'm going to sit back because I've been out here for 9:30 discussing one trade. I'm on until 5:30, and then I got to do wrestling. So you take care of it. I'm going to relax a little bit.
Okay. Well, I mean, Pates, it seems like a lot of the freight has been moved
Yeah.
into deadline day. So of
You
course,
think? Yeah.
all of us are sitting here on deadline day going, man,
Mm-hmm.
we got to fill till 3:00. This sucks.
Yeah. And you don't even have a watch on your wrist. That's the best part about that. You can still tell the time by looking at your skin.
It's like nothing's happening here. I mean, today we had like the one minor deal involving Verana, but I mean, we've seen a lot of names move. I mean, the Bertuzzi trade, I'm sure, kind of shocked some folks.
Yeah.
Domi getting shipped. You figured that Patrick Kane moving was going to happen as a part of Chicago's perpetual rebuild, it seems. But I think that in talking to Blackhawks fans, they were just to the point. It's like, look, just give Big Daddy a good home right now. Just like, look, give him some place where we know he'll be happy. Send him off.
Yep.
Give him a good home. I think that was part of that too. And then the interesting element involving Jonathan Quick, which I thought was intriguing. Obviously, Phoenix Copley coming in and just standing on his head the way that he has.
Yeah.
And you got what's the AV on Quick? 5.8, I think.
Think so?
When you have a 37-year-old goaltender who is below 500, I think he was 11-13 this year. You can move him if you're Rob Blake. You move him to Columbus, then Columbus flips him to Vegas. I know that there are a lot of folks that are hoping that maybe Quick can catch lightning in a bottle and just have a revenge tour out west, being in Vegas or something. So that, for me, those are some of the bigger things that I've seen as we sit here and twiddle our thumbs and just kind of eat our way through deadline day this year.
Yeah, Quick is, so that's not a bad, number one, I don't know if you saw Andrzej Kopitar when the Quick deal happened when he went to Columbus. He was just devastated, absolutely devastated. Quick was ticked. He said he didn't see this thing coming. I didn't see it coming, John. I did not see it coming whatsoever. He's been around LA forever. And if Dustin Brown had a statue just erected, he's going to probably have one by the time he's done.
Yep.
I'm looking at the numbers with Quick, 37 UFA in next season. And you're right, 5.8 is the cap hit, 5.8 for this season. And so when he was traded to the Vegas Golden Knights, I think this is a good deal. And Logan Thompson, let's not forget, he's been hurt. Yep. And Logan Thompson was an all-star, and he's had a great, great season. They have Brossois as well, but both guys are on IR. So when you have Aiden Hill, with all due respect, he's not gonna keep you going in the Pacific Division. But I think the Vegas Golden Knights, they're taking a gamble, no pun intended. They are. Quick, I still think, has a lot left in the tank. I really do. He still, to me, is one of the most athletic goaltenders when he's healthy. And I think for him, this is kind of like, okay, I'm going to not try to play for a contract next season. I don't think that really bothers him. But what it is the Kings let me go. I'm in Vegas, same division. Picture this. Just picture this: if Vegas and the LA Kings at some point, right? What do you think the biggest storyline's going to be?
Oh,
So,
brother. I mean,
coming back to just quickly, Joe and John, you guys coming back to the 2.5 weeks or the 2 weeks leading up to the deadline. You know how many deals were consummated before?
35, I think.
43. Whatever it is, 43, 45, it doesn't matter. In the highest, the most before that was 20 in a 2-week stretch, which is so what does it tell you? It tells me teams are like, okay, we're not waiting. If it's out there, we got to take them, because if not, some team's going to get them. So why do we have to wait and do all these massive deals on the deadline? It's deadline dud, John, not deadline day.
No doubt. I mean, you look at, and since we're talking Vegas, right now, the way that our friends at Puckpedia have it listed, Vegas is $13 million over the cap. $13 million over the cap.
What do they have in LTIR?
Metric crap ton is how it. I mean, look, in loonies, toonies, and American dollars, it is a massive amount. You've got Mark Stone at 9.5. And that just gets you started. You've got you've got Nolan Patrick at 1.2. So that gives you to 10.7.
Yeah.
Then you've got Robin Lehner at 5 on LTIR. So that's 15.
Yeah.
Saw is on IR, Logan Thompson. So you've got, in long term, you've got 15 million right now in IR. So basically you've got maybe like a little under 2 to play with. But I mean, we've always known Vegas as someone, 15.7. in LTIR. So you're looking just over 2 million in cap space right now for Vegas. Vegas and Bill Foley have always been a team that goes right up against the number. I mean, they will find that number and they will get right up against it. They will find a way to make something happen, because Bill Foley has always wanted a winner, and getting close the 1 year, losing to Washington, that's what he wants each and every single season where Vegas is concerned. So getting a deal like this, getting that experienced goalie that has charged his way through as an 8th seed, that kind of experience, I think, is invaluable.
We got to trade.
We
got to trade. Sorry, guys. I knew this was going to happen. This is why you're going to stay on till 5:30. And look, Curtis Lazar.
Sorry, Joe. Got to go.
Gotta go.
Yeah. Oh, out of here.
From Vancouver to New Jersey for a 2024 4th-round pick. So New Jersey again, getting speed. They got Timo Meier, and they got now Lazar from Vancouver, from New Jersey, for a 2024 4th-round pick. And the Kraken and Lightning keeping a close eye on Klingberg from Anaheim there. We talked about the Kraken also. So that's the second trade. I don't know if it's a big trade, but it's a trade here. Since I'm based, we're all based except John from, we're based in Toronto, John's in Atlanta. We're not talking about, John, I promise, I'm not going to talk about that. But Ryan, I'm going to ask you this. Kyle Dubas finally pulling the trigger on massive, turning 25% of his roster. Every year, this time, I believe in the roster. I believe in this. I believe in that. He has mortgaged the future. First-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks, fourth-round picks. It looks like whoever's in scouting doesn't have to go to the table till the 5th round, all right? If they don't, even if they make them out of the first round, are people in Maple Leaf satisfied? Because he's traded everything here. And who knows, maybe he'll trade another 1 or 2 picks before 3 p.m. What do you say?
It's going to be determined on if they make it out of round 1.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. I look back to the Capitals when they won the Cup. And for years, they could not get by the Penguins. They just couldn't do it. Whether it's first, second round, they just could not get by the Penguins and get out of that round that they faced them. They finally did. I remember thinking that's Cup 1. And then they won 2 more rounds. They won the Cup. It's about the first round. And also, Dubas doesn't have a job next season. He's a free agent. And so he did say when he made that O'Reilly trade, he said that I don't like parting with draft picks, but I look at the prospect pool that we have and I'm fine with that. Even Julian Brisebois, who parted with 150 draft picks for Jeannot in that deal between Tampa and Nashville. Unbelievable. He said, whatever. Unbelievable. It's a major overpay. He said that's what he said. Well, he didn't say it like that, John, but that's incredible. It's been too long since we've done this. Anyway, you have to overpay. You're overpaying to win now. So I like the deals that Toronto did. But again, it's just going down that first round. It's all on the team. It's all on the team, guys. It is. The concern, and I know they laid an egg against Edmonton. They got a squeaker against Calgary last night. Then they have Vancouver. The Luke Shen video tribute, we know it's going to come up tomorrow night in Van City. But sometimes I wonder, if you add so many pieces, there's 20 games to go, something like that. Do you need more time to gel? Do you need more time to figure out how so-and-so plays with you? I don't know. These guys are athletes. They can figure it out probably within 2-3 games. That's fine. But sometimes when you mix with something too much, you get more breaks. I don't think this is the case, but there's so much pressure on Toronto. There always is, John, but I'm going to say this. There's not been this much pressure on the Maple Leafs in a long time to win because of what Dubas has done.
Well, and I don't think that Kyle Dubas is Sonny Weaver Jr. You know,
Right.
you know, this is not for those that missed the reference here as it comes to North-South annotated. This is not draft day. This is not where Kyle Dubas is Kevin Costner, trades all these picks, gets a little pixie dust, sits there and figures out, okay, I want to get all my picks back. No, this is if you're comfortable with your prospect pool, I get it. But Dubas being a free agent, this is also his audition for other clubs. If you're a free agent, you sit there and it's like you're looking at one lane of traffic with your prospects. You're looking at what you feel like you have to do with the playoffs and get out of that first round. You're going to sit there and push everything into the middle of the table, and it's going to be, are you going to have that moment where John Malkovich goes, pay that man his money? Is this going to happen with Dubas? I don't see it. I'm a black helicopter guy and a dark cloud guy when it comes to the Maple Leafs, and I know that a lot of you folks are too. I just don't see it. I really don't, even though Dubas is auditioning for his next gig.
My issue with that is, I agree, this is an audition, but why hasn't he done this the year before? Why didn't he do this the year before? The year before that?
He wasn't in a contract year.
But you know what? This is different. If a player's in a contract year, that's different. This is a GM. The first priority is to surround the team with the best possible players to win. If you were afraid for all these years about not giving up draft picks, and say this works out the ultimate way for Toronto.
Sure.
Say they end up winning the cup. Okay, let's just say that. I know everyone's like, "Oh, it's not whatever." Let's just say it does.
Yeah.
The discussion is going to be, "Oh, great, Kyle. Thank you. Amazing stuff. Off we go. What about the offseason for you? What about the offseason for like a Ryan O'Reilly? What about that contract? All that type of stuff." Mm-hmm. But then it's going to be like, okay, well, why didn't you do this then in 2017 or 2018 or 2019 or 2020?
Sense of urgency.
I know, but it isn't the sense of urgency for Toronto since 1967 to win the cup.
Absolutely.
Okay, and here let's look at it the other way. What if they don't do anything? Which GM is going to come here without draft capital? Without draft capital.
Yeah.
Again, he mortgaged the future, and there we say we lucked out with Matthews getting the first pick. We got Marner, which people are saying he's even better than Matthews right now.
Well,
right?
He's better than Austin Matthews the whole season. Anyway, that's a topic for another day.
And then we talk about Matthews being a free agent in a year.
Yeah.
So what happens with him if we don't get past the first round?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what's going to happen with him. I'm telling you what's going to happen with Toronto if they don't get past the first round. Dubas is gone. Yeah. I would look toward Brendan Shanahan and say, sorry, Shanny, I think you've got a contract through 24-25. I would let him go as well. Matthews will not re-sign with the team if they do not make such a massive leap this postseason. He will not do it. I've been under the just the gut that he wasn't going to do it anyway. It doesn't matter what Toronto's done. I just been under that assumption for a long time. So this is huge. And Nylander's contract's coming up at some point in the near future. So is Marner's.
Nylander is at the end of next season as well. Marner and Veras are 2 seasons.
The following. Okay, so you think about that then. You've got Matthews at the end of next season. Nylander, who I think's been the MVP with Marner of this team this season, at the end of next season. They could be gone. Tavares has 2 more. Marner has 2 more. Mm-hmm. Saying 2 more years. None of those 4 remain in Toronto. And then to Joe's point about who's going to come in if Dubas gets fired and the GM, oh my gosh, now what do we do? Start from ground zero again? Start from scratch?
Yeah.
It's tough.
I mean, here's the salary situation for Toronto, and once again, your long term helps you out here right now in the interim. With long term, you're at like 76.8 right now, so you've got a little space. But here's your salary deal: Austin Matthews at 11.6, Tavares at 11, Mitch Marner at just under 11, 10.903, Nylander just under 7 million. Then you've got Kerfoot at 3.5, Kalle Yarncroke, who signed a deal forever to be at 2.1 just to be a guy.
Mhm.
Ryan O'Reilly's a UFA, Camp's a UFA, Achari's a UFA, Lafferty's got one more year at 1.1.
Right.
Bunting and Aston Reese at forwards are under $1 million, and they have one more year. Riley through 26-22, actually through 2030, he's at 7.5 AAV. Muzzin's on long term. Brody's at 5. Justin Hall, he's at after this year, he's out at 2. McCabe has 2 more years at 2. I mean, then you have it. Literally, it's like it is haves and have-nots when it comes to the salaries, and you're hoping that those guys that you're bringing in for those low salary numbers all hit for you and all hit in their roles. I mean, it literally is the gap space between the stars and the dudes that you want for your role players is astronomical on that roster.
Like I said before, you guys are going to stay till 5:30 because we got another trade. Brendan Lemieux from the Kings to the Flyers for McEwen.
Yeah,
All
Zach,
right, so
Zach McEwen to LAK from the Flyers.
yeah. So that is enough, and possibly with getting Lemieux there, maybe James Van Riemsdyk, they already have a trade for him.
Yeah.
Seattle, Winnipeg, and Vegas are the ones after JVR, of course, former Maple Leaf there. But no, again, like we expected, there are trades trickling in, but none of the big names. I'm going to ask you this: you got 5 minutes left and all that. Usually, in trade deadline, we have a trade or some players who, wow, I can't believe he got traded. I'll ask Ryan first. Do you expect something to happen today? Because we talked about Ryan O'Reilly already. We talked about other players already. But today, do you expect somebody out of the blue? Wow, I can't believe they did this trade.
I don't think out of the blue. I really don't. All the ones that everyone has thought that would be traded, they have gone. I mean, who's left? Who's left out of the big ones? You mentioned Van Riemsdyk, Brock Besser, right? There's discussion. There's been discussion around him for a long time. Klingberg, as you talked about, Joe already. Kevin Hayes with Philly. Max Domi's gone. Jonathan Quick's gone. Nick Bukestad's gone. Tyson Barrie, he's gone. There's a lot of the big names, they've already been gone. So I don't think that there's going to be somebody that will all of a sudden be traded and you'll think, where did his name come from? Because I do believe all the names have already been scattered around the rumor mill and that type of thing. But
or they've
I think,
been dealt.
Pardon me?
Or they've already been dealt.
Or they've been dealt, exactly. Right. So the last 2+ weeks, whatever it is, they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when Tarasenko was dealt to the Rangers, that kind of was the beginning. I know it was a couple days after where things really started to go, but then O'Reilly did, and then boom, everything started to happen. So no, there's not anybody that nobody has not talked about yet that is going to be traded who is of a wow kind of factor for me. No.
How about you, John?
No, I think that, the point that I was making with Ryan just a second ago, I think that all of those big names that we've been looking at, Chychrun, Domi, you name it, all of these big names that have led up to today, I think all that action has already been played. I think that if we get a wow, it certainly will be a wow, and it'll be somebody that we will not have thought of. And if it does happen, it will be right up against the chimes at 3:00 Eastern time. It will be something that none of us will have figured. It will be something that will be so below the radar. I mean, it'll be like the bombing run that Maverick did in Top Gun to send the missile in to blow up the nebulous countries.
Which was sensational, by the way.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was fantastic. But I mean, that is how below the radar it's going to be. And then when Maverick comes out of 10G and comes up over the line, then all of us are going to be like the missiles chasing after him, trying to figure out what the heck was going on.
All right, so you mentioned Chychrun there, okay? Are you, Ryan, also with you? how surprised are you? It's Ottawa and what Ottawa gave up. And let's face it, Ottawa has 3 games in hand over the Islanders, the second wildcard position, with 4 points back. Do you expect Ottawa to potentially maybe sneak into that final wildcard spot?
Don't sleep on this team. You can't sleep on this team. And here's the thing. I was doing this some numbers yesterday about the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference. The Eastern Conference, the top teams in each division, it is ridiculous how many points these teams have put up. You have the first 6 clubs in the league occupied by teams in the East, and then you have a bunch more occupied by teams in the West. So it's kind of East-West and the diversity between the conferences. I love the Senators. The Senators, to me, are kind of like in the same, just a little bit below Detroit. Detroit's a little bit below Buffalo. Those 3 teams, to me, are trending in the right direction. Buffalo more so than the others. But you're at 66 points, as you said. And you also said, Joe, that they have what? They have 60. They have 3 games in hand on the New York Islanders. Do the math. You're 4 points back. If you win those 3 games, that's 6 points. The Isles say they don't, then you're in that second wildcard spot. The whole Jacob Chickard thing, to me, from what I was gathering and hearing, was that Brady Tkachuk was massive in that deal. And for players to go to Ottawa, Brady Tkachuk has been a huge difference in players wanting to go to that market. Because years ago, look, they have not been playing well. More than likely, nobody would have even gone. So I was a bit surprised that it was Ottawa, but at the same time, it shows me that they don't think that they're out of it. They won 4 in a row, 7 of 10. And by the way, Timmy Stutzla, boys, he's pretty good. This just in. Tim Stutzla is good.
Yeah, I mean, good Lord. I mean, legitimately, I like Ottawa's chances here. I really, really do. And for me, it'll be fun to see somebody different. I want somebody different. I want a little new blood when it comes to chasing after the playoffs. And as the one who is in this north-south triangular setup here, since I am the one who is south of the U.S.-Canadian border, the symmetry here, I get it. For me, I always enjoy it when there are more Canadian teams involved in the playoffs.
Why?
Because of the atmosphere, because of the environment, because of the passion that you see. I enjoy seeing what it means when you've got a whiteout in Winnipeg that means something. Right. I love it when networks lay out and give you the introduction in Montreal where it is bilingual and it is the presentation. And in the past, you've had the young skater come out with the torch and have that kind of a moment when it comes to the Stanley Cup. For me, Toronto, because of what it means, except for the folks who sit in the seats that are immediately across from the camera because they're in their suites getting their food and they come out halfway through the period. And
you know what? I was having a good day until you mentioned that.
When you have empty seats, that drives me crazy. Yeah. But when the rest of the post office is full and it's loud, I love to see it. I love to see the Battle of Alberta when that happens because of the athletes that are there. I love to see a home game in Calgary. Love to see something in Edmonton. There. For me, I enjoy it when the Canadian teams are in it because of the level of investment that's there. On this side of the border, I want to see Vegas. I want to see Seattle. I want to see all of the new blood. I think that Boston is in a dangerous spot because they're 15 points clear. If they rest folks down the stretch heading into the playoffs, I think it's a dangerous proposition. If you do, it's going to be a real delicate dance. I've never seen a boat race like this before.
No.
In recent memory. So what do you do if you're the Bruins? Do you keep playing folks or do you rest some folks? It's going to be really interesting. Load management. You'll see the injury load management.
Don't even get me going on load management.
You're going to see.
And Ryan, you know what John is saying? John is saying he can't wait for the day of seeing people in Arizona at Mullet Arena, 5,000 fans screaming at Mullet Arena for free parking. How does Arizona look at him? How does Arizona still have a team? And Gary, it's owned by NHL.
He can't even show his face, Joe. John can't even show up. Now he shows his face. Hey, can I just get back? Yeah,
you can't bleep me enough when we're talking about that. Man.
Let me get back to the Canadian team so John actually stays on a bit longer. Out of the Canadian clubs, you talked about that, and putting my biases aside, I agree with you. I think having the Canadian teams as many in is good for the game. Out of all the Canadian teams, there's only a couple that are in no chance going to make it. Vancouver is not going to make it, and Montreal is not going to make it. Ottawa has a chance. Toronto obviously is in. Calgary, Edmonton, but that's it. So that's good. That's really good. Going back to what you're saying, John, about the whole idea about getting these Canadian teams in, that is good for the game. If I was a gambling guy, I know it's going to be tough. We talked about Ottawa and base where they're at. You're at 66 points. Now, here's the thing, too. You got the Caps at 66, Florida 66, Buffalo at 66. So that means you've got to jump 2, 3, 4 teams, right? It's not like Ottawa is in that third wildcard spot and they are 5 points clear of the team behind them. That's going to be an issue, too, moving forward. But we'll see. Want to talk more about Arizona, John, or no? You good?
You don't have a
final question. I know
you don't
these
have
guys
a
got to go.
bleep button fast enough for me when it comes to Arizona.
Okay.
When the commissioner cuts a promo for a local voting initiative to turn a landfill into, I forget what the turn of phrase was, but like a landfill into a legacy or something like that. When you have your commissioner cutting that kind of a promo on social media for Tempe, Arizona voters, child, please go for it.
All right. I feel bad I talked about Arizona, but here, before you guys leave, I'm going to ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
I call it the West of Maple Leaf West, the Edmonton Oilers. All right. If I asked you, I'll bring Ryan first here. Ryan, who's more pressure? We're in Toronto, so we're going to say Toronto. But with the team that Edmonton has, with the team that Edmonton has, and arguably this guy, Connor McDavid, is 120 points, 52 goals. We haven't seen this since like Mario Lemieux and all that.
Yeah,
average.
Overrated.
Carry on. Yeah, average. Yeah, I'd love to have him. Imagine if he was in a real market like New York, Toronto, LA, and all that. Imagine that. But who's under more pressure? Which Canadian team does more in the playoffs? Is it the Leafs? Is it Edmonton? For that lack of, Calgary, you mentioned Calgary. Calgary's slipping out of the playoffs there.
Yeah, Calgary's been first of all, Daryl Sutter has to go. He's tiring. He's exhausting. His attitude, anyway, that's a topic for another time. I'll say this. Number 1, 2, can Connor McDavid just smile? Can he just grin a tiny bit? You score 50. You're asked about it. I know you're still in the game. Just give a bit of a smile. Then you win the Molson Cup, one of the Molson Cup awards for the month of February. He goes on the ice. You're beside 2 people who took time out of their day to present this. Can you just give them a bit of a smile? Can you look in the camera and just a tiny bit of a glimmer? It's annoying. Anyway, I'll say this. Toronto is more under pressure than Edmonton. Toronto is, look, the similarities with McDavid and Matthews and all this type of thing. There's also the story of Jack Campbell, of course, going from Toronto to Edmonton. Zach Hyman, who, I wish the Leafs could find some sort of money. They still just find something back then to give him what he needed because he's just amazing. Anyway, I'll say this. Toronto under more pressure. Edmonton is under pressure, yes. But the Leafs out of those two, that would be my take, John.
Yeah, no, I'm right.
Who goes farther? Hold on. Who goes farther, Edmonton or Toronto in the playoffs?
Here's the thing.
Edmonton because of the West.
That's a great point. I'm just going to say Toronto if they get through the first, but I'll go with John. Edmonton because of the West, yes.
All right. Again, we're going to have North-South featuring John from the South, Ryan from the North. Tell everybody what they can expect. And by the way, Ryan, here we are. Randy Cross
has a lot more of this.
Randy Cross has chimed in, and of course, you're the biggest San Francisco 49er fan, and he wants to ask a question. It's not hockey. Wait, Ryan. What do you do with Jimmy G? Ask Ryan. It says here, ask Ryan, what do you do with Jimmy G?
You keep him.
You keep him.
You keep him.
You keep him.
There you go.
Tell Randy to give me a tougher question. Tell him to give me a harder question.
Okay, here's the other.
Because I have both Jimmy G and Brock Purdy on my fantasy team.
All right, here's the other question. You want a tougher question?
No, I don't.
Aaron
I was
Rodgers.
kidding. I got to go. Joe,
Aaron
can't
Rodgers,
hear you. Sorry, no, you're cracking up. No, what? You're cracked.
All right, go ahead, Ryan. We'll start with you. Tell everybody how to get a hold of you social media wise and what you're doing nowadays.
Yeah, go on to Twitter. You can follow me on there. SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Got the big show coming up tomorrow, Saturday. Channel 91, 11 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern. I think we'll talk about trades, I guess, that happened in the it's a couple weeks and change. We'll see. I do a podcast, Pucks and Seven, with a colleague of mine, Victoria Matiash. We do try to release it every Monday or Tuesday, and we kind of take a 14-day stretch. So 7 before, look ahead to the 7 to come, and then we also have a segment where we're constructively critical. I can't just be critical. I've got to kind of be that nice
Constructive criticism.
This is Constructive Criticism, episode 4. So we have that. And then, hockey writers. I'm doing some writing for the Seattle Kraken. So my next piece, it's brewing. It's going to be dependent upon what Francis does or maybe what he doesn't do in the next 2 hours and 43 minutes.
Lighten up, Francis.
Yep. And so that's where it is. So, yeah. Thanks, Joe. And I'll be doing north-south with this guy again, so watch out for that to come in the next little bit.
Where he is again? Where is he? No,
Joe, wait.
There, right there.
Right?
A little closer to your head.
Okay, enough. This is what you're gonna get. All right?
You're like New Orleans.
You're going out there now. That's where you are.
I'm in the Pacific.
You're in the Pacific on a dinghy.
There you go.
All right, John, of course, the Hall of Famer of OSG Sports in Atlanta. Usually he's on here for the soccer show, but we played the soccer show yesterday. But go ahead, John.
So your targets left on the board are apparently JVR, Sundqvist, Connor Sheary, Pius Suter, Nick Ritchie, and Austin Watson. Those are the top 6 on the board for the next couple of hours. Easiest ways on the Twitters right there at OSG Nelson. Also, OSG Sports app available iOS and Android. Soccer Down Here, Soccer Down There Daily Radio, 9 a.m. until whenever, and the Soccer Down Here app available iOS and Android.
Hold on, John. I just did this for you, and you forgot to the right or left of you. Tell everybody, because I know Ryan hasn't picked up a book like this. Tell everybody about your 6th book.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Whoops.
Book 6, Noble Strong Lessons in Destiny. And you can pick that up on Amazon. Great story about high school football in a small town and a family that was faced with the battle of their lives and how both the team and the town embraced them and made them a part of everything. So 356 pages, and it goes by like that.
All right. And of course, this is trade deadline, but I picked up the hottest free agent here back on the Fired Up Network. Of course, we're talking about Ryan Payton, and I'm sure John, he took some of John Nelson's contract. All right. I had to give him some few more shekels.
I was going to all the Canadian Tire bucks that you give me.
Yeah. Well, now it's a Canadian credit card. All right. Not bucks now. It's I don't know if you know this. You're not in Canada.
You know what? You can buy a Canadian Tire with that money. John and I talked for hours yesterday negotiating. So yeah, that did happen.
Yeah, Canadian Tire bucks, especially here south of the U.S.-Canadian border, where NAFTA does not apply and Canadian Tire franchises
right.
exist.
And everybody check out Ryan's show on the NHL Network on Sirius. Like he says, he'll do a great recap of the trade deadline today and for past 2-3 weeks. And I'm sure you're going to say, I want you to say it because I'm going to be listening. Who's your pick for the Stanley Cup after the trade deadline? Because I know it's not going to be the Maple Leafs. All right, I know it's not going to be the Maple Leafs.
Here's what I do with that. Here's what I do with that. Whenever I make a prediction, I stick with the one I made. Staying with the season. So I will.
What was your prediction that you made this season?
It was Toronto. Okay, no. See, that's one of the issues. One of the issues is the constant laughter that comes from that.
Yes.
But I'm sticking with Toronto.
All right. Good luck with that. I know.
Wow.
I wish I placed some shekels on that one. All right. Who's your pick?
The Bears.
The Bears. Well, another good team. I think the Bears have better chance than the Maple Leafs. There, all right.
Oh, Joe,
I got to go chalk as much as I think that that something's going to stumble. But I had Boston out of the blocks early, so I'll stick with the Boston.
All right.
Are you sure you're going to be on the Fired Up Network? Because I hate those picks. Maybe talk to some other networks there. But we're glad to have you. Of course, John. I'll see you next week. Part of,
no, you will not, because I have high school basketball championships. You'll see me in 2 weeks.
All right, we'll do it earlier then. And if you have a problem with that, I'll get through Ryan there.
Ryan
will substitute for you for soccer, right, Ryan?
It's going to have to be like Tuesday if it's going to be anything, because I'm hitting the road and I'm blocked out from Wednesday through Saturday.
Okay, you guys argue off camera and just let me go.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot again. It's Ryan Payton of NHL Network, Sirius XM. Check out his show tomorrow. What time's the show?
11 a.m. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
11
Eastern.
Yeah, so check out the show, and of course, check out John Nelson, of course, OSG Sports. Great contributors here for Fired Up Network. Thanks a lot, guys.
Be well, my friends.
Anytime. Leafs for the cup. See you, boys.
Keep dreaming. All right, so that's John Nelson, and of course, Ryan Payton here. We're going to continue. Bye, John. Bye. Have a good weekend. So we're going to continue with the NHL trade deadline show here. It's 12:20, so we're about 2 hours and a half from the official deadline happening. And just let's recap what happened so far. The Los Angeles Kings get a Zach McEwen from the Philadelphia Flyers for Braden Lemieux and a 2024 fifth-round pick. Vancouver Canucks get a 2024 fourth-round pick from the New Jersey Devils for Curtis Lazar. The Pittsburgh Penguins get get back Nick Bonino from the San Jose Sharks for a 2023 seventh-round pick and a 2023 fifth-round pick. Detroit gets Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 seventh-round pick for Jakub Varada. Red Wings retain 50% of Varada's cap hit. Those were all the trades thus far in the NHL trade deadline day. We'll be back here in about a couple minutes with another update. Stay tuned to the Fired Up Network for all the new listeners and viewers of the network. Hello and welcome back to the Fired Up Network, the NHL trade deadline show. This is Joseph Pasek. Welcome to well, our viewers, our listeners, and welcome to our new viewers and listeners. Remember, you can check out Fired Up Network by downloading our app, available on iOS and Android. Just go and search Fired Up Network. Also, Fired Up Network and Female Empowerment Movement FEM, which is a branch of the Fired Up Network, can be heard on 212 platforms, just to name a few: Amazon Music, Alexa, iHeartRadio, Spotify, iTunes, SoundCloud, TuneIn, Podbean, Stitcher, Spreaker, Anchor, Castbox, and more. And don't forget, Fired Up Network can be found on social media on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, Discord, Clubhouse, Pinterest at Fired Up Net, Fired Up NET. Also, YouTube and Snapchat at Fired Up Network. So check it out. And welcome back to the NHL Trade Deadline Show. Again, just a couple of trades that we had here already. And the latest trade happened about half an hour ago. The Los Angeles Kings pick up Zach McEwen from the Philadelphia Flyers for Brendan Lemieux and a 2024 fifth round pick. We're going to be joined hopefully by another superstar here. I haven't seen him in about a year's time. And of course, he's from St. Catharines and he knows the OHL, NHL, and lacrosse and baseball and everything like that. We're talking about Rod Bahood. He's going to join us at the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to have Digit Murphy. Of course, I called her the Lady Don Cherry of ladies hockey here, and we're going to have a cast of thousands here. We're going to go till about 5:30 p.m. We've been on the air since 9:30, taking short couple minutes for a drink here. I did a 4-hour show last night, the flagship show of the Fired Up Network. We're going to do an 8 to 9 hour show tonight. So in the span of 24 hours, we're on the air for 13 out of the 24 hours. Nobody does this here, part independently of the Fired Up Network. And here it is. Marty Roberts has just joined us. Unexpectedly, Marty Roberts. It looks like he stole my sunglasses. He took my hoodie there. All right, Marty. You got any breaking news there or not?
Yeah, my back feels better now.
Standing ovation. I'm not going to stand up for that. Your back feels better. Give us, you know what? It's the NHL trade deadline show. There's a winter storm in effect here coming to Toronto and the GTA area. All right. Oh, can you be a weatherman? All right. So I see here there's no snow there. Wait, put a pan it there again. This is me being a weathercaster now. The winds are coming slightly from the north, south, east, west corner at 3 miles an hour. You could check my hair out, how it flies off there and all that. So, Marty, you're in Barrie right now, right? Are you in Barrie?
I'm in Barrie, North End Barrie.
North, south, east, west. All right. So, North End Barrie, you could see nothing happening. Nothing happening.
Nothing.
Once
Nada,
again,
nada. They say about 8 p.m. it'll start snowing up here.
about 8 p.m., meaning, weathercasters are usually, meaning 4 p.m., all right? That's it. Marty, are you excited with the latest trade that just occurred? Oh, my God, we got a new trade coming up here. The San Jose Sharks have gotten a fourth-round pick, 2025 fourth-round pick, for a guy who they picked up, and it's formerly Tampa Bay Lightning, Vladislav Nemestikov, going to Winnipeg. Nemestikov going to Winnipeg for a fourth-round pick. Marty, give me your thoughts.
Wow, that is a name off of the trade board right there that everyone was looking at, wasn't it?
Whatever. I should get Steve Carney because this guy has been traded much like Quick in a span of 24 hours twice. Went from Tampa to San Jose, now San Jose to Winnipeg. He's not going to end off in Winnipeg. He's going to end off in Barrie, going to Winnipeg. And don't forget, the wind is from the southwest, northeast, south of whatever. All right.
Well, at least we have two people that'll be happy that Winnipeg made a move. Taylor and Gooch, both Winnipeg fans.
Who's this Gooch you're talking about? I don't know who you're talking
the
about.
Melbourne. I think it's the Mustangs. He's the coach of. I think it's the Melbourne Mustangs. I could be wrong,
No,
but
Melbourne
it's in
Ice.
Melbourne.
Is this guy? Is his name Kerry? Is this guy
Harry
Kerry
Goulet.
All right. Do you have it inside? Because I want to wake him up at 1:00 in the morning in Australia. It's 1:00 in the morning there. Can we wake him up? Can we get the take from Gooch on this massive trade for Winnipeg Jets?
Right? He might like. I hope that Taylor didn't hear this and drop the dumb ball on her foot after hearing this trade.
You talking about he dropped Billy on the foot, dumbbell on the foot, or what? All right.
He's practicing his thumb war right now.
For 315, are you going to challenge him to a thumb war?
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
All right, Marty, you're heading back. Your back is doing fine, right?
My back is doing fine. I'm heading to the hockey rink now. Maybe I can scout out some trade candidates at the East Bayfield Arena at 1:30.
East Bayfield Arena. Is there any? Can you come back on here so we can take a shot of? Let me do the scouting. I want him on Fired Up Network and all that. And then he scores a goal, and let's see, we motivated him.
Yeah, they lost 2-1 in a shootout, so they have to win this next one to make it to the semifinals.
Marty, I'm a little bit annoyed. Where's Mark Freitas when I need him? My coffee's still not here. What did Billy do to this guy?
He must be still waiting for a Reimer trade back to Toronto.
I got news. Breaking news. Giancarlo Alino will love this trade. Toronto Leafs have not traded for Phil Kessel, but they have traded for Marty Roberts hot dogs to steaks. All right? You are going to do steaks for the Maple Leafs instead of hot dogs. What do you feel? How do you feel about that? Did they pay you the big bucks?
They give me the big bucks. I'll cook steaks all day.
What does big bucks consist for you? Because I need to hear this live on the air because I think I pay you
real
too much.
money, not the Monopoly money you keep sending me. Real money.
Marty, did you see Fired Up Network last night and tonight? It's trade deadline. Everybody's making trades, but I hired the two hottest free agents acquisitions. Of course, the Greek is back. And you saw him just a couple seconds ago with John Freeman Nelson, Ryan Payton from SiriusXM. Two hottest, and we're going to bring in another hot free agent. Marty Roberts.
Is it north-south or south-north, or is it east-west, the show that they do?
North-south.
Don't get choked up, Joe. Don't get choked up on me. Don't get choked up, Joe.
I'm getting very choked up because you know why?
You sign a couple of free agents, you get choked up.
I've made more free agent acquisitions than their trades and trade deadline day. All right? I should get – where's Gary Bettman when I need him? All right? Where's Gary Bettman when I need him?
No one needs Gary Bettman.
Marty, by the way, should we be on live on camera on international TV driving? People are going to be complaining.
I'm not driving. I'm sitting here.
But aren't you supposed to go somewhere?
I am. As soon as I get off of here in like another minute, I'm heading somewhere. First, I'll go grab a little bite to eat. Then I'll head over to the rink.
What Harvey's makes your hamburger a beautiful thing. They should sponsor us.
Or maybe California sandwiches. I don't know what I'm feeling like.
You don't know what you're feeling like.
Yeah,
Marty, what do you have? Why do you have a hood there? Are you trying to protect your hair?
Yeah, I can't. It's kind of cold when you got no hair and it just blows right through.
All right, Marty, you could back. I want you next update, probably in an hour, to come in. And what arena are you going to be at again?
East Bayfield Arena.
East Bayfield Arena. I want you to do a pan it, zoom it, everything like that. Find us the one or two guys who want to go on the air, talk about the nothing happening trade deadline. I don't know why I'm doing 9 hours of TV here. Nobody can do it independently. TSN's not doing it. This guy James Duffy sits there and drinks coffee while these other guys talk. There's cast of thousands at TSN. By the way, again, I brought back a free agent acquisition, 3:30 p.m. I know you're excited. You're going to be on with him, Marty. We're talking about the ball.
The heavy hitter.
Eric Cohen.
The heavy hitter. Oh, Eric Cohen. Okay.
Can you get the heavy hitter on? Can you get it? I need grooming tips for beards. I need grooming tip for beard.
Yeah, he's got quite the beard, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like Bray Wyatt. All right. So
Well,
Marty,
when you get Eric Cohen on, make sure you tell him to send me a couple of seats to the Jays,
no, you're
just
gonna
free,
tell him. You're gonna tell him you're gonna
just
be on
free.
the air with Eric Cohen. It's gonna be a cornucopia. We're gonna celebrate. Marty, before you leave here, we got new listeners and viewers here on the Fired Up Network that have asked Marty Roberts to speak not in English, not in Spanish, not in Portuguese, not in Greek, in Swahili. So say your words, whatever you want to say. Say hi to the millions and millions of new fans and listeners of the Fired Up Network.
Peace.
That's what he says. That's what he says.
I have no idea what
I
the heck.
expected.
Only Joe, I have a tough enough time speaking the English language. I can't
I
worry about
expected you to
any
sing
other language.
Vanilla Ice. This guy is going to a Vanilla Ice concert. It's back instead of 2023. It's 1993, where the Blue Jays won the World Series.
I'm going to see Vanilla Ice, Young MC, Sugar Hill Gang, Rob Bass, and then next Sunday I'm gonna switch it up and I'm gonna go see Journey on Sunday.
All right, give me a couple songs of Journey. Come on, everybody, you gotta sing a Journey song here. Come on, Don't Stop Believing. Come on,
I will
Marty.
sing a Journey song. I will I will sing a Journey song when I get back.
All right. That's grizzled young veteran who's never looked better. I like your glasses. How much you pay for your glasses, Marty?
$19.99 Shoppers Drug Mart.
You cheap skate. You're worse than Norm. All right. Thanks a lot, Marty, and we'll look forward to your next update. All right. That's Marty Roberts.
All right. See ya.
The grizzled young veteran. Thanks a lot, Marty. Here on the Fired Up Network here, and you're watching the NHL Trade Deadline Show. We're hopefully going to be joined by like I said, Rod Mahood there. Hopefully, we got him on there, and we can be joined by Rod Mahood in a couple seconds. So, again, the trades so far and trade deadline 3 p.m. Eastern. Latest trade about 5 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, actually. The San Jose Sharks acquiring a 2025 fourth-round pick from the Winnipeg Jets for Vladislav Nemestikov, who was traded to San Jose yesterday, so he gets traded to Winnipeg. Hopefully, that's his final destination. The LA Kings getting Zach McEwen from the Philadelphia Flyers from Brendan Lemieux and a 2024 fifth-round pick. Vancouver getting a 2024 fourth-round pick from New Jersey for Curtis Lazar, and Nick Bonino going back to Pittsburgh from San Jose for a 2023 seventh-round pick and a 2023 fifth-round pick. The Red Wings getting Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 seventh-round pick from St. Louis getting Jakub Barada. Those are the trades so far in the National Hockey League trade deadline day here, where 3 p.m. Eastern is the trade deadline. We'll be back here on the Fired Up Network in just a few seconds. Hello, everybody. I'm back here with the NHL trade deadline show. We're going to join in with Rod Mahood. Roddy, I haven't seen you in about a year. Last time we did this was a year. How you doing?
Good, Jolt and Joe. Good to see you, buddy, and glad I could be here. Sorry I'm a little late, but family first, as you know.
Yeah, family always comes first. Family always comes first. Now, I'm doing this show for 8 hours. 8 hours. TSN's doing it for how long, and Sports is doing for how long? I don't know. But 8 hours. We have gotten like 3 trades. All right, 3 trades.
Yes.
Now, I need some help, Rod. Do you have anywhere to go till 5:30? I'll give you
I
Canadian
got to
Fire
go to
money.
the arena tonight. I got to go to an OHL game tonight, but I will stay on as long as I can, buddy.
No, it's okay. No problem. So first of all, are you? Let's go on what has happened a couple weeks ago or whatever, and we're based out of Toronto for all the new listeners and viewers here of the Fired Up Network. Are you surprised Kyle Dubas has finally made a move after 4 years of not doing anything?
Yeah, I think, and I think you can read between the lines here. Either Kyle Dubas has made the decision and said, I'm going to do this. This is my last kick at the can. Or President Brandon Shanahan says, Kyle, you got to get us the pieces to get us over the top. So this might be Kyle's last trade deadline day as a Maple Leafs general manager. How about that, Joe?
Well, I'm going to ask you this, okay? So he has mortgaged the future. He has traded first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks. They don't have a fourth-round pick till 2028. Okay, if they don't get over the hump, and I don't know what. Let me ask you this: what does over the hump mean? Winning a round, or with all the draft capital they gave up, is winning a round enough?
No, it isn't enough. But you're completely right. Getting over the hump, yeah, they've got to win a round, maybe get to the conference championship. They've got to do something significant, I think, because you can continue to tinker with the roster, with the lineup, but eventually, as you and I both know, it's going to come down to personnel changes. Maybe behind the bench, who knows? But there'll be personnel changes because you can only go so much with the big three. And when we say the big three, we know who that is: Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, William Nylander. So, and here's the one that I don't think it's come down. I'm pretty sure you can confirm this. The Leafs are still looking for a backup goaltender, at least because of the situation, and that hasn't come down. So I think Dubas has got one more move potentially to come, and that is a goaltender. We'll see what happens.
Okay, and now let's say they don't win the first round, or maybe they do win first round, but they still want to get rid of Dubas or Sheldon Keefe or whatever. What GM would want to come to Toronto knowing that draft capital is non-existent?
Yeah, good point, Joe. You're right. I think people, just because of the hockey market, because of where it is, and let's face it, a lot of general managers have ties to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area. I don't think it'd be hard. It'd be interesting to see who Shanahan would bring in if Dubas is replaced, but I don't think it'd be. I think most people. But you're right. The draft capital is not there for whoever comes in the future, and whether that is Dubas too. That's why something has to add up here. Either Dubas has said to himself, "This is my last kick at the can," or Shanahan has told him, "You got to get it done this year."
And further to forget about the draft capital. In a year's time, Nylander and Matthews are free agents. 2 years' time, Marner and Tavares are free agents. So again, we could go from on top of the world. We're third best team in hockey last couple years to maybe the third worst. Okay, put it that way. All right. So we're about 3 hours away or 2 hours away from the actual deadline. Who has to make the most moves now before the deadline? Because every team seems like they did something, but now it's the critical final 2 hours.
Yeah, no, it's. I think you're going to see those type of players, and it's funny because I was thinking about this morning when I know I was coming on with you. You see Luke Shen come back to the Leafs. You see Bonino go back to his former team. It's just interesting to see some of those moves, and I think they're just going to be those third, fourth liners, those grinders, those physical aspect. And Tampa Bay has done it. Speaking of successful teams, right? Tampa Bay has done it. Obviously, they have their big name players, but they've done it with those role players. And if you can find a diamond in the rough or someone that can maybe put you over the top and have a breakout playoff, I think that's all you're going to see. let's be honest, and I can't remember thinking about this last night. I think there was, since the O'Reilly trade last week, okay, there's been 50 trades almost. There's nothing trade deadline day. Like you said, you're on till 5:30 waiting for something to happen. We've seen 3 or 4 today. All the big moves have been made, right? And we can go with that with Chychrun, and yesterday, obviously, with Bertuzzi, with Boston. Let's be honest, Boston, fastest team to 100 points in NHL history, and they add someone like Bertuzzi, someone that's gritty, someone that's great for playoff hockey. They're for real again.
Boston's a great team to watch, and one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on here. You're the king of the OHL. Put it that way. You mentioned OHL. We talk about the trade deadline leaning towards NHL playoffs, but OHL playoffs just around the corner. Also, okay, who's your pick? Give us a couple teams to look out for in the OHL playoffs.
Well, we all know one of them because they are the New York Yankees of the Ontario Hockey League, and that's the London Knights, right? They some people call them the evil umpire. They're going to be there, but the team that I've seen come through Niagara, I have a chance to announce for the Niagara Ice Dogs that I'm really impressed with, and I just mentioned that physicality, the size, someone that's built for a playoff run, and that's Owen Sound. The attack, really like what they bring. In the East, North Bay's been there all year, but I think there's Peterborough is coming into Niagara tonight. They have, close to double digits. Speaking of NHL and the draft and trade deadline, they have 9 NHL drafted players, the Peterborough Petes. So they really loaded up. They're going to be hard to beat in the East. Barrie's not a bad team. Former Ice Dogs general manager, head coach with Marty Williamson. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't really think there's a clear-cut favorite. Ottawa's been strong all year, but they've had some ups and downs, some lapses as well in the East. So it'll be really interesting to see. But one team that I have liked from the West is the Owen Sound attack.
All right, and mention, I know it's not OHL, but Connor Bedard. All right, which team in the National Hockey League needs them the most? Because if you look at Arizona, and maybe for 5,000 fans, you think can watch, and maybe they get Matthews in a year or whatever. But which team do you think needs them the most? Looking at the standings right now in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, you're right. And we laughed about the 5,000 fans, obviously, with Mullet Arena. We can get into the name of the arena in Arizona, too. I think Arizona does, especially what they've given away again with Chychrun and names. I mean, the conspiracy theorists out there, you've seen that saying Montreal might get him. It'll be interesting to see who lands him. Anybody that gets him, Joe. And I think he proved his worth at the World Juniors just to see what he could do because the pressure's on him. Everybody says every game you got to watch this kid, and every game he performed. He showed up. He Ric Flaired it, right? He walked the walk and talked the talk. He is legit. So whoever gets him is going to be lucky. And I think from a marketing perspective, and maybe it doesn't even help someone like Arizona because they don't care about hockey and don't know who Connor Bedard is. So maybe someone like Montreal that's got to rebuild, so to speak.
What about Chicago?
Yeah, Chicago. There's a good hockey market, right? We know that it's sad, very sad situation with Jonathan Taves. Patrick Kane's obviously gone from there. Maybe that's the new face of the franchise. Yeah, good point with Chicago.
Chicago there. All right. So, and you cover a cornucopia. You like that, eh? Cornucopia of sports there. Tell everybody we go back way back from the Toronto Rock days. You being the PA or voice or in-arena game host there for the Toronto Rock. Toronto Rock playing in Hamilton. Now they're going to move out of Hamilton because they're forced out of Hamilton. So have you heard where the Toronto Rock, are they going to be Brampton Rock? Are they going to be Peterborough Rock? Or we will rock you? Go ahead.
Well, Kingston Rock, Kingston's another one. Believe it or not, I will let people know on this that they also looked into coming to St. Catharines and Niagara. And Joe, the history of lacrosse here. It's a hotbed down here.
Perfect for them. Perfect.
Yeah. Latrell Harris, obviously, is a player. Troy Holochuk from the Rock, from St. Catharines. I don't think they're going to land here. I think I said this, and you probably know better than I do, obviously announcing out of Maple Leaf Gardens and then with Air Canada Center. But why can't they play at Orico? It makes sense for what they're getting attendance-wise. Maybe it's the rent. Maybe it's too expensive. I think they're going to land in Brampton, but we'll see.
Brampton, they got a great arena there, and everybody. Hamilton, didn't Hamilton, Badgers moved to Brampton as well? Maybe you
The
have
Hamilton Honey
a.
Badgers, and right now Brampton, because they lost their OHL team. Speaking of the OHL, they lost the Brampton Battalion, or now the North Bay Battalion. They're looking for suitors in there. So yeah, that's a possibility too. The OHL team, the Hamilton Bulldogs, have gone to Brantford. They're going to be there for 2 or 3 years. So it's all about the Bees, Joe. So I'm going to stick with the Bees and say they're going to go to Brampton.
All right, I'm gonna go. I know it's hockey, but I'm gonna go with the K's. All right, you also cover baseball there. Take us through the lifeblood is in Toronto Maple Leafs baseball, is in Barrie Baycats and everything like that. Take us through where you're at covering the
Yeah,
K's.
a team that moved from Burlington a few years back is now the Welland Jackfish, getting over 1,000 fans a game. Intercounty Baseball League. You and I know the history there since 1919. It's crazy to think, and some of the major leaguers. And last year alone for Guelph in the major leagues, Toronto Blue Jays just a few years ago, Dalton Pompey is leading off and playing in this league for Guelph. And there's players that go up and down. I saw a signing the other day from the Houston Astros organization with one of the teams. So Welland is really showing up and does a great job. And speaking of the OHL, one of the officials, Ryan Harrison, is the majority owner of the Welland Jackfish and done a great job down here. He asked me a few years ago to come and announce for the team. I didn't know what to expect, but just love the product. The brand does a great job off the floor. So yeah, there's a lot going on. You mentioned I also announced for the basketball aspect the Niagara River Lions of the CEBL, and you talk about a league that's come out of nowhere. Drake now owns the Scarborough team. They do some great things as well, the CEBL Canadian. And it's the largest Canadian professional sporting league now, obviously on this side of the border.
So Rod, you do all this, but we gotta talk. We gotta talk. I gotta ask you this. Last week, I'm taking a chance here. Last week, there was a premier live event in Montreal. Not a pay per view, a premier live event. All right, where Sami Zayn took on Roman Reigns. Did you see the chant? I'm hopefully you did see the chant Sami Zayn got at the Bell Center.
Yeah, well, just to read about the Canadians, and I know he tweeted something out this week about 20 years in the business now or whatever it's been.
Yeah.
Those guys that work hard and work their way up and in all aspects of life, Joe, I just got chills thinking about that. So well deserved for Sami Zayn, and pretty awesome experience and pretty awesome to see and hear that.
All right, Rod, do you want to go to WrestleMania? Do you want to go to the SoFi Stadium WrestleMania April 1st, April 2nd?
Joe, you have promised me you're going to bring me to WrestleMania for about a decade now. So
a decade, maybe 2 decades.
Maybe
you know
2 decades.
Here we go. You want to go to WrestleMania? Seriously, I'm very serious with you. Everybody watching here, we got new visitors and new viewers and listeners and all that. Do you want to go to WrestleMania April 1st, April 2nd, SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles, to see Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, up against Roman Reigns? Acknowledge me, and you'll see. Do you want to go?
Yes, I want to go as long as you got a ticket for my girlfriend
here
too.
We are.
Yeah.
Rod, here it is. Wait. Hold on. Rod, there you go. Look, I got.
You got tickets right now?
For you. Good. How much money are you paying for this? Go buy your ticket, and then you could go to WrestleMania. Are you excited? WrestleMania 39. 39.
Yeah. It's crazy. 4 decades, right? I remember watching with my late father. So many memories, obviously. Yeah, exactly.
And take us for people who don't know in the GTA St. Catharines area, you do host the Niagara Sports Report, and it's fantastic. Secretly, you don't even know this. I listen to it.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah, you're the one listener that listens. But anyways,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen to you. Niagara Sports Report, iHeartRadio, Bell Media, Saturday mornings live from 9 to 10, repeat Sunday nights. Get a lot of guests. First interview after Bruce Boudreau was let go in Vancouver. Bruce Boudreau has a hockey school. Speaking of 40 years here in St. Catharines and Niagara, he's a good friend. He reached out to me. He came on hours after he was let go. So we get guests from all over and all four of the big 4 professional sporting leagues with connections or either hail from here in St. Catharines and Niagara. But check it out, Niagara Sports Report, iHeartRadio, Bell Media, News Talk 610, CKTB.
And one more last question, since we have a question from a fan here. Can we talk more about the IBL and what's up since Jack Domenico passed away with the Maple Leafs? So you hear anything about the Maple Leafs, the IBL?
Maple Leafs have a new manager and a guy from the former. There's another Niagara connection, and his name's going to slip by me now. But they just signed a new manager. They're signing new players. And speaking of memories, and remember working with you.
Yeah.
Obviously, I was lucky enough to start my radio career in Toronto at 680 News, and Jack used to call me every game day to make sure that Maple Leafs best baseball was mentioned in my sportscasts. And there's not many people in on the almost 3 decades now I've been in the business that are that passionate. So I'm glad that Maple Leafs fan that set that in. The Maple Leafs are doing some things and making some moves. And of course, obviously with Jack not there, hopefully in the memory of Jack, but he was Toronto Maple Leafs baseball through and through for sure, Joe.
And there's nothing like, honestly, and we can appreciate this, going and watching baseball. Yes, the renovating of the Rogers Center, it's going to look fantastic, but Christie Pitts and Barrie and all these small little quaint towns, what in a nice, and you could feel a little bit of the wind and all that watching baseball and the quality of baseball. I got to say, nobody talks about the quality of baseball in the IBL and all these other leagues there. Talk about the quality of baseball.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like I said, some of these guys are moving up. Some of them are moving down. There's former major leaguers in there. And there's something just about, you just said it, the sights, the sounds, the smells, the feel of baseball. And that's why we can get into another thing with Buffalo Bisons. It's great to go over to where the Toronto Blue Jays AAA affiliate is in Buffalo. Just a great ballpark to watch and take in. And hopefully, as you said, the Rogers Center has a more of a legit baseball feel to it.
Hey, Rod, you can't make this once a year. You got to come on here more often here. I got to make you famous once again. Come on. I got to make you famous. You got to get more zeros in that paycheck. Yeah, come on.
I wish. I know. I hopefully, Joe, one day you and I both, right?
Well, speak for yourself. You know, you don't know this. I'm the president of provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America. I may run for the mayor of Toronto. Will I get that vote from you if you ever voted?
Absolutely. You will get my vote. No problem, buddy.
All right. Tell everybody how they could get a hold of you, Rod. And one of the best guys in the sports media, and personally, one of the best, period. That's Rod Mahood.
Joe, you can reach out to me, Niagara Sports Report at gmail.com. Niagara Sports Report at gmail.com. Always look forward to catching up, buddy. And hopefully we get some more trades to talk about here.
Yeah, hopefully. And you know what? I'll be nice. In 2 weeks, I'll send you the airline ticket for WrestleMania to watch in a movie theater. All right? So, all right. Thanks a lot, Rod. I appreciate it. That's one of the best, Rod Mahood. Thanks a lot, Rod.
Thanks, Joe. Take care.
Take care. That's one of the best, Rod Mahood, friend of mine for about, 20, 30 years already. And you can see he has done everything. OHL, baseball, Toronto Rock, wrestling, and all that. And I urge you to check out the Niagara Sports Report Sunday mornings. It's great listen. Niagara Sports Report. All right, so it's 1:00, so 2 hours, less than 2 hours left till NHL trade deadline. We have another trade here, and the Montreal Canadiens, Frederick Allard, going from LA to Montreal for Nate Schnarr, who's a center, going to the Kings. So just another trade here. So hopefully we're going to be joined by, I call her the Don Cherry of female hockey. That's Digit Murphy, former president of the Toronto Six, now president of the Metropolitan Riveters. Hopefully we're going to be joined by her. I got to have the story here. I know it's the trade deadline and everything like that, but I wanted to tell her, and I wanted to show everybody. Hopefully she's there. I'm just going to send her a text right now. At the Metropolitan Riveters play out of a mall in New Jersey here. So let me just send her a text here. And that's Digit Murphy, and hopefully she can be at the arena so I could show our viewers everything, all the new sights and sounds. The Rivers, of course, the Premier Hockey Federation there. So hopefully we'll be joined by Digit Murphy in a couple seconds here. Again, we're just now less than 2 hours away from the actual trade deadline, and we got 6 trades that happened. 6 trades that happened on deadline day so far. So it's a little bit less than people expect, but it always gets you know it always gets going right now for those 2 hours. I just got a note here. We're going to take a short break here for about a minute, and we'll be back hopefully with Digit Murphy. Stay tuned for more great NHL trade deadline coverage here on the Firedup Network. All right, we're back with more of the NHL trade deadline show, and it's my honor to be joined by, I call her the female Don Cherry of professional hockey. I haven't seen her in, I don't know, a year, maybe a year or two. It's Digit Murphy. Digit, first of all, you're supposed to be at an ice rink, not in a swimming pool area there, all
This
right?
is this is what we do down in the South. We're in the South now, Joe.
All right,
know?
you're in the South now. You miss me, right? You miss the president of the provinces of Canada.
The president of province of Canada, Joe. Where you been? Where you been all my life? What are we doing? Are we talking hockey or what are we doing? Let's
No,
go.
we're gonna talk hockey, but we're gonna talk. There's a reason why I call you the female version of Don Cherry. I want because we got new listeners and viewers here. And for people who don't know, tell everybody sort of your background in hockey and in other sports.
Like a million minutes to go through this.
No, I've got
Joe,
4 minutes.
Joe.
4 minutes.
All right.
4 minutes.
All right. So where do I begin? So Joe, I'm a Title IX baby. I don't know if you know that, but the reason I say that is because Title IX for women, for people in the U.S., is an educational statute that actually gives women opportunity in education, and sports fell under that statute, and that's how I believe women's sports has gotten so successful in the United States. Anyways, I'm a Title IX baby because in 1972, at the ripe old age of 11 years old, is when I started playing hockey. and started to get lots of opportunities. Joe, I was part of the first recruiting class at Cornell, 79 to 83. Was one of the first women coaches to be hired ever in college hockey in 1987. And I coached at Brown from 1987 to 2011. Lots of fun things happened during those years, including 1998 Olympic gold medal, where I did commentating, and was whole part of the whole NCAA movement to get an NCAA championship. In 2011, I left Brown. I coached on the CWHL, Canada. Coached the Boston Blades, the only team in the CWHL. Coached them for 3 years, won 2 out of 3 championship, 2 out of 3 years of championship. Joe, I'm still pissed about that one championship we didn't win. Anyways, and we did lose to Toronto. Ooh,
Yes.
Don't like that one. Then did a little stint, did women's lacrosse. My partner and I started the United Women's Lacrosse League. And then 2017 to the end of 2018, for 2 years, worked in China, coaching the national team and setting them up for the Beijing 2022 Olympics. Took a little year off, started a startup, tried to get some women involved in jobs, and for whatever reason, COVID hit. That COVID got us, but It also got me an opportunity. And that's how I got to Toronto. That's how me and you know each other. I started the Toronto Six, part of the PHF. Season 6, we started them off. Lots of wonderful humans playing for the Toronto Six right now, who I still cheer on and love. Coached them from season 7, 6 and 7, which was 2 years ago and last year. And then they stole me, and now I work in the Riveters. I work for the Riveters in metropolitan New York, New Jersey area. But I got to tell you, Joe, I'm still kicking. We're still creating opportunity. We still love women. We love women's sports, and we are here to make sure the world knows about women's sports. Okay,
So,
is that enough?
And no, that's great. And I want to tell also people who are, you have a unique place where you play your home games. Can you elaborate on that?
Whoa. If anyone has ever traveled down Route 95 through New York, or has ever seen where the Jets and the Giants play in New York, it's a place called the Meadowlands. And we play in an entertainment complex there called the American Dream. Yes, we play in the American Dream Entertainment Complex. It's actually got retail space, lots of mall space. It's got restaurants. It's got food, everything you can think of. So we play literally right inside that space. There's if you go down the highway, you can see a big Ferris wheel. We have a ski mountain in there. We have a wave pool. We have a whole indoor water park. We have a Nickelodeon theme park, Joe, and we have an ice rink. And if anyone can tune into ESPN Plus this weekend, I don't know if your viewers are up in Canada. I don't know where we're reaching, but you can see it on television, and it's really, really cool because our motto is, Joe, that we bring our product to the community, to the entertainment complex, where at American Dream, count them, 6 million people go through that mall and are exposed to the Rosie the Riveter brand. Joe, 6 million. 6 million.
I'm the Canadian president of the provinces of Canada. But the American Dream, meaning a lot of American shekels, right? A lot of American money there. That people go shopping. You're telling me I could go, let's say Target. Target is an American store. I could go to Target and look down, and you're playing hockey?
Well, yes, it's not Target, but yes, Saks Fifth Avenue, Tiffany's. We've got, I was going to say Banana Republic, but no, Abercrombie, Lululemon, anything you can think of, any brand, J. Crew, any brand you can think of, we have in the American Dream. So you could go shopping. Oh, and Joe, you would love this. Guess what? It has been really cool thing because we create something called a retail gating experience.
Oh.
So you go to the game, you retail gate, you go shopping, you get a meal, and then you watch a hockey game.
When you're going to take my, give me a flight down there? The president is rather busy here, but I will go down there, sign my autograph. The long lines for me to sign the autographs and all that. When you going to go on me? I need some Lululemon pants there, new Lululemon pants.
You wear Lululemon. I don't know if anyone wants to see that.
Listen, leave the people alone. All right, so
Hey,
here
I gotta
we
look
talk.
there on these people there. Mr. Beefy 77. He does not like the American dream. What's up with that, Mr. Beefy? Have you been there?
This guy, I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's a guy or a lady. You know what the problem is with this guy? The American Dream
Yeah.
used to be a wrestler called Dusty Rhodes, and they don't like
Oh,
when American Dream takes these names out there. Okay, Dusty Rhodes,
got it.
American
Got
Dream,
it.
and you see
That's okay.
nice music and all
Yeah.
that. But Digit, let me ask you: through all your years of
Yeah.
coaching and commentating and management and all that, what's the one thing you take through every job? What's the one thing you learned through every job?
Um, every job that I've been in, number one, you need to think about it as an educational opportunity. I'm not kidding. In every situation you're in every space in life you're in, even if you're in the grocery store line, like there's an experience. And I think being on the planet for 61 years has really like taught me that, right? It's taught me perspective. And I don't think that I was like this a lot when I was younger, but as I've gotten older and everything that I've taken through my career was how do we learn from life? Life lessons through just living and sports has been something that I've been a big fan of. It's interesting, Joe. Tonight I am going to be up at the Sky Rink doing a clinic for little girls, and I will just weave the messaging into that clinic into, hey guys, you're out here for an hour and a half. Let's learn something. Let's look to your left, look to your right, and these are your wingmen and work together, score some goals, eat some pancakes, and have some fun. I think, I say the pancake thing because there's a whole thing around score a goal, eat a pancake in my life. So I'll say that to them. And but anyways, have some fun, learn, grow, and be a good person.
That everybody should take through. Forget about hockey in life. Now, Digit, what's left for you to accomplish in hockey? And you mentioned lacrosse and all that. There should be a ladies lacrosse league. There should be played anything, big as soccer in the States and in Canada and everything like that. But what's left for you to accomplish in hockey and outside of hockey?
Um, I mean, every day, I'm accomplishing something just by being part of this and helping grow spots for women. The way that I think about my job right now, with like Tori being our GM and Venla being our head coach, is I try to create opportunities for women. Um, so, what is left? Like, I'd love to. Be a Rachel Maddow of women's sports. I want your job, Joe. I want to go out and be the historian for women's sports. I want to teach people about the history. I think our young history should be told. And I think everyone thinks that the Olympics happened and that's when women's hockey started, but it happened when your mayor Hazel, she was that part of that history, and you got Pat and Fran, the OHA ladies, and you just have so much history even here. Everyone thinks that it happened in 1998. I'd love to be the historian of women's hockey, and also help other women's sports grow. I still think there's a business model out there where more women's sports work together. We started something called United Women's Sports back in 2015, and we only got to do lacrosse, but I think there's a whole collaborative model that people aren't seeing because they're blinded by the traditional mindset of the way that men have been operating in sports for the last 120 years. So I really love to shake the trees and look at sports through a women's gender lens. And I'd love to challenge anyone out there that wants to invest in women's sports to come talk to me.
And why aren't you doing this on the Fired Up Network or a branch of the Fired Up Network, Female Empowerment Movement?
Let's
Come
go.
on, Digit. I've been
Let's go.
after
Who
this
wants
for
to
two
work with me? You're
years.
gonna work with me. We're gonna do this. We're gonna come
I'm
to a show.
working
You're
with
gonna
you
come to my
already.
you
You're worse
you
than I'm the president of provinces of Canada. To get a hold of you, what do I have to do? Come on.
you gotta come down to my look at this great setup I have here. You gotta come down south.
That's not your setup, by the way.
Yeah.
Shh. I have that also. My
I
setup,
know,
yeah.
I know, I
Okay,
know.
come
I'm
on.
kidding.
Come on.
I'm kidding.
All right. So Digit, when you look at the Toronto Six, you
Yeah.
started it. It's your baby. Is it still your baby? No, I'm going to be honest. Is it still your baby? They're the number one team. Unfortunately, Rivers are a little bit down.
Okay. It's okay.
I'm not talking bad about
They're
Rivers.
all my teams. They're all my teams.
Yeah. So who do you want to win since they're all your teams? Who do you want to win the Isabel
Well,
Cup?
of course I want the Toronto Six if they're going to be there to win, because that's the team that I started with, and that's part of the ownership group that I work for. Obviously those are the founding five, I believe, are still there. It was Cheyenne D'Arcangelo, Elaine Chuley, Emma Greco, Taylor Woods. Oh, one's not there. Kristen Barbera. She was she doesn't play for them anymore, but four of the founding five members are there. I wish them so much luck and success. And yeah, they've got quite a group there that I'm looking forward to watching them. They got to get by a good team in either Connecticut or Minnesota. We don't know who they're going to play yet. And then they got to get by Boston, and it's only a one game, so anything can happen in one game. But I got to tell you, I like their odds. I like the Toronto Sixers odds.
So let me ask you. We had Taylor Woods there outside of playing hockey. She's a hockey player. I'm not saying ladies hockey. It's a hockey player. That's number one. Secondly, she's at the Arnold in Columbus, Ohio right now. She's at the Arnold. She's talking about doing farmers lifts and like 200 pounds for 50 yards. And like, I have problems carrying my own groceries, farmers lifts. Like, talk about ladies like that who play hockey for, I don't have to tell you, we're talking about trade deadline day, and there's like $50 billion and players play $10 million a year and all that. These ladies don't play for that. She is Art Arnold and all that. Talk about these ladies who work, they have kids maybe, at play hockey, and then they come home and then they work again and all that. Not enough has been told the story. You talk about stories of the ladies out like that, like Taylor Woods, who's awesome, by the way.
Yeah, she's amazing. I don't know if you knew this, but Taylor and I graduated from the same university, so
she
we
tells
have
me this all the time. She thinks she's smarter than me. She's not.
No, it's just a piece of paper. But I'm just saying, it's a great degree. Cornell's a great school. But so Taylor, just a couple things about Taylor Woods that people probably wouldn't even know. And one of the things that is just besides for being in the Arnold, what's fascinating to me is her dedication and her work ethic. And people who will not know this, but when she went to Cornell, she injured her shoulder. She injured one of her arms. And these are the amazing stories that no one hears about. And for anyone who's a hockey player, probably everyone in your audience that's listening to the NHL show, righty or lefty, right? So Taylor Woods is a natural right-hand shot. When she injured one of her hands, so when she was at Cornell all summer, she taught herself to shoot lefty. I mean, that is one of the hardest things to do. So she played that next season as a lefty. Crazy good, crazy unbelievable athlete. Now, fast forward to the Arnold, get on T Woods Training on Instagram. T Woods Training. Get on there and watch this young woman. She has these I was watching, it's a pipe or a fire hydrant that she's picking up and putting on a shelf. I'm like, oh my gosh, she would kick anyone's butt. And the other thing is, she's from Manitoba. She is the nicest young woman you will ever meet. Very, very quiet, relatively introverted, but just is dynamite.
I'm trying to pull that out, Digit.
Yep.
And she's doing an amazing job at it.
You're doing a good job. And then, so up until this year, okay, so you're talking about making millions of dollars and, on the NHL network. And again, men have been doing this for 125 years, Joe. Okay. So I don't want to take anything away from all the strides they made. You know, they earn their money. They've developed their revenue models. Awesome. And we're still trying to do the same. This year is the first year we could even get close to having players earn a livable wage. We had $750,000 salary cap for 20 players. How funny is that this year, right? $750 for 20 players, right? The NHL minimum, I believe, is about that,
1.2.
right? That's a minimum?
Yeah.
Whoa. Is that Canadian? Anyways.
Don't ask me these questions.
So anyway, so this year, I'm sorry, this is season 8, 750 grand salary cap for 20 people, not one. People listening to this, right? They're like, oh yeah, 750, that's great. And they don't know that it's for the whole team, not just for one player, because people that don't really know women's sports just think it's the same as men's. So anyways, next year, 1.5 million. 1.5 million, Joe. Okay?
Double.
That's pretty cool. But up until now, to your point, people have had to have jobs. They could be they could be partners, wives, mothers. They have babies. They could have to be a nurse. There's an accountant. They're, I don't know, social media influencer, whatever they are. They then play hockey on top of that. Insane individuals. I mean, insanely talented, not insane. Don't say that. You know, the other thing we're thinking about when you think about these players is the schools they went to. You're like this year, I got kids from Princeton on my team, Yale, Wisconsin. It's crazy. They're so smart. You know, Quinnipiac, Dartmouth. They're this guy, BU, BC. You're talking massively talented academically and athletically. They're almost superhuman when you think about it. So I don't know. I just think people should come out and watch the PHF because it's a brand of hockey that will not disappoint you.
No,
That's a
like
long answer to a short question.
No, that's perfect because, like I said, yes, they're ladies players, but it's hockey players. They're hockey players. None of this. Oh, but it's ladies soccer, ladies hockey. No, they're players. Because I would take any lady player like Taylor and put her up against any man. And who would win, Digit? Who would win? Honestly, when you said picking up a fire hydrant, all right?
Well,
and
yeah.
and not once. She did it about 10, 15 times and carrying it from here to there, like unbelievable. And it's a lady. That's a lady. Let alone if you see, oh my God, it's like The Rock. Oh, he's so strong and all that. How come you don't? Because this is a story. The story are by normal people. She's a normal person, not like The Rock and all that. She's a normal person who plays hockey, who does the Arnold, who works. You know, she also works. I'm not saying where she works or whatever. She also works. And there are a million of cases like that for ladies, professional sports, and non-professional sports. There's ladies who played professional sports and now having, you know, home life and mother life and still have to work and everything like that. So, and I said this when you started, Digit. I said the female version of Don Cherry. What does that mean to you?
Well, I think that first of all, I don't think I'm the female version of Don Cherry.
No,
I'm
yeah,
just
you are.
Digit.
If the president of the province of Canada, where he
I
says,
think there's.
come on, go ahead.
About Canada?
Yeah, I'm the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor elect of North America.
Well, you know, I mean, the reason that, you know, people might think I'm a little out there is because I speak my mind, right? And I talk about reality, and I'm, you know, I'm not afraid to have hard conversations. And honestly, I think that more people should be open to that, right? And it's become a pretty divisive world, right? We have people that, God, you don't agree with them, and next thing you know, they're gonna, you know, inflict bodily harm on you. You know, there's crazy stuff happening in the world, and you know, we all forget that, you know, sports is the great equalizer. It's something that, you know, you can go out and you can duke it out on the hockey field, or you can play hard and you can check someone in the boards, and then afterwards you can have community. You can have a beer with them. You can have a Coke. You can, you know, have a meal. And I think we have to get back to those kind of basic human needs. And I think that Don Cherry, he was never afraid to say it, just like you, Joe, just like me. And people like him and me and you sometimes are misunderstood, but hey, we're all people. We all live in the same world. We're all humans. Let's all get along. The globe is shrinking. The more people we have, the smaller the world gets. Let's all get along, baby, and let's play some hockey, drink some beer, and let's go.
All right, this is why she's the best. Like that, if that didn't motivate you, I don't know what would. All right, tell everybody how they could get a hold of, or if you want to stay on till 5:30, I got a load. But anyways, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you. Tell them, I know we got millions of viewers from the States, from all over. Go out and visit Metropolitan, because it's a unique experience watching hockey. Forget about ladies, watching hockey in a mall, and then go to Lululemon, pick up. Come on, you tell them everything. Tell them about it.
Yeah, it's we play at the American Dream in East Rutherford, New Jersey, right across from the Jets Giants Stadium. Look us up on Instagram at Riveters. Everything is at Riveters. Instagram, Twitter. Get onto our Premier Hockey Federation website, premierhockeyfederation.com. Look up the Metropolitan Riveters. We have that icon, Rosie the Riveter, who stands for women's empowerment, who stands for pay equality. We got the best logo in the league for women's empowerment. Come on, watch us. And hey, I'm always there at Rosie's Club. Buy a ticket to Rosie's Club. Come hang out with me. Would love to have you.
All right. So that's any last comments? NHL, you follow the NHL at all or no?
Yeah, Bruins are my favorite team, always have been. I'm not like a stats. I know, right? I'm not a stats geek or anything. I love to watch Pasternak, and I love to watch Marchand, because Marchand's one of my favorites. Marchand reminds me of Kenny Linsman, but way better back in the day.
But let me ask you this. You talk about Pasternak signing an 8-year average deal, $11.9 million a year. $11.9 million. You talked about $750,000 as a salary cap. Hey. This guy, every shift he makes $750,000.
Good for him. I hope that he'd come down and sponsor the Riveters. That's what I say. Let's all work together, hockey people. If you're making that much money, it's a drop in the bucket. Come down, sponsor a game. It's only going to cost you $50,000. Let's go. Let's go, Pasta.
Sponsor a game. Sponsor Firedup Network. Sponsor Sven. Watch Digit Murphy, simply one of the best, and we're proud to have her here on the Firedup Network, Fem Network. Any last comments, Digit?
You're the best. Keep doing what you're doing. Love what you're doing. Love that you're helping women. Love that you're talking hockey. You're doing God's work. You're a blessing. Thanks, my friend.
All right, that's Digit Murphy. Thanks a lot, Digit.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks. One of the best, Digit Murphy. Like I said, she didn't say it, but the female version of Don Cherry. That's we're simply honored to have her. She doesn't do all these interviews no more. Former president of the Toronto Six, and you saw it. She's now the president of the Metropolitan Riveters. They play hockey in a mall. The American Dream Mall in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Unbelievable. One more trade to announce here. And Marty Roberts, where are you? Listen to this. Dmitry Kulikov has been traded from the Anaheim Ducks to the Pittsburgh Penguins to be determined who they got. All right. So that's the trade there. All right. So we're coming on 1:30 here. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes with continuation, maybe even shorter, maybe 5 minutes to take a break. Where's Mark Freitas? Mark Freitas, where are you with my coffee, with my... Come on. All right. In a couple minutes, we'll be back with more of Fired Up Network's NHL Trade Deadline Day. Hey everybody, I'm back here. Welcome to the Fired Up Network NHL Trade Deadline Show. I brought in our insider, Justin Levine, back here for 5 minutes to talk about what has happened. We're heading into the last hour of the trade deadline. By the way, Justin, it was great to see Digit Murphy once again. Did you see that? Did you see that? We bring Digit Murphy. She doesn't do a lot of these interviews. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see it?
I did not. I've been working on trades for the last hour, so I missed it.
Well, do you have any more trades?
Yeah, things are actually getting really interesting. So why don't we just hop right on into it? And we'll start from the last hour. For starters, the Montreal Canadiens are finally alive, though it's an American Hockey League trade. The Canadiens acquired defenseman Frederic Allard from the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for forward Nate Shar. So Allard will be joining the Laval Rocket tonight, according to the Canadiens' public relations. So that's happened. The Kulikov trade with Anaheim and Pittsburgh is now complete. Brock McGinn is going the other way, as well as a third-round selection. So that's the official deal there. 2-for-1. Now the
So
Nick
hold on,
Bonino
hold on,
trade.
hold on. So Dmitry Kulikov goes from Anaheim to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh trades Brock McGinn and the third round pick, and Montreal's part of a three-way trade for Nick Bonino's part there. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, so that deal came together late last night, but the NHL trade calls actually still hasn't even taken place yet. I guess this was why, because they were trying to find a broker in the deal to move some money around, and as a result of that, the Montreal Canadiens also get a fifth-round pick out of it. So that trade should become official in about the next hour or so, according to sources. Which is interesting because Nick Bonino started his NHL career in Pittsburgh. If people
Yes, he
remember
did.
the famous Hockey Night in Canada call from Sing from Sportsnet. So really kind of a cool full circle going around there.
All right. So, and anything else you heard? Because we're just about an hour away from the deadline, being the deadline, and you're going to be back here at 3 p.m. We're going to go with Marty Roberts, and we're going to have other people here. So we're going to go till about 5:30. Mark Zielinski will join us, of course, Toronto Star. We're going to have Eric Cohen of TSN. We're going to have some other guys here. But unofficially, officially, the trade deadline happens at 3 p.m. Eastern. It's 2 o'clock now, so 1 hour away. Maple Leafs haven't done anything. Montreal woke up. Anaheim is getting, starting to move some pieces there. I know they haven't moved the big piece, Klingberg or
They're
the
not done yet.
goalie.
That's the nice
Yeah, they're
part.
not done yet.
Is Klingberg could still move in the next hour. Among the teams interested in his services are the Seattle Kraken and the Tampa Bay Lightning. No indication as to whether or not it will happen with 1 hour left on the clock, but certainly some interest starting to brew there. So that could be something to keep an eye on.
And Nemestikov goes from Tampa to San Jose yesterday, and then San Jose to Winnipeg today. So Winnipeg gets Nemestikov and Niederreiter. Do you think Winnipeg is done?
I think Winnipeg is done. And like I said earlier in the day when I came on, Winnipeg wasn't really poised to do anything else. So the fact that they pulled that off and got a player for a pick, good deal. It works. But all indications are they're done. The Edmonton Oilers are done. The Toronto Maple Leafs, not done. Montreal Canadiens, very likely done. Now, the Toronto Maple Leafs, let's get into them just a little bit, just because from what I'm hearing, Alex Kerfoot is still on the table. There's no indication as to whether or not he will be traded, as the Maple Leafs are. I think the right terminology here would be very tight-chested with things. They like to keep them close to the belt. So he could still be moved, but it's kind of hard to gauge that at this moment, whether or not that will happen. But they are still actively taking calls on him to see if they can move him in the next hour. Question is, what will they get for him? So that's kind of my curiosity. And as I look through my other notes, there's not a lot else going on. It's kind of quiet, to be perfectly honest, at this
A
point.
source have told me right now the Buffers are very, very, very close in picking up Tom Wilson from Washington. And another same source have said there's a deal on the table for Eric Carlson. They're asking him to waive his no trade clause, but you won't believe it from who it's from. 2 first and Colton Parayko for Eric Carlson. The deal is on the table right now. That's what I have heard. And of course, Tom Wilson, I expect that may be happening very soon. He says it's very, very close, Buffalo and Tom Wilson.
So from what I heard on Carlson about 10 minutes ago, was that there's no indication he's being moved today. But again, obviously things continue to develop. I mean, that's what NHL trade deadline day is. So we'll see where that goes, of course. But again, no indication right now that he even says yes to waiving his no trade clause. A lot of players typically don't unless there's good reason for it. Patrick Kane was in the same boat moving from Chicago to New York. So we'll see where that goes. Again, it's all about moving to a team that you believe you can help win, moving to a contender that can that really has a good shot here. That being said, the Nick Bonino trade is now official. Here's how it breaks down. San Jose receives defender Arvid Henriksen, 2023 seventh round pick, a 2024 fifth round pick, and the Canadians receive defender Tony Sund from Pittsburgh, as well as a 2024 fifth round pick. And then the Pittsburgh Penguins receive for Nick Bonino, and they retain 50% of his salary.
Some news also from what Colorado is now in on JVR. Colorado is now in on James Van Riemsdyk. So that's the latest I have heard there. So it's still some somewhat big names. Carlson, if he moves, that's probably biggest trade of the day. And Tom Wilson's not a bad guy for Buffalo to pick up there, so that could happen as well. But in the next hour, we're gonna find out everything. And of course, I don't have to tell you, even though the trade deadline is at 3 p.m., all these trade calls happen 3:30, 3:45, 4, 4:15. I would say this is why we're staying on till about 5:30. Is the latest trades should be trickling in about 4:30. So that's why we're going to be. Are you surprised with now it's picking up? I don't know what number we thought it's going to happen today because of all the trades that happened before. But are you surprised that sort of it's not dead as we thought?
I'm not surprised that's this dead. Most of the work was done today, or sorry, I should say yesterday. And there's been two semi big trades today. So yeah, I'm not really shocked by this result, and this might be one of the quieter NHL trade deadlines days that goes down in league history. Now, again, there's still 1 hour left, and there are things on the table, so this could change. Just to read off a couple of things that still could happen. Winnipeg and Dallas are both looking for a bottom six forward, and Connor Sheary is an option on that front. Honestly, the Jets, while there's a lot of interest, again, I don't suspect that they're going to do these things, but they're also eyeing another big player. No indication as to what exactly that means, but nonetheless, at least they're in pursuit of it, whether that happens or not. Bjorn Foot is someone that was offered for Jacob Chikrin. Obviously, we know now what has happened. Ottawa has gotten him for a pair of picks. So that also included 2 first-round picks. Calgary's done. Edmonton is done. Seattle's in the mix for JVR and for Klingberg. That's worth mentioning. That honestly is really about it. It's really been a very kind of silent day.
All right. So, I think Montreal plays tonight, right?
They do, and Joel Edmondson was a game time decision last night. I'm curious to see, whether or not he'll even be in the lineup tonight. Because again, all indications are the only thing they would be looking to do at this point is moving him. The Josh Anderson talk has been gone. That hasn't happened at all today. It hasn't happened at all really this week. So if anything, it's Edmondson. But Edmondson has kind of made it clear to the media, especially last night, he wishes to stay. And at this point, with an hour left, indications are. They're not going to find a viable suitor in an hour, so I don't think we're going to see him absent from the lineup tonight.
All right. So rest. And have you seen Mark Freitas around? He still hasn't brought me my coffee. He still hasn't brought me I needed to go get subs or whatever. Can you ask Mark Freitas where is he?
I can do that. And also
Just
one quick note here, Jonathan Quick, his remaining prorated salary is being taken on by Columbus. That's 50%. That's kind of it. I'm not sure if that note was out there yesterday. So that is now
it was.
as he moves to the Vegas Golden Knights via the Blue Jackets.
So I don't believe this, what I just been texted, but I'll just read it to you. It's from a source. Hearing that the Maple Leafs have put Morgan Riley on the block. Interesting because it's the last hour. We'll see if there's any takers. Let you know. So more, according to a source here, Morgan Riley is on the block. That's interesting to me because they just signed him. So, Morgan Riley, arguably number one defenseman right now, even though they did a lot here. So, Justin, will bid you adieu. You'll be back here in an hour. Of course, Toronto 6, media representation, media communications, and our insider for the Fired Up Network. And tell Mark Freitas to go get me my coffee, all right?
All right.
Actually, a Slurpee would be nice too. Water, Slurpee, Coke, whatever. All right. And stay tuned here, Justin, because we have a big media star coming up right now. Big media star. You should see his background. No Montreal plaques there, just Maple Leafs. He's a season ticket holder. He still never gave me my tickets and all that to the Maple Leafs. So, Justin, I bid you adieu. Is that French? I don't know because you're Montreal. But I'll speak to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks. That's Justin Levine, Media Relations, our insider. And now, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. I got to make sure because he has pristine hair. All right, he has pristine hair. And look, how's my hair? Look at that. President, I got to bring him on. All right, the one, the only, Alan Small. Look at his background. There's no Montreal Canadiens, no nothing. How's my hair doing?
Your hair looks good.
All right. By the way, Alan Small, you don't know this. I'm the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, running for mayor of Toronto. Do I get your vote?
You would get my vote.
You can't even vote. Do you live in Toronto now or still in Thornhill or whatever?
Oh,
Anyways.
I live in Toronto.
All right. Now, wait a minute. This is history. International TV, all right? I got some guy who claims who's better looking than it's your brother. Your brother. You could have look. This guy is in his prestigious office. Where's your brother? Where are you going? You're in your car here. Where are you going?
I'm the trade deadline has made me get the inside scoop on the latest trades for the NHL deadline.
Listen. The truth, Alan has just texted me. He's heading to Lululemon. That's where he is. He's heading to Lululemon. All right, Alan, you're a season ticket holder of the Maple Leafs. All right, Carl Dubas, for the first time in 5 years, has finally woken up. Too late, in my opinion, but he has woken up. He has traded 25% of this organization when every year he says, oh, this team, I believe in this team. I believe in this team. Yeah, he believes in this team that he trades 25% of it. All right. Do you believe that the Maple Leafs, you're a season ticket holder, do you believe the Maple Leafs will make it out of the first round, let alone the second, the third, and win the Stanley Cup?
That's a tough question. I would say.
Is it really a tough question? Is it really a tough question?
It is, because the quick answer I would say is no.
There you go. That's from a season ticket holder, all right? That's how much believes a season ticket holder. How long have you been a season ticket holder of the Leafs?
I can't even count how many years.
All right. Are you happy with the moves he has made?
I'm happy with the moves, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the top five, right? Top six. And with Matthews, for whatever reason, having the season he's having, that gives me cause for concern. I don't think Tavares is the old Tavares. He's having a good year, and it's pretty much Marner and Nylander, right? I don't know what Matthews is going to show up for the playoffs. Is it going to be the Matthews from last year, or is it going to be the Matthews from this year? And I think no matter what he has done, what Dubas has done, he's brought in some toughness. Sure, he's brought in a third line center, which he likes to play now on the second or first line. I think he'll end up playing third line center, O'Reilly. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to, is Matthews and Marner going to be the Matthews and Marner of last year, or is it going to be the Matthews of this year? I think Marner is going to show up. What about Austin Matthews? Where is Austin Matthews? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, what about Nylander? Is he going to show up? He has hair like you, but is he going to show up?
I like Nylander. You know what? I've always liked Nylander. I think he's got a bad rap. I think he had that early on, this salary, the one that he signed a few years back. Everybody was on him for that. And now look at it. I think now it's a bit of a bargain where we saw what we signed him for. So I think Nylander will be there. I think he's been there in previous playoffs, but overall, as I say, Austin Matthews, 60 goals from last year. He won't even get 40 this year. Where is Austin Matthews? That is the question I think everybody has to ask. Will he show up for the playoffs?
Sam, does he always hog the mic here? Does your brother always hog the mic?
Talk his his stuff, and then I usually, but I'm gonna have to disagree with my older brother, and so I think they're I just don't think they win the Stanley Cup. However, I do think they're in better position to a positive by for the future of the Leafs, but I think they've made some additions to shore up some of their softness, their offensive talent. I think, but for the most part, I think it's enough to get the difficult series in Boston, which one I do not think they'll get out. The top six would be the top six. Austin Matthews definitely. He's getting plenty of opportunities now that to score a little bit more. But right now, really has had a good year, and I think the key will be like with any playoff play.
Okay, so Alan, you see the difference between you and your brother. He needs to get a better cheap than a cheap ass iPhone. All right, you need a better phone or a better car. Stop driving the Fred Flintstone car or get a better phone here. We didn't even. Do you understand what he just said? Do you understand what he just said? I don't even understand. He may have said that the Buffalo Sabres are going to pass the Maple Leafs this year. I don't know what he said. Alan, can you translate what he said?
Yeah, yeah, he cutting it out in and out. But I think what he's saying is they've gotten better. They have what it takes to get out of the first round, but they will lose to Boston probably in the second round. Now, that's fine, but I don't know. Tampa Bay is a damn good team. And, I still believe it comes down to the top six and the top two lines. And yes, we'll be better on the third and fourth line, but let's face it, Austin Matthews is going to play 20 minutes. Marner's going to play 20 minutes. Tavares is going to play close to that. Nylander. So it's all going to be up to those players. And I don't know. You're saying, I heard what you said, Riley on the trade block. I don't know. I think it makes sense, actually. I don't think they need Riley any longer. You need an offensive defenseman? I don't think so. I think you need a tough defenseman. I think you need a little sandpaper back there. And I think trading Riley for a piece to the puzzle makes sense. But at this time, 2:05 with less than an hour left, I don't think you're going to get a whole lot unless something's been cooking already for a little while.
So I'm gonna ask you this, and both you guys, we're here with Alan Small and Sam Small. Sam in the car, Alan in his palatial estate to his office that he never invites me to, never has a buffet lunch or anything. At least Sam invites me with that stupid car he has. All right, so here we go. Kyle Dubas mortgage the future. They don't have a first round pick. They don't have a second round pick. They don't have a third round pick, a fourth round pick, a fifth round pick. All right. Is it enough that they win one round? Is it enough? You're the season ticket holder. Start off with you, Alan. Is it enough they win one round? And if they don't, forget about Kyle Dubas not in Toronto. Does Sheldon Keefe stay? Does Brendan Shanahan stay? And who will take the GM position?
I would say it's not enough to win a first round. I think you'll have a parade down Yonge Street when they do, if they do. It's not enough for me. I think if they don't get out of the first round, I think there will be heads will roll. I don't know whose. I don't know if it goes all the way up the chain to Shanahan, but I think maybe Dubas and or the coach may go. But I think, and rightfully so, they've been there now for a few years. And if they can't get it done with this payroll and the talent that they have, there's something wrong.
All right, Sam. Do you agree with your brother?
They will, if they do not they will definitely, the coach will find himself on the unemployment line, a little bit higher up, and Brendan Shanahan was brought in here to, and I don't think if we do not get to the next level, then I think he a job elsewhere as well. I think that's where we're at right now. High expectations every single year to start the season, and not be acceptable, especially in this type of market.
All right, we have a question from a fan here named Patricia. Alan, I'll start off with you. Who would you like to see the Maple Leafs get in the last hour to get them over the hump, first round, second round? This is coming from Patricia, so thank you for your question, Patricia.
That's tough. A lot of the big name free agents are gone, obviously. I would love to have seen Chychrun here, Toronto. Obviously, he went to Ottawa. Did Ottawa give up a lot for him? That's the question. I don't know their future as well. Tough to say at this point. Don't really think there's a whole lot out there left. But ideally, I think you need someone. I think you need another. I would love to have seen another top forward. Is O'Reilly a top forward? Can he play on the top two lines? I think the answer is yes. But I think I'd rather see a winger than a centerman. I think you're going to see O'Reilly start playoffs on the centering the third line. But I still think you need another person to play either with Nylander and Tavares, or if O'Reilly's up there, or you definitely need that sixth forward, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think we have five, but I think you need that sixth, and I would stick O'Reilly as a centerman. So I don't think you need D. I think we're okay with D, and contrary to what most people believe, I think we're okay in the net. I like Samsonov. I think Samsonov or even Murray, if he comes back, can do the job. I just think when our forwards have gone dry in the past few playoffs, I think 1 year Jason Spezza had more goals than our first line altogether combined. So when our front lines falter, I think you need someone to help pick up the slack. So I would have liked to have seen another forward, but I don't know if it's going to be in the cards. I think we're going to go into the playoffs as we look right now.
All right, Sam, do you remember Luke Shen is back? I remember I took you down to a Maple Leaf game. You were scared to ask Luke Shen a question, and you asked him, you got nice hair, what shampoo do you use? That's what you asked him. You don't ask people, when you go into Maple Leaf locker room, you don't ask people about their hair. All right, Sam? Go ahead. What do you say?
Well, your hair is very important, so you have to make sure he's using proper product. Anything, if he can.
What's the proper product for you?
I take that that it doesn't allow my hair to fall out. So I don't know, anything you find, I'm able to get a hair product.
All right, so here, all seriousness, I'll start off with you, Sam, in this one. Maple Leafs, forget if they make a trade, if they don't make a trade or whatever. They made, they have their core of trades and all that. Where do you see them winning a round? Do you see them winning 2 rounds? Where do you see them at the end of the year in the playoffs? Sam, I'll start off with you.
It's funny, ordinary, or usually over the last at least some odd years, we take a look at. I mean, the Eastern Conference seems to be the dominating conference by way of standings, although Colorado and even Edmonton and we don't see them too often, so you wouldn't really know. But on the and how strong they are and how strong they still are, because they know how to play playoff. Ordinarily, we'd be saying, okay, they're not that strong to break through finally. But I think this year is a complete opposite. I think this year we see one of the greatest hockey seasons of all time in Boston, and we're thinking we can beat Boston even if we were to get through Tampa Bay. So I think that in that sense, but maybe should be able to come out of the first round. The way the playoff format is, but if we were ever to beat Boston, of course, it would probably be I think if you get through that, I think we got a good shot at the cup. Now,
Hey, Joe, you see the latest trade?
I'm more optimistic.
Go ahead. Wait. We have breaking news from your
I'm more
brother. A
optimistic.
trade. Go ahead.
What's the latest? Right, let's go.
It's a small trade. Benino's back with the Pittsburgh Penguins.
That didn't happen now. Well, I broke that trade 3 hours ago. Come on.
Sorry.
If I expected, come on, I'm dealing with foreign exchange issues. I'm dealing with money issues. I'm dealing with Stanley Cup issues. Why do you think I bring you on here? You bring me a trade of 3 hours ago. Come on.
He just popped up on my phone.
Yeah, well, you no wonder you have a cheap phone also. All you iPhone people. Benino, yeah. Benino got traded to Pittsburgh again. And Kulikov got traded to Pittsburgh. And Montreal made another trade.
Explain to me why sellers, when they're in the hunt to make the playoffs, I don't understand.
Well,
and Forsberg's injured. They have
First of all, Pittsburgh got Nick Bonino from San Jose for a 2023 7th round and a 2023 5th round pick. And Pittsburgh also got Kulikov, the defenseman, earlier on today. So Pittsburgh, of course, always, doesn't matter who the GM of Pittsburgh is, trade deadline day, Pittsburgh moves bodies, all right? Now, here's the question. Last, I guess, 40 minutes left, 45 minutes left. Alan, I'll get to you right now. Do you think Carl Dubas is done?
As the GM of the Leafs?
No, as done training bodies, I guess.
I would say he is done. I'm sure he's still on the phone wherever he may be. But I would be surprised if there's another trade made in the next 45 minutes.
How about you, Sam?
I think he's done more this year than I can remember on record. Him happy with the defensive core that he has. Although now we can probably look to maybe trade all these defensemen. I mean, Liljegren sat yesterday, but they're hoping, they got rid of others. So I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know if they're just going to keep throwing guys in.
All right. What about? Are you happy with Hall? Should they trade Hall, Sam?
Yeah, I'm happy with Hall. I heard, but I didn't heard he didn't do so well. So that's a little
you get beat up by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. That's like Ovid Bibihi having a back problem. Come on. You get beaten up by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and you're satisfied with Justin Hall? You must have a kid named Justin or something.
No, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied with Justin Hall, but, what he's there to do and, play whatever. His 15, his time, got other players. I was really impressed with McCabe yesterday. Gus is see his role start to diminish, I think, with the new guys that we brought on.
All right, Alan, I'm going to ask you this. You're a season ticket holder. Justin Hall, do you pay him for a bag of pucks to get traded or what?
I would trade him for a bag of pucks, 100%. I agree with you. Anyone who gets beaten up by Nugent-Hopkins, it's embarrassing. That's first of all. He probably is about double his size. But yeah, no, Justin Hall was he's from the Dubas. He's a Dubas disciple, right? When Dubas took over, Justin Hall, he's part of that crew with what's the other guy who just got traded to the Islanders?
Engvall.
Engvall was there. Justin Hall was there with Dubas, the coach, everybody. They were all together for a long time, from the Marlies and etc. and they all work their way up. It's time to cut Justin Hall loose. We don't need him. He's not tough. He's not offensive. He blocks shots. Okay, fantastic. He'll block a shot like he did yesterday. Hey, he saved the goal, but yeah, I think it's time to get rid of him. I think he's the odd man out personally. I'd rather play these other new guys.
We do have a trade. The Buffalo
There's a
Sabres
lot of
just
guys.
Buffalo Sabres just acquired Jordan Greenway from the Minnesota Wild to be determined who they Minnesota Wild get, and also just chimed in here. He says if they don't make the first round playoffs or get out of first round playoffs, there's going to be a new coach and GM. Alan Small should be the new coach. This is according to Avi and Mark Benatar. So you're a coach, I hear. You're a coach. Alan, are you a successful coach? Should I ask Sam how? First, I'll ask Sam. Sam, how's your brother as a hockey coach?
Well, I mean, I've taught him a lot, pretty good. But he's been on his own for a few years now, and
I don't know what this guy's saying. All right, I don't know what he's saying, but
he's now frozen.
Making his way.
He needs a better connection.
Yeah, he needs a better connection. But I'm going to ask you this, Alan, all seriousness, who's a better hockey player, you or your brother?
That's obvious, man. It's obviously me. But in terms of coaching, I'd love to coach, and I just think the Leafs play a possession game, right? That's what they play. They want to have the puck on their stick, and that's great. We all know they need toughness. The question is, did they add enough toughness? And will that toughness work against Tampa? And eventually, we're all assuming against Boston in the second round, if they're lucky enough to get by Tampa, which they haven't been able to. It's depressing. It's everything. As a season ticket holder, it's like Groundhog Day. You see the same thing happen every year.
Are you depressed being? And let's face it, you spend thousands and thousands being a season ticket holder. Have you ever thought of, okay, I had enough. I'm going to give Joe and Firedup Network a donation, let alone Sam Small, but Joe and Firedup Network a donation here. There's nothing better than a donation.
I would say no. I haven't thought about donating my tickets, but my kids.
Forget about your tickets. I'm talking about shekels, man. Shekels. Sam Small knows about shekels. He deals with foreign exchange. Come on.
Donating shekels to who?
Oh my gosh. Both you guys. No wonder you're brothers. Oh my gosh. To who? All right. Final. I got you here for a couple seconds more. Finally, here. I'm going to ask you this. Right now, 20 minutes, 40 minutes away from the trade deadline. Who's your Stanley Cup champion? Who's the Stanley Cup final? I'll start off with Sam because we can't hear him. It doesn't matter what he says because we can't hear him. Go ahead, Sam. Who's your Stanley Cup champion and what's your Stanley Cup final?
Champion is the Boston Bruins. Finals.
This guy's never going to be on the Fired Up Network again. First his phone, now he's saying the Boston Bruins. Go ahead.
I like to be surprised in the Stanley Cup. I mean, it'd be the greatest thing in the world. But the reality is, this could be the greatest season we're witnessing of all time. Facts are facts. And Colorado, I just love the way they play. They're good enough to make the Cup again, especially when if Langensaw comes back. My dream final would be the Leafs against, reality says Boston Bruins over the Colorado Avalanche.
All right. Thank God he had to finally pick. He did a McGill of his stories there and all that. Alan, go ahead, finish it off, and tell everybody how they could get a hold of you. And I urge everybody, and I'm being serious. Alan Small has a show on Facebook Live. Check it out. If you have money problems, if you have anything, you got to check it out. I think what is it? Every other Wednesday, right?
Every other Wednesday at 12 noon. Yes, so I'll be on this coming Wednesday.
All right. And who's your Stanley Cup final and champion?
That's a tough one.
Don't pick Boston.
I'm not going to pick Boston because that's the obvious pick. And how often does the President's Trophy winner win the Stanley Cup? So, you know what? I'm going to go off the charts a little bit. I'm not going to pick the Leafs, even though I'd love for the Leafs to win. But I think you could see a team like, I don't know, in the mix, maybe the New York Rangers, with who their recent additions are. That would be my long shot. And on the other side, I'll go with the Dallas Stars. I think they have good D. I think they can surprise, and they have the defense to be able to take out a Colorado Avalanche on that side, or McDavid. So let's go Dallas Rangers, even though obviously Boston is the heavy favorite.
And tell everybody how they could get a hold of you social media wise.
Sure. If anyone's listening, wants some investment advice, you can email me, alan@alansmall.com. You can check me out on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. I'm pretty much on all social media platforms. Just look up Alan Small and you'll find me.
And don't forget to check him out on TikTok. This guy does smashing TikTok and Snapchats and all that. Come on, you're dancing around and all that, right? Come on.
That would be my daughter.
TikToker.
Yes. That would be my daughter's, yes. But close enough.
All right, close enough. Sam, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you.
I'm a little simpler. You can just email me or you can just go online to our website, at the corporate website, at feature that you actually can contact us. And if you just put my name in there, corporate FX needs.
All right, corporate FX needs and Sam. Great to have both of you guys. This is history in the making. I know Alan's already texting me. Give me the video of this. I'm gonna beat up my brother and tell, because he said he taught me everything I know and all that. But there you go. Any last comments, Sam? Since we can't hear you, I'll give you the ball here. Any last comments? You're with the president of provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, the mayor running for Toronto. Don't I look good? All right. By the way, Avi Bimbihi says hi. He has a back problem. That's why he didn't show up. So go ahead, Sam. Any last comments?
I'd say that the Leafs do not do anything this year in the playoffs. I want MLS to get.
By the way, where are you driving to? You could have been to Buffalo already. All right. Sam, thank you. Alan, any last comments from you? Of course, a season ticket holder, and I urge you to check out his show every other Wednesday on Facebook. But go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, no, listen, we all say we're not fans. We all say we're not going to be watching until they get through the first round, but I'm sure all Leaf fans will be watching from game one. And it'll be nail-biting as it always is. I just hope it's not the same result as we're all used to. And I'll say this. I've been apologizing to my boys since they've been born for making them Leaf fans. They haven't seen the second round ever because my son is 15, my oldest son. So it'd be nice for him to see the second round one time, just one time. So we'll all be watching.
Are we? Hold on. I'm gonna be honest here, okay? Are we that bad now that I want my son to see the second round instead of when you were born? We gotta win the Stanley Cup. We gotta see the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup. Now you're the guy's telling me I gotta see my son's gotta see the second round. What are you paying $50,000 for a second round?
Yes, that's pathetic, isn't it?
Yeah, give me your tickets.
Pathetic, yes.
You're pathetic is the guy, the Maple Leaf, and I'm going to get in trouble with MLSE, but I don't care. I'm the president. So pathetic is a guy paying $20,000 to be happy to see the second round.
That's how pathetic it is, isn't it?
Yeah, so give me your tickets then. All right. So all right. So so thanks a lot, guys. Again, history in the making. Alan Small, Sam Small. You'll decide who has better hair. You'll decide. This guy, the season ticket holder, picked the Rangers and the Dallas Stars to make it to the Stanley Cup. The other guy picks Boston and Colorado. Colorado's not going in. Boston maybe. But that's your Stanley Cup prediction here on NHL Trade Deadline Show, Fired Up Network. Thanks a lot, guys. Hopefully you have a great weekend, and we'll talk soon. What a pleasure. And Sam, got to get a new car, a new phone, maybe a new hat, new hairstyles, new products, new everything, all right? There he goes. He leaves right there. But no, he's back there. So yeah, that's Sam and Alan Small. Thanks a lot, guys. It's a
Thank you.
pleasure.
Take care, Joe.
All right, take care.
Take care, Joe.
Take care. That's Sam and Alan Small. And again, you can check out Alan Small on his Facebook every other Wednesday. They're a big Maple Leaf fan. Season ticket holder for the Maple Leafs is Alan Small. And again, the latest trade here came down about 10 minutes ago. The Buffalo Sabres get Jordan Greenway, a left winger from the Minnesota Wild, for a 2023 second round pick and a 2024 fifth round pick. Minnesota or Vegas gets second round pick from Buffalo as well. And Sundqvist goes from Detroit to Minnesota, to be determined who Minnesota gets. But again, we're about half an hour away from the buzzer sounding on trade deadline day. And at 3 o'clock, we're going to have guests aplenty here. Big time guest. The grizzled young veteran Marty Roberts will be back here. Justin Levine will be back here. The Greek will be back. Eric Cohen. I haven't seen Eric Cohen since well, I'll tell you when. Since he actually had hair back in 1981. All right. So and then at 5 o'clock, hopefully we're going to be joined by Mark Solinsky. I'll be back in a couple seconds here on the Fired Up Network with more of NHL Trade Deadline. We're back here on the Fired Up Network. This is Joseph Pasek with the NHL Lowdown NHL Trade Deadline Day. We're about 20 minutes away from the official bill. We got our insider and media relations director, Justin Levine, coming in here. We must have a trade, and hopefully it's a Maple Leaf trade. Justin, go ahead, give everybody the details.
Yeah, so let's start with the Toronto Maple Leafs since that's what you just said. Dryden Hunt is on his way out from Toronto. He's going to Calgary, and the return is Radim Zohorna. So it's a minor trade, but is it to clear space to get rid of Kerfoot for a bigger piece in the last 20 minutes? Time will tell. So I'll share more on that when I know. On the other hand, the trade that has Minnesota Wild acquiring Sundqvist from the Detroit Red Wings is 2 picks. It's a 2023 second round pick and a 2024 fifth round pick in exchange for Jordan Greenway. There's no salary retained, so that frees up about $3 million in the next 2 years to help with conducting further transactions this summer. And then with that, the Wild immediately made another deal. If I can find it.
Yeah, Sundqvist went from Detroit to Minnesota.
So that is the other deal. So there's that going on, it's done now. Along with that, the Washington
Another
Capitals
trade. Buffalo
Sorry?
made another trade. Buffalo just made another trade.
Yes, they did. It was a minor league trade, or at least supposedly that's what might happen from what I'm hearing. The trade is the Sabres acquired defender Austin Strand, and the Ducks acquired defenseman Chase Prisky. So that has happened. And then the biggest of the bunch, the Detroit Red Wings have now acquired James Van Riemsdyk. So that's pending a physical and trade call. So that's not going to go through right away, but nonetheless, that seems to be a done deal. The Wild still aren't done. They are continuing to take calls on Alex Goligoski in the next 20 minutes, and he could still find himself on his way out, though it's a little more complicated than your usual trade, of course, because of a full NTC. So will that be waived in the next 20 minutes if they can find him a suitor? We'll have to keep tabs on that. But yeah, right now I am just working on the details for James Van Riemsdyk. But as far as the Toronto Maple Leafs, quick note on Zohorna, he is 6'6" and 220 pounds. So some
he's
height.
a center.
Yeah, so definitely some good news there. That'll certainly help them out with his size and height. So
we have another trade. San Jose and Dallas have made a trade. I don't know if you see that. San Jose and Dallas to San Jose from Dallas, Jacob Peterson, and to Dallas from San Jose, Scott Reedy, a right winger. So that's the latest trade there. But if it's, and like you mentioned, JVR to Detroit, then my only question is, what is Detroit doing? They trade Tyler Bertuzzi. They bring back JVR now. Like, it will be interesting to see what the trade is, but I don't know what Detroit is doing.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read on what they're doing, given that they've now dealt Bertuzzi and Sundqvist, and in return have gotten JVR. Obviously, they needed some additional space in order to acquire his services, which is an interesting move, and there are questions as to why they even went out and got JVR. So what's going to be even more interesting is going to be the return for him. So that'll be something I'm keeping tabs on as we get to the final 20 minutes of this year's NHL trade deadline.
And you know what? Like, could JVR be moved again?
Honestly, no, I wouldn't think so. But then again, teams always have a second deal in their back pockets. I wouldn't draw it out, but I don't think it's going to happen. No.
All right. So again, we're about 15 minutes away from the final buzzer going off here on trade deadline day. Several things have happened, and let's see if major stuff goes down. It looks like Carolina may be in on something from what I have read and seen. You have any news on Carolina?
I don't have anything on Carolina, only for the fact that I've heard they're not done yet. But with 16 minutes on the clock, they better start working fast because time is certainly dwindling down. I do have a note on the Washington Capitals. They have signed forward Nicholas Abe-Kubel to a 1-year contract extension worth $1.225 million. So he's got another year with them. And that is what I have for now.
And Abel Kobe started off this year with the Maple Leafs. So he started off with the Maple Leafs, and then he was claimed. They put him on waivers and all that, but he did start off. I'm trying to get here. Hold on, the details on JVR. I don't know if you see that, but the detail. And while I do that, I just been texted. Brock Bessler will there's a potential 3-team deal on the table. We'll see if they Jolts. We'll see if they get it done before the 3 p.m. deadline. So Brock Besser from Vancouver, I don't know where, but a potential 3-team deal. Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't, but I've got more news on JVR. It's not a done deal, and the Red Wings say that or indication at least is the Red Wings they still don't have enough room for him quite yet. So there will be one more transaction at least that has to happen in the next 15 minutes. What that might look like, I'm not exactly sure. So that's going to be something to follow. Otherwise, this deal will not go through. So can they figure it out in 14 minutes? I don't know. Let's keep tabs on it.
And the most interesting thing, like I said a couple of times already, why? You trade everything, and why? Why do they want JVR unless they already know that they signed him for a longer term deal?
It's a good question. It
So
really is.
that's
It must be the veteran presence he has. They might like that. They might like his leadership, but as far as his production at this point in his career, it's limited. So, yeah, good question as to why they're doing it, and especially why they cleared out some younger guys for him. Yeah, can't exactly answer that. So the strategy, I'm kind of curious to see what the Red Wings say in their media availability later today.
And like I said, maybe they already have a deal, a 1-year deal or whatever. I think he's a pending unrestricted free agent, correct?
Correct. Okay, confirmed. Van Riemsdyk is not getting traded to the Red Wings.
So he's not getting traded to Red Wings.
He's not getting traded to the Red Wings. The Red Wings are unable to find a last home for a final unnamed transaction. So that's not going to happen.
All right, but is he getting traded?
Is he getting traded? Possibly. Is it to the Red Wings? No.
Well, that's interesting to see what they had already and why they can't get somebody to take him or somebody else who Red Wings want to trade partner or anything like that. But I'm interested because we talked about it with several people here throughout the day. What Buffalo's doing. Buffalo has 66 points, 4 points behind the Islanders, and they're in a race with Florida, Ottawa there, and Buffalo is making the most moves out of those, bunch there. Do you think Buffalo can make the playoffs, or do you need one or two more moves? Because these are small names, but like I said before, with every small name, you don't know the impact. Look at your guy from Tampa last year, Paul.
Yeah, Sabres would need at least one more move. And let's go back to Evan Riemsdyk for another minute, only because now there's conflicting reports that he is both getting traded and not getting traded. Drager says things are moving fast on him. So does that indicate that they're still trying to make it happen? I don't know, but yeah, this continues to be a fluid situation. We'll update as more things happen, but there seems to have been a possible jumping of the gun here. Not really sure what's going to happen next, but Red Wings continue to struggle as they try to find him a new home. Frank Saravalli confirming no trade is done involving him at this time.
And I still don't understand what is going on in that trade. If it's to Detroit, I understand maybe another team, but Detroit's getting rid of everybody to get draft capital, and they make the trade for James Van Riemsdyk, an expiring contract, unless they maybe signed him already, or maybe talking to him, and maybe that's what's the holdup, or who knows. But that's again, maybe that's the fascinating twist here with 10 minutes left in the trade deadline, because and like I said to you or to everybody, so many times. Doesn't matter. The deadline is at 3 p.m. But trades could be announced as late as 4:30 because they're in the trade portal, meaning the call. They have to have a trade call, and I don't have to tell you. Maybe Justin, I know you heard of this. The Maple Leafs had a trade with Tampa for Vincent LeCavalier, and the fax machine did not work. That's why he did not get traded. All right, so the trade calls. The trade call, you have to be on the phone before 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, and 2 p.m. Central Time. I sound like Brian Williams, all right? So that's it. So 3 p.m. Eastern is the trade deadline. Let's see in the next 9 minutes, 10 minutes, what happens here. It should be interesting to see last pushes for major teams who want to make the Stanley Cup playoffs and who want to tighten up their teams. Last pushes in the last next 10 minutes. You think it's going to be active?
I don't, but one thing I am hearing is something happened between the Red Wings and JVR in trying to complete this. Hence the the holdback, if you want to call it that. So again, lack of clarity remains, but something has occurred, which has obviously drawn this back. In addition to the fact that Detroit would have to move one more person, and with 9 minutes left on the clock, that's one of two questions here that is contributing to the delay in this deal.
All right, so Justin, 3 o'clock is going to come on, and we're going to be joined. You're going to be on here. We're going to be doing maybe 2.5 hours. Again, 5 p.m. Mark Swolinski is scheduled to join us from the Toronto Star. He has a lot of sources, and we'll talk about. And then 3:30, we're going to have Eric Cohen of TSN on. Eric, of course, with TSN, he has heard a lot of stuff, maybe working backstage there at TSN. Also, we're going to have another guy at 3:15. Marty Roberts will join us, hopefully, at 3 p.m. also in the next 5 minutes. But Justin, interesting to see. Maybe, funny, where I've done this show 6 hours straight, 5 hours, 21 minutes. Nobody in the independent TV has ever done this, all right? So kudos to me. Second of all, it's trade deadline day. The biggest story is a guy got traded, didn't get traded, maybe getting traded, is not getting traded. That's the trade deadline of 2023 when 500 trades happened before today.
Let's remember that there are things that are probably in the NHL registry right now waiting to be called on, and these calls take at least 10 to 15 minutes at a time with both GMs on the phone to iron out the details. So it's possible that this is already in NHL registry active as we talk to try and figure out how to mend fences and make this happen. But again, time is of the essence with 7 minutes left, so it doesn't look like it's going to get across the finish line today.
It doesn't look like it's getting across the fit. We may have another. No, that's Buffalo's trade there. Okay, so can you repeat for people who are just tuning in? We have the new viewers and listeners here. Thanks you for watching. You're watching the Fired Up Network. Check out firedupnetwork.ca. I'm on with Justin Levine, Media Relations Coordinator for the Toronto Six, the PHF, and of course our hockey insider for Fired Up Network. I pay him big bucks to break trades. Go ahead, Justin.
Quick note on the Leafs deal before we get to that. It's now official. So again, the Leafs have traded Dryden Hunt in exchange for Radim Zohorna. So that being said, thank you to all our listeners and followers of the Fired Up Network joining us on the NHL Trade Show. We're getting down to the final minutes here of the 2023 NHL trade deadline. I'm continuing to work on JVR right now, and not much is really all that clear at the moment.
All right, so Justin, you'll be back in 5 minutes. We're going to take a short break here for all the new listeners and viewers. We'll be back just prior to the 3 p.m. Deadline. I'll be back here maybe in 3-4 minutes. Thanks a lot, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, that's Justin Levine. Like I said, we'll be back here in about 2 to 3 minutes prior to the NHL trade deadline. All right, here we're back on the Fired Up Network. This is Joseph Pasek, and 3 p.m. The buzzer has sounded. The NHL trade deadline is done. We're gonna have deals trickling in here. We're gonna endeavor to get Justin Levine, Billy, Eric Cohen, Marty Roberts. 5 p.m. Mark Solinsky. So we're going to go for a few hours here, even though the trade deadline is done. And again, hopefully, we'll get Justin on here for anything he has heard the last minutes and everything like that. But interesting to see what really has happened with with JVR from Philadelphia. Did he say he wants to get moved? He doesn't mind to get moved, and then they do the trade, and it's like, oh, I didn't tell you this, or does he have a no trade clause, or what really is the hold up there? Hopefully, Justin will be back here to discuss all this, and we're gonna get to some trades. Hopefully, they'll be starting to trickle in here after the trade deadline here. I'm just checking if any more trades have come down the pike here, and no, not yet. No trades have come down the pike yet. But for all our new listeners and viewers, you're watching the Fired Up Network. Don't forget to check out and download our app available on iOS and Android. Just go to Respect the Store, the App Store, and the Google Play Store. Search Fired Up Network. Download it today. Give us a rate and a comment. And don't forget that all our shows and our FEM shows, Female Empowerment Movement, part of Fired Up Network, can be heard on 212 platforms. Amazon Music, Alexa, also iHeartRadio, Spotify, SoundCloud, iTunes, TuneIn, Podbean, Stitcher, Spreaker, Anchor, Castbox, just to name a few. And Fired Up Network is available on social media: Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, Clubhouse, Pinterest at Fired Up Net, Fired Up NET, as well as YouTube and Snapchat, Fired Up Network. Again, we're going to be joined by Justin Levine, our insider here for Fired Up Network. Yes, every company has insiders, but not as young as Justin Levine, and one of the best in the business. Justin really has connections and really has sources there, and we're going to be joined right now by Justin Levine, who hopefully 3 o'clock has come, and I expect his phone to blow up while I take a short break while he talks. Go ahead, Justin. Give us the latest from what you hear. You moved rooms. This is your war room now. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of really interesting things have happened in the last 3 minutes, which is fascinating if you're one of those. So let's get into it. For starters, JVR was not moved prior to the deadline, given whatever conflict might have occurred between Detroit and him for whatever reason that took place. In addition to that, Troy Stetcher is on the move from Arizona. So that's something to note. Sounds like he's going to the Calgary Flames. I've heard that Radko Gudas was on the market earlier this afternoon. If they could find a suitor for him, he's now on the move to the Edmonton Oilers. In addition to that, Patrick Brown is on the move from Philadelphia to Ottawa. And according to Jeff Merrick, Rasmus Asplund is heading from Buffalo to Nashville. That's the latest right now. Now, what Elliot Friedman is saying on the JVR front, he was not dealt, and whatever was possible did not get consummated with Detroit, which only confirms that. So, really interesting deadline. It wasn't exactly the busiest, but, at the end of the day, sometimes you can't find a suitor. Sometimes, clubs don't have what other clubs need, and sometimes there are other things that go on behind the scenes that we do not know about. So for whatever that reason is, again, JVR has not been traded today. That is being confirmed now. And that kind of sounds like that wraps up the day. The Canes are done. The Canucks are done. The Oilers are done. So, yeah, really fascinating afternoon. The last note I can come up with right now is that Nashville is extending Dante Fabro. So look for that announcement from the Predators shortly. And from Sarah Volley, he says the Kings have traded Austin Wagner to the Chicago Blackhawks for future considerations. And a note on the Patrick Brown deal, the Sens are sending a 2023 sixth round pick to Philadelphia to complete that.
The Sens make another deal, and like I said, they're 4 points out with a few games in hand. Can Ottawa come out of left field and make the playoffs here just in time?
I think they can. I think they've got all the pieces too. Now it's actually just making it happen, and it looks like it is going to happen. So, they're a really fascinating club to follow. Again, they have Jacob Chikrin. So, I think Pierre Dorian, the general manager, he's really shown he's committed. He went to the ownership of the Senators and said, "We're going to be buyers this year." It's exactly what he did, and he's put together a playoff contending team. So that kind of wraps up today, and it's going to be really interesting to see how things progress from here. Now, the Maple Leafs noticed that they didn't really do a lot today. Now, nor did the Montreal Canadiens. They are officially done for the day. Joel Edmondson was not moved. No one has exactly said the Leafs are done for the day, but unless there's something in
The
NHL,
Leafs are not done. I have a trade. I'm just waiting word from a trade here. I said the Maple Leafs. It's a text. The Maple Leafs. Hold on here. All right, so it says he believes that the Maple Leafs have something cooking. They're on a trade call. He believes. So let's see if the Maple Leafs close out with a last second um, trade or not. You hear anything from Maple Leafs?
I don't, but I have Dante Fabro's extension. It's for 1 year at $2.5 million. Again, Joel Edmondson does not get moved from the Montreal Canadiens at the deadline. That's a notable thing. Again, the Montreal Canadiens are done. Most Canadian teams in the NHL are done. The Jets are done. Again, the only one that seems to not be done is the Toronto Maple Leafs. We'll continue to keep tabs on that as I get details. But yeah, they're it's kind of hard to
One
keep
thing I
tabs
want
on.
to talk about is Gudis. All right, uh, Edmonton. That's a big. If that trade and you're saying that trade happened, right? If that trade happened, that's a big addition for Edmonton. A physical body who can check. And I don't have to tell you, they got Darnell Nurse there also, and they picked up Ekholm. Edmonton. The only question is, can Campbell stand up or their backup stand up and play well in the playoffs? But their offense, second to none. Now the defense with Ekholm and Darnell Nurse and Gudis and all that, I don't know if you and I don't have to tell you, in the West, they're checking, they're mucking and everything like that. So that could be an interesting addition for Edmonton.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting addition for Edmonton. Again, they're a very front-heavy team, and so to make that addition is, I think, for me, really fascinating. For Oilers fans, something that will bring a certain level of excitement, for sure. Question is it going to be enough? And that's, I think, the thing that's going to be at the forefront of their minds going to the final 20 games of this NHL season.
I have heard that there may be trickling something's happening. You hear anything?
Nope, got nothing right now.
All right, I have heard that keep your eye on Minnesota and Pittsburgh there. Minnesota and Pittsburgh. Funny that Minnesota waits till the last 10 minutes to do major house cleaning. And what is Minnesota doing? They're not, I guess, they have Kaprizov and everything like that. But, they waited till the last 10 minutes. What do you think is going on in Minnesota land?
Honestly, kudos to Bill Guerin and team. They actually got a stronger team. Jordan Greenway was mightily struggling this season, and so putting him in a place like Buffalo might give him the opportunity to have a fresh start. Meanwhile, you're getting Oscar Lundqvist, who I think is a strong addition, and he's a young kid, so that could work well. I really like what the strategy they're doing now. Like you said, it happened late, but it's better to happen late than never, right? So, let's see what happens. But honestly, they've had a really good day at the table, so that's always good news.
All right, so I'm scrolling here to see if we have any news on more on GVR or any more trades, because I'm just gonna tell you we're gonna get 5-6 trades. I know that the trade deadline's over. The calls still gonna get, I would say, 5-6 trades, probably even more. You say?
Yeah, I would say probably a couple more are with NHL registry right now. The one I'm curious about is Raiko Gudas, to see if they got that in across the finish line in time, because I haven't heard anything since my last note on that. So we'll see whether or not that actually has taken place today. Again, couple of them are coming in really late and maybe not in time. Perhaps that's contribute to, again, the hold up with JVR trade to get it in with about 5 minutes left. So really, again, a really fascinating day. And I mean, again, it wasn't a busy one, but just as teams are trying to put these little last pieces together for their playoff runs respectively, interesting to see how it works.
Well, Justin, what about me? Almost 6 hours of live TV after 4 hour show last night. And you're hard working, the phones there and all that. So I guess, what surprised you most so far today? Which trade?
We've got
Oh, we
another
have a
one.
trade. Go ahead. Wait a
Yeah,
minute. We have. Do you want me to do a sound effect? We have a trade. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, we have another one. John Klingberg has been traded to Minnesota. The Ducks got it in just under the wire, according to Pierre LeBrun. Minnesota continues their hot streak here. And this was probably the last thing for them today, but a really strong last-minute move to get it done just before the NHL trade deadline 2023.
And we don't know the return yet. But I just talked about Minnesota, and like I told you, Klingberg going to Anaheim, really really didn't fit. But he is, was a good. I think it's a very good acquisition for Minnesota. There, a defenseman I wished I took, right-handed, could shoot, could he makes a little bit of money there, but I think it's a very good acquisition. Let's see who they gave up, but I think it's a very good acquisition for the Minnesota Wild. What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's good, a really good addition. And by the way, proper credit on this deal to Uffe Bodin, who is the head of sports media at Every Sport Group, which is a media outlet based out of Stockholm, Sweden. He had this one first before Elliot Friedman. And as far as Vancouver, given that they are done, they hold on to Brock Besser, who they weren't able to move, and JT Miller, who had received some traction yesterday, but clearly not enough. So really interesting to see how this goes down. But the Minnesota Wild continue to impress me with the way they've been working today.
Let's see the return who Anaheim got, but I think that's maybe today that's the biggest that moved. What do you say?
Yeah, honestly, that's probably the biggest piece, given that JVR has now not been moved. Just to see that a guy like Klingberg, he's able to help out a team here. Now, interesting note on the Troy Stecher front, I've got more details. The Flames are receiving him and Nick Ritchie in exchange for Connor Mackey and Brett Ritchie. Really interesting. Some family roots here being moved around. So fascinating.
All right, Justin, I'll give you a break for 5 minutes. I'll get back to you in a couple minutes to let us know what else you have there also. Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. Thanks a lot, Justin. I'll be back in 5 minutes there. But he wanted to come on the show. I negotiated the free agent acquisition. Last night he was on, and today he's going to be on, and now he's going to bother me about tomorrow Maple Leafs Forever on. And let me see here. His hair's in place. I don't know how to say hello in Greek. How do you say hello in Greek? All right, that's too long. Hello, you give me 6 words? Come on. All right, you don't sound up, man. I need you to be your up self. Are you very disappointed that Carl Dubas didn't do anything?
Here's the issue again with the little guy there. So It's like take a guy that's gone grocery shopping. Obviously, all right, you're not at the soup kitchen. You got a few things in the fridge. So this guy goes out and gets a steak. I don't know, a couple pork chops. A pumpkin pie. But here's the issue, Kyle. All that is good. You can have the full fridge Double J with all the goodies inside. But if your fridge is like from 20 years ago and it's a little bit shaky, all that food might go rotted. And when we're talking about rotted, we're talking about the Maple Leaf goaltending situation, not addressed. So basically, you want to break a 60-year curse, and you want to do so with Murray and Sergei Samsonov. Okay, all right, man. That's a monumental, in my estimation. Again, what do I know? Pretty much everything, but that's a monumental risk and calculation for a guy whose job is on the line. Monumental, Double J.
All right, Billy. I know you gave us 10 minutes, and I'm gonna say this: we're hopefully going to be joined at 5 p.m. by Mark Solinsky of the Toronto Star. He knows hockey, he knows baseball, and all that. A former baseball player, also. If you want to come after 5 here in your palatial car there and everything like that, you can join us. I'll take the chance of putting Corporate Greek with Mark Solinsky, one of the best reporters in Toronto history, Toronto Star. But here, I'm going to ask you this. I don't know if you heard Justin, who's the insider. Mark Freitas still at your house, by the way. He still never gave me my coffee or anything like that. But the biggest move so far, John Klingberg goes from Anaheim to Minnesota. We don't know the return yet, but that's somebody who Maple Leafs should have looked at. What do you think about that acquisition for the Wild?
First of all, John Klingberg is a suitable piece in name only. This is an aging guy. Yeah, we've heard about him from his Dallas days. The name sounds romantic and appealing, but he's like, if that's the biggest guy on the trade deadline day, you know what we've all done, wasted a lot of data.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
wasting
telling
that.
me, Billy, I'm going to ask you, could you ever do a 6 hours? Look at the clock here. I'm still going 2 more hours. 5:46. Nobody. Look, and my hair's pristine, man. My hair is amazing, right? I take listen, from the one thing he has taught me over the 3-4 years of bickering back and forth, slapping, thumb wars, everything like that, is to take care of the hair. Take
It's
care of the
important.
hair. And look at the eyebrows. Pretty good, eh? And see, I'm taking over Marty Roberts here. Look at the shirt and look at the tie. Look at his tie. Zoom it in, camera. Where's the Iron Sheik? All right, look at this tie. All right, so we got 6 hours for 4 trades. I'm on here for 4 trades. Come on. We got, by the way, for the people, new listeners and viewers, we got Billy the Greek, the Corporate Greek. He has changed the name from Billy the Greek to the Corporate Greek. If you haven't seen him on one of his 1,000 shows with a guy who puts you to sleep every Monday at 7 p.m., here it is. Give me your best take on this NHL trade deadline, Corporate Greek.
Well, you got to look at it from this perspective. Obviously, if you're the NHL and you want to, especially if you're the networks, right, which is like they hype this deadline up. They're starting to hype up next deadline tomorrow. So it's a big deal for these guys. So the question is, do GMs in the league want to post some kind of moratorium where you can't trade the week before? Will all trades have to happen on trade deadline day? I don't know. The point is that if all the activity that transpired over the last week and a half happened today, we'd be losing our minds and it'd be the greatest thing since sliced bread. The unfortunate thing is we all hold out hope that maybe we're going to get shocked. Maybe something unforeseen will happen. Maybe a big name will trade, change places, something of that effect. And at the end of the day, once the 3 o'clock window hits, all trades are done. And the biggest name on the block was JVR, who's probably pushing 70. How old is JVR?
I don't know if you heard this, Billy. I'm sorry. He did not get traded. It was a trade. He did not get traded.
I understand that. But if he's the biggest name on the big board in terms of player transactions at the age of 55, however old he is, with 8 goals, that guy wasn't that talented in his prime. Now that he's 50, he's going to change a club's promise for the future. He's going to bring a Stanley Cup to where? To Detroit. What the hell's JVR going to do in Detroit, man? He can barely crawl out of bed, the old bastard, man. Now you want him to be the #1 guy on the trade board? Give me a break, man. Though, again, you wasted my data and my time. But at the same point in time, it's always a pleasure for the people to get to know me, get to understand the inner workings of a mind, frankly, that none of you have the privilege of possessing. How's that, man? How's that?
Yes,
Corporate, baby. That's corporate.
That's corporate. That's right. You're gonna have the fans all over you. All right. The hottest
Speaking of
free
fans,
agent.
where's Marty Roberts?
And you know what? I'm very pissed at Marty. I'll be on at 3. Now he's saying his kid is playing a second hockey game. I can't be on till 3:30. So tell the Greek to loosen his hair. Invite him on at 5 o'clock. That's what I did. So don't blame me. This is Marty Roberts' fault. Blame him. Is there anything good with Marty Roberts?
The only thing, well, he does have some redeeming qualities. If you know the man, he's what's the best thing you could say about a guy like Marty Roberts? Man, really, that's a tough question, man.
Hitter. I want the heavy hitter here on the Fired Up Network. I want him. He gives more insight than anything. And plus, he kisses your ass a lot. But he gives more insight on everything. I need the heavy hitter here.
The heavy promos. Unfortunately, Joe, that obviously I'm an important individual, as we all know, that the heavy hitter is in charge of my security detail. And he spends a lot of time and is committed to ensuring the Greek safety. As I travel, obviously, I have a lot of people, a lot of paparazzi, a lot of fans. Sometimes I can't even leave my house without disguises. You know, people looking for me, even the odd bookie here and there, man, trying to track down the boy wonder.
Is this the new card that you got? You got from the money you just made from the Fired Up Network? It looks like a new car here.
No, it's just the camera angle is deceiving. I think I'm 2 bad decisions away from taking the Blue Knight TTC bus, man. I don't really want to talk about my personal finances. Unfortunately, I'm kind of a guy that's do as I say, not as I do. If you followed what I told you, you'd be rich. But a guy like me, I'm not destined for financial wealth, because at that point in time, Joe, what chance would any other guy have in comparison to a 5'2" guy like myself? Imagine I was rich too. It just wouldn't be fair for the rest of you stiffs out there watching the Fired Up Trade Deadline Network. How you gonna hang and bang with the Greek when he's got the whole package? And if you put a brick in my pocket, so you got no chance, man. You got no chance in hell, baby.
All right, thank you, Vince McMahon. All right, anything else you want to add?
Here's what I want to add. So, again, I came in here. I took off work 10 minutes, man. I'm talking about NHL. I'm talking trade deadline, baby. And here's the issue. So you think back, and I don't know, Radko do this obviously to Edmonton. And for me, that's a big acquisition for Edmonton. That's probably, you talk about Klingberg. For me, Gudas is a bigger acquisition, despite the different styles in play. Kind of guy that I'd like on the back end. I'm curious as to the cost acquisition for that trade, and whether or not you'd prefer the fans or what have you would prefer that Radko over Luke Schenn.
You know, that's a very interesting question. I think Luke Schenn, been here, done it, Stanley Cup champion, Radko Gudas, you know, he's equivalent, and maybe he hits harder, but it's the safer pick because Luke Schenn has played with Toronto. And like you said yesterday, and by the way, if you haven't checked out the Fired Up Network, check out the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, where we announced Billy coming back as the free agent acquisition. He did it so succinctly there, saying it's about time. 7-10 years ago, we wanted to throw out Luke Schenn like Mark Freitas. He was useless like Mark Freitas. Now we realize guys to come deliver coffee, do the hard work in the quarters and all that. And honestly, I'd rather have Luke Schenn than Justin Hall, who gets beat down by Ryan Nugent Hopkins. All right, put it that way.
Yeah, getting back getting back to the central point again, all things considered, obviously we see the analytics in terms of Shen. He's a big boy, plays a physical game. But is Shen and this reputation that he's developed, is it a byproduct of playing on the Tampa Bay Lightning and playing on successful clubs in sheltered minutes? Like, is Luke Shen a bona fide NHL defenseman, or did he just happen to land in a cushy spot that makes him look better? I can't answer that. I don't know. The question that I have, again, I've seen Radko do this play, and for me, a guy that's a bit of an animal, a bit of a loose cannon, a bit of a guy that might, I don't know, like he might, when the referee's not looking, give you like a what's one, like a butt end. You know, I want a guy that might butt end another guy and kill him on the ice if he could to win a playoff game, right? Gudas brings that. The Shen, I don't know. For me, if I had to pick between the two, and they were both for third-round picks, Gudas is the guy. I don't care if Shen played here 10 years ago or what have you. For me, Gudas would be the guy amongst the two of them.
Are you happy with the last? It doesn't look like the Maple Leafs did anything else. Are you happy?
No,
with
they got a, apparently, rumor has it, the Leafs got a 6'6", 250. What's the kid's name?
And they got him for Drayden Hunt, and hold on, I'll tell you, Radim Zoma.
The Radim Zoma era has begun on trade deadline day. Kyle pulled another one out of his bag of tricks, the snake, the rascal. How in the blue hell do you get a guy 6'6", 250 pounds, right? And you fleece the Calgary Flames yet again. This guy's going to be a power play. They're going to put him right in front of the net in the playoffs games. This guy might be the difference against a Tampa Bay Lightning.
And here, and just the latest trade we got, and I just before you go, Calgary gets Nick Ritchie and Troy Stetcher to Arizona for Connor McKay and Brett Ritchie. So Ritchie, the family, gets traded, one to Calgary, one to Arizona. How do you like to have family there?
That's akin to like Marty Roberts getting traded from the IBL. It's just a bunch of nobodies back and forth, man, changing spots, changing rosters. Again, all the heavy lifting was already done. There was no movement, and unfortunately for the majority of fans on pins and needles, waiting for the shoe to drop and a big deal to be consummated in the waning moments of the deadline. It's not to be the case, Double J. It's not to be the case. So the question you ask yourself, once again, if you're a Leaf fan, is going into the Stanley Cup playoffs, the position against every opposition that you're overmatched, that you come in second. Like if you take a look at the Leaf roster and you size up both the forwards and the defense, it's comparable to everybody. And for me, including Boston, Tampa Bay, Carolina, to me, it's comparable. The 20 guys wearing the uniforms are comparable, but every other club's got a better goaltender going into the series. Can you win like that? Can Samsonov stand on his head and become a modern day savior in Toronto? Imagine this guy on a 1-year contract making peanuts hoist a Stanley Cup. Can you see it? Can you see Samsonov carrying the load?
Well, I first of all, he can, but I can't see it. But he can because look, if you look at Colorado last year, who carried the load for Colorado? Even their number one goalie got injured. Farouse or whatever his name is, carried a couple wins there and all that. When you have a system with defense, offense, and you rely on them, come on. I'm not saying the Maple Leafs going to win the Stanley Cup. Put it that
way. Hold on. You said it perfectly, though. When you have a system, like obviously if you watch Colorado hockey last year, at times me and you could have been in that because obviously puck control club has possession the majority of the time, and the high chances on goaltenders are limited to a handful, right? But do you see this Leaf defense as a team that's going to hold Boston to 6-7 quality scoring chances a game? If that's the case, then it's a club I haven't seen all year. Even when they win, there's a lot of high-scoring opportunities for opposition.
But we saw a glimpse of that last night when they won a tough game with Calgary was going and they won 2-1 game and Shen did his job and all these guys did their job. That's how you're going to win playoff games. We saw a glimpse of that, and I know it's against Calgary. It's not against Boston or Tampa or whatever, but we saw a glimpse of that last night. If they could continue like that, we never know.
Again, from my perspective, if you're going to make drastic changes to the roster and you're going to push all your chips in the middle, you can't hide the last couple hundred chips in your back pocket and save them. You can't save that first round pick for what? You can't save a prospect or two or not. You can't save these guys. If you're going all in and you haven't tended to your goaltending issue in a way that the Greek considers satisfactory, then you haven't gone all in. You haven't gone all in, right? And then it's that simple.
Look who it is, a guy with your hairstyle. Look at that. Eric Cohen. Eric Cohen.
Up some buttons here. It's been a busy day. I had to loosen up.
Hold on.
Get everything
what have you been doing? You're butting up.
What's happening, boy?
Greek.
Trade deadline, baby.
What has he been doing?
I've been busy. I've been breaking stuff all over the place. But
the only thing you have been breaking
really
for
nothing's
the last 20
happened
years is win.
today. But it's been a crazy week.
How
are you, Billy?
What's going on, Eric? Nice to see you, buddy.
Billy.
All right, Billy. Anything else you want to say? I know you got to go, so thank you for your time. If you want to come back here at around 5 o'clock, you can.
Now that my buddy Eric's on, man, what are you doing, man? You trying to separate the two of us? You trying to keep us apart, man?
Go ahead. Wait, hold on. Here, this is the end.
Eric, you know what? Yeah, I respect you. Got half a brain on you. So the serious question I'm going to ask, I want to get your opinion. 2 questions. Would you rather have Radko Gudas or Shen if you had to pick? And second of all, can Samsonov win 16 games in the playoffs?
Those are very tough questions. No, Samsonov's never done it before. He's never had playoffs. I would like to think so. The problem is obviously, Vasilevsky and Allmark in the first 2 rounds. So it's going to be situations for the second best goalie in round 1 and round 2. So that's the tough part. I'm sure he's capable. Obviously, you'd like his road numbers to be better. He's been really good at home numbers, not so much. I believe though in this Toronto team. I do. I'm an idiot because I have felt strongly the last few years, and I've watched them gag against Columbus. I thought they deserved a better fate against Tampa Bay last year, but I definitely feel like Kyle Dubas has put this. You mentioned Luke Shen. I like the depth they have on the blue line now. Shen, he was a great physical defenseman in Vancouver, leading the league in hits. I got in his own end now. That's a lot better than what he was when the Leafs drafted him. I'd rather have him than Gudas, to be honest with you. And I feel like Toronto, everyone focuses on the top 4. How many goals you're going to get from Marner and Tavares. But I think for Toronto to win, and you saw it last year, listen, Game 7 goals, it wasn't Kucherov, Point, or Stamkos, it was Nick Paul.
That's right.
You got to get contributions. And that's what Toronto needs. They need to get contributions from line 2, line 3, line 4, picks up a goal here or there.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to need. They're going to need a balance. That's what you're going to get from Boston. You look at Boston, and Boston's top heavy with Pasternak and Marchand. You add obviously Bertuzzi, but they get goals from lines 3 and 4, and they're getting goals from Orlov. That's what you need. You need everybody to step up. That'll be the key for Toronto.
Let me ask you this before I get out of here, Eric. Let me ask you this. So if you're in a position and you got your back against the wall, right, and you're playing a game of sports trivial pursuit, and you had to pick a partner, and the only 2 available options were yours truly, the Greek, or Double J Joey Pesich, who would you decide on? Who would you roll with under those conditions?
Well, Billy, you know you're my guy. You know we had something special going on. That's why I called you Rockabilly for a reason. Me and you could have torn apart that National Football League together. So you know,
we're
Billy,
talking
I'm always
NHL,
loyal
not
to
NFL. We're talking NHL, not NFL. So since you brought the
and
NFL, I'm going to ask Billy and you
yeah.
one question. All right, who would you rather have, Billy? Josh Allen or Dak Prescott?
What kind of silly question is that, man? If you're going to ask me something, again, my data is ticking here. Don't insult me with the questions. Josh Allen's arguably the best quarterback in football, and you're talking about slack Dak that can't be Purdy in a winnable game. Obvious question, man. As much as I'm a Cowboy fan, I couldn't necessarily call Dak.
All right, Billy. All right.
Tough year for Dak. I mean, I was exceptions and he missed like 4 games. So certainly you want to get those Dallas. I know that a couple costly ones as well against San Francisco when the defense played. Cowboys have a lot of talent, but you're right. I think you need a lot more to Prescott to get to where you want to be.
Yeah, not only you need a lot more out of Prescott, obviously, you need a second wide receiver that can separate. Obviously, Gallup wasn't the guy we expected him to be.
Yeah.
It's just a shame. If you're a long-suffering Cowboy fan, it's just a shame because you hadn't had a defense of this caliber since the glory years in the 90s, right? And to piss away a shot at a championship because a guy like a guy making $50 million got outplayed by a guy making minimum wage. Anyways, man, sour grapes on my end. Nice seeing you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Take care, Billy. Always good talking to you.
You as well.
All right, that's Billy the Greek, Eric Cohen on here, of course, of TSN. And Eric, you think you're going to get away with picking Billy over me? What's wrong with
I didn't pick Billy over you. I was just basically saying how great, better chance to get to how great you were, Joe. You cut me off and went to the Cowboys question. Jolton Joe, me and
I don't need to listen. Why are you wearing my shirt? The same shirt. You're wearing my shirt. All right. Second of all, now I'm gonna ask you. I had your buddy Alan and Sam Small on here, and Marty Roberts gonna come in here, and Justin's gonna come in here, and Mark Schlinsky and all these. But you're a Maple Leaf fan. You bleed blue and white. Bleed blue and white. You spend money. You don't give me tickets. By the way, we have a special. Have a special request from some person called Patricia saying she wants tickets from Eric Cohen. So, do you want to answer Patricia first of all?
Patricia's great for her, so of course.
But she wants Blue Jays Maple Leafs tickets. All right, so I'm gonna hit you up. I put you on TV. Does your corporation put you actually on TV? Actually on TV?
Yeah, on the TSN Edge Hub, you can go catch all my stuff there. It's good stuff.
Yeah, you're not on TV. I hear your voice, and then it's an annoying voice. So here it is. Maple Leafs, are you happy? Do you think? Forget he gave away all the draft capital. All right. What is good enough for you? Winning a round, winning 2 rounds. Of course, you're going to say it's winning the Stanley Cup. But what is good enough for you?
Joe, is that you're right. It is for me. It is. I really want to see this team win a Stanley Cup. And you look at the Eastern Conference, and man, oh man, just there are so many good teams I have to go through. It's going to be tough. But, last year we saw Toronto in that tough 7-game series, and then Tampa Bay, was able to beat Florida, really won 4 in a row against the Rangers after falling behind 2-0 in the East Final. Toronto was Tampa. They got to Colorado in the Cup Final. So that's the thing, right? Toronto's going to have to face, which I do think Toronto's better than. And then once you do that, you got a Boston year. They were the 15th choice to win the Cup. They were considered to be a mediocre team. Don't forget last year to Carolina. They lost the year before that to the Islanders. They weren't doing much in the playoffs, but now they found a lot. They found, the Vezina Trophy winner in Linus Ullmark for their big boys. Obviously, the Bertuzzi trade is really good for them. Boston is in regulation It's insane. So Toronto's going to have to then go beat that team, and if you do that, you're going to have to play Carolina, the Rangers, New Jersey, Metro. So just for the Leafs to get to the final, it's going to be a murder. Colorado, you look at Colorado's path. Who does Colorado have to beat in the West, right? That's why Stanley Cup, 7 of the top 8 choices come from the Eastern Conference. Colorado's the only team out there to be a powerhouse. Even the other teams that have good records, like Dallas, they aren't going to. But Edmonton, you worry about their goaltending and you worry about their blue line. So it's a much east than it is to come out of the West. That being said, listen, I want the Leafs to win the Cup. That's my goal for them. All in. I think he's done all the right things. But we see in the playoffs, crazy stuff happens, and that out too.
All right, as we got new viewers and listeners here today, you're watching the Fired Up Network. This is Joseph Pasek with Eric Cohen of TSN here on the NHL Trade Deadline Show. The NHL Trade Deadline, the buzzer went off at 3. There's still trades trickling in, but we're also, you can hear Eric, Billy, everybody. Here we don't only talk NHL, we talk every sport, including wrestling. Eric, your appearance fee has come in here. Here are tickets to go to see tomorrow's
Right.
Road to WrestleMania at Coca-Cola Coliseum, where we're going to see the rematch of Extreme Rules or Elimination Chamber between Canadian, Canada, Sami Zayn, and acknowledge him. Are you going to, Eric, acknowledge me for once in your life? Acknowledge me for once in your life.
Right.
That's your acknowledgement? Right. That's your acknowledgement? I expect that from Marty Roberts. From you, I expect you to stand straight, put the number 1 in the air, and acknowledge me. Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn, and I got the script, the same script of the Super Bowl. I know what's going to happen tomorrow. Originally, this match was a tag team match. Sami and Kevin Owens versus Solo Sikoa and Roman Reigns. It had moved to a singles match, Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns, and Solo Sikoa now is taking on Kevin Owens. By the way, congratulations to Solo Sikoa, who just got married this week. So say mazel tov to him. All right. So who's your pick? Who's your pick? Sami Zayn or Roman Reigns in the rematch for the WWE Undisputed title?
As he's done for the last 900 plus days, the tribal chief will find a way. Baron Corbin can continue to brag that he was the last person to pin Roman Reigns.
You are going to be 100% wrong. I have better get there early at Coca-Cola Coliseum on tomorrow, March 4th. Better get there early because you're going to witness history. Roman Reigns, Sami Zayn. Also, I'll spoil this. I'll give you a spoiler. It's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. I learned this from my other good Jewish friend, Paul Heyman. I got another good Jewish friend, MJF. And Eric, you don't know this. MJF's ex-fiance, has been calling you. You haven't been answering. Why? Why don't you answer? She wants to do a naked portrait of you.
I would have no issue with MJM sloppy seconds. No problem here. MJF,
eh? MJM. All right. So your pick for Sami Zayn, Roman Reigns is who? Who's your pick?
Roman Reigns.
All right, and you're going to cover it for Fired Up Network. And Eric, I just got this is actually airline tickets. Here it is, airline ticket for WrestleMania, SoFi Stadium. There it is, SoFi Stadium, and I have the agenda for Friday, for Saturday, for Sunday, for Monday. This thing costs $1,698 round trip. I'm not joking. There it is. All right. So there, Eric, do you want to go to WrestleMania?
I do.
At SoFi, you were going to go till you badmouth me in front of the hottest free agent acquisition. All right. So you're going to have to work up. If you want to go to WrestleMania, you have to give me 24 pairs of Blue Jay tickets, 2 pairs of Maple Leaf tickets. There it is. Yes or no? I'm not joking. WrestleMania here. WrestleMania. Look at the agenda. I got all the agenda right here.
I'll hook you up with a pair of my incredible. Let's get after it. Let's go.
All right.
Love it.
So here, Eric, seriously, right now, since the trade deadline, we don't know all the trades that trickled in, but we know 80% of them, right? Who's your Stanley Cup final?
Toronto, Colorado.
I ask you again, the better chance of Sami Zayn winning the belt than Toronto, all right? And Colorado for that matter. Who I ask you again, who's your Stanley Cup final? No wonder he's losing his hair. No wonder he only comes on once a year here on the Fired Up Network. And by the way, since you're a good friend of mine, good friend of the family and all that, Eric, do you know what Sunday is?
No. Oh, what's Sunday?
Sunday is my parents' 51st wedding anniversary, and they have requested you to sing a song. So sing any song. Sunday, March 5th is 51-year wedding anniversary. You know, if they haven't met, the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, running for the mayor of Toronto would not be born. So, Eric, close it out, your segment here, with a song in honor of my parents.
I'll do my Russian
national USA, Hak Boo! That's Russian national anthem. I know. I sing it in Canada. And by the way, we don't have Russian inside us here. Spanish. Say some words in Spanish. What is that? What are you, Mexican? You're all right, Eric. Honestly,
Señorita.
You're calling the Maple Leafs to make the Stanley Cup?
I am.
What in the blue hell is wrong with you? What in the blue hell is wrong with you?
Oh, and I predicted it, Joe, when I was at the Hockey Hall of Fame. I said 2023 will be. So I'm ready to roll.
Wait. For those people who know, we got the new viewers and listeners. 2002. Me and Eric were doing actually WrestleMania. We were doing WrestleMania. I was the MC. Eric was getting like Mark Freitas now, getting my coffee, getting my bagels, getting everything like that. So you have gone up, Eric. Now I've gotten somebody else to do that. All right, Mark Freitas does that. All right, you have gone and I made your career. You gone to TSN and you lost more hair and I let you go and fraternize with all the ladies. Trish Stratus. I told you about Trish Stratus. All right, I told you about that.
Oh, better rock and roll. Let's go.
And I told you, and I tell you one other thing. Eric Cohen will be on here next week as I interview Jade Cargill, because the only reason Eric Cohen's going to be on here because she wants to suplex him. She wants to body slam him. She wants to get a headlock him. And Dalhousen has put a curse on Eric. Yes, he has put a curse on Eric. Who do you call? Brian Danielson or MJF? What?
That explains a lot.
Yeah. So who do you call for the Revolution, AEW Revolution pay-per-view, not Premier Live Event, pay-per-view, 60-minute Iron Man match, MJF, our good Jewish friend. He hates you, by the way. And Brian Danielson.
He's better than you, and he knows it, Joe. And I'm calling best heel in wrestling, best promo in wrestling. I'm so proud of accomplished. He's an incredible talent. Absolutely love MJF. There's simply
much like yourself, he's a mensch. For people who don't know it, look it up. Google him. All right, Eric. Thanks a lot. Any last comments, Eric?
Go Leafs, go. He's 16 wins in the playoffs, and you'll find me on that streak. Can't wait. I want Austin Matthews and Mitch Martin to put me on their shoulders together. Let's get it done, and let's keep the faith. Got to believe.
Eric, for this, I'm gonna tell you right now. Seriously, you owe me a bottle of red wine and some Blue
Hell
Jay
yeah,
tickets.
something.
Red wine,
Yeah.
Blue Jay tickets, and Maple Leaf tickets and all that. And by the way, it's a nice shirt you're wearing. Thanks for copying me. You saw me on the air working 6 hours. Thanks for copying me. Good shirt. And go get my red wine at least. Come on. At least you owe me a red wine since like November. All right?
Oh,
Since November 2nd, you've been owing me a red wine. All right?
all right. Sounds good, brother.
All right. Thanks a lot, Eric. Eric Cohen.
You're
One of
welcome.
the one of my best friends and a great guy. He's TSN and check him out. Even though his prediction for Stanley Cup is wrong, like he always is wrong about everything else. He said Buffalo Bills for the last 20 years. He said Stanley Cup champions back in 2002.
Circle the wow.
Yeah, he circles. That's the problem. You've been circling the wagons for like 30 years. Now he's going to tell me next year for sure the Detroit Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's what he's going to tell me.
Restore the roar.
Yeah, maybe restore you. By the way, why are you still here? Go out to the LCBO and get me my red bottle of wine.
See ya.
Good. And let's see if he does it. All right, that's Eric Cohen here. We'll be back here on the NHL Trade Deadline Show in a couple seconds. Again, hopefully all your new fans and listeners can hear us and welcome back to the NHL Trade Deadline here on the Fired Up Network. Thanks for watching to our new listeners and viewers. I'm going to be joined by the Toronto Star's own, my good friend, Mark Solinsky. He has written so many books. He's going to write a book about my career. It's going to make millions and millions of dollars. Of course, that book, Mark, I hope you're listening and watching. That book should be called simply The Best. The best, because I am the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, and I just may run for the mayor of Toronto. Mark Solinsky, do I get your vote?
All the time, Joe. I'll be the first in line.
So you're going to say you're going to stuff the ballot box, right?
I don't know if I have that kind of persuasion, but I will definitely give you. I'll take a handful of ballots, all that are there, and I'll fill my name out and put them all in for you. First in line.
All right, so let's get to the NHL. We're going to be joined by a couple people, but let's get to the NHL here. Trade deadline is now over. It looks like Maple Leafs, they made a minor trade today, but all the major piece works. I'm going to ask you this. You know Kyle Dubas, all right? Why? After 5 years, I believe in this team. Like, I believe I could fly. I believe I could fly. I could believe I could touch the sky. The Kyle Dubas finally believes somebody told him something to wake up, gave him as one of these slap fests, right? Wake up, trade everybody, trade 25% of the team, and look, all right? So do you believe that they did enough to forget about round one to win the Stanley Cup?
Yes. I wouldn't even hesitate to answer that, but I will temper it by saying so did a lot of other teams. And I really do like what Boston did, and they're still the team to beat. Other than that, if you look at what the Leafs did, hey, Justin, it changes what they are. I think they're a different team to begin with than at any of the other years where they were bounced out in the first round. And we can talk more about what exactly that is. But I think you can't help but acknowledge that I think the GM did his job. It's in the hands of the players and the coaching staff to make it work. But on paper, yeah, they're again, we keep saying this every year. If they don't go out and make it out of the first round, well, something's wrong. And it will be terribly wrong, and it'll be fixed if they don't do it this year. However, having said all that, just on paper and from the short sample that we've seen, they certainly do look like a team that can advance to the Cup.
Listen, with all due respect, on paper means nothing because I gave you zeros on paper. What does that mean? Did you go to the bank and cash the zeros that I gave you? Anyways, now secondly, okay, if they get out of the first round but lose in the second round, is he going to be fired? Because here it is. He has given the draft capital. We don't have draft Maple Leafs. I shouldn't say we, but the Toronto Maple Leafs don't have draft capital left. They don't have a second round, a third round, a fifth round, a first round, whatever. So whatever it is, getting out of the first round, okay. But what would you say he did enough to get a contract? Because he's a free agent. He's a free agent. What would you say before Justin chimes in? What would you say? Okay, getting out of the first round and then losing, or getting to the second round or winning the second round. Okay, we're going to give him a new contract, because what GM is going to come in here if they fire him and say, "Oh, I'm Toronto Maple Leafs, but we have nobody left to trade." Because look, I don't have to tell you, Matthews may be gone in a year and a half. Nylander with his hair looks like mine. Nylander may be gone in a year and a half. All right, so I don't understand who told them to wake up and trade everything that we have for the future. Because if we don't win in the next 3 months or in the next year, this team is even worse than 1980s.
Well, absolutely, Joe. But here's two things with regard to that. One, if Shanny's there, so is Dubas. Shanahan approached ownership in the fall with an extension for Dubas. He would have been signed before this season even started. Ownership said, let's just hold back on that, pull the reins back. We're going to see what happens in the year. So what you say about, advancing or past the first or exiting in the second, does he get fired? As long as Shanahan's there, he has a job. Secondly, he took a home run swing here, and it was thought that his job's tied to getting Matthews' signature on an extension this July 1st. Well, I don't think any of that matters, and you can hear all the rumors that everyone else hears about Matthews staying or not. But as far as Dubas' job goes, it's quite simple. If Shanny's here, he has a job.
Okay, what if Shanahan's not here? What if?
Well, then all bets are off. Well, all bets are off. If Shanahan's not here, then you would have to think that not only Dubas would be looking over his shoulder, but so should all the coaching staff and probably someone in the core four as well. But that remains to be seen. What they have here on paper is, again, it's a roster. You can cut it up all you want, but it should. It's loaded. It should be able to get past Tampa and get into, go to at least to the conference final, if not the Cup final. That is what it is. That's my opinion. You can, again, carve that up like a Thanksgiving turkey, but all the same, Dubas has done his job in my books. It's time for someone else to, i.e. the players and the coaching staff, to deliver. And as far as his job security goes, nobody's job is secure. But oftentimes a coach, a GM, and the president are all in a package. That's what this deal is here in Toronto. It's a package deal. So if one goes, it's going to be because the top, the guy at the top of the rung, the Shanahan, is gone. Other than that, they all have jobs if he stays.
Mark, I brought all your good friends, Justin.
Yes, you did.
And, Marty Roberts there, and they're thinking you're a little bit cuckoo.
That's fine. They wouldn't be the first.
They think
there's a long line there.
Wine.
He's left-handed. That's why he's left-handed, Joseph. Remember?
Well, I'm left-handed. Justin, are you left-handed?
No.
No, that explains everything. All right.
One thing about left-handers, Joe, everybody thinks they're cuckoo, but left-handers have it straight and everyone else is cuckoo. That's got to be on a bumper sticker somewhere.
And here we're talking about Marty Roberts, the old lefty.
Cuckoo one.
Justin is the cuckoo one.
If left-handers ran the world, it'd be a much better place. Trust me.
I agree. I agree with you, Mark. I agree with you. All right, Marty, do you agree with Mark Swilinski about the Maple Leafs probably winning 2 rounds, maybe going to the Stanley Cup? By the way, your good friend Eric Cohen picked the Maple Leafs and Colorado Avalanche. This guy's more cuckoo than Mark Swilinski.
That's hard to do.
Well, you know what? The Eastern Conference, with everything that's gone on there. And, at least I think their goaltending is still going to be an issue for them. Samsonov or Murray are that guy that can get them there. Brought some defensemen in that could clear the front of the net and give them to look at the puck. So we'll see. They got to, like Mark said, Dubas has done his job here. Foligno, it just happened to Foligno. Again, it's happened to him in Boston, right? So, and now it's up to the team to Drew.
All right, Justin, wake up. You have any more trades here? And do you want to say anything to Mark and Marty, what they said regarding the better team between the Maple Leafs and Montreal Canadiens? I don't know if you know this, Mark. He loves the Montreal Canadiens. He says it's God's team, Montreal Canadiens. All right, so go ahead.
I wouldn't be going around saying that out loud or publicly.
He says
now,
that. Mark knows what I mean when I say God's team because he knows who I'm talking about when I say God's team. All right, so go ahead, Justin.
It's still the best place in the world to watch a hockey game. Period. And if that qualifies as God's team or God's hockey country, God's hockey country would be at the
listen, Mark, do you want me to tell stories? You want me to you say that only because you like the establishments in Montreal, all right? You like the establishments in Montreal.
Whatever give you that idea. I like the hot dogs there.
Your name's Mark. Your name's Mark and not Norm. Sorry. Go ahead, Justin.
Okay, so on the Leafs front, Dubas did a great job. I think we can all say that this team's a lot better than it was 3 days ago. And that says a lot about the work that he did to invest in making this team a powerhouse for a playoff push. How far will they go? I don't know. We can debate that all day long, but it's certainly a lot better than they were.
All right.
Well,
Mark, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
You're around the Leafs a lot. What are they going to have? 7 defensemen they're going to roll in and out. And we see, instead of rolling with the 9 forwards on the defensive core.
Okay, it was breaking up there, Marty, but I thought if I heard enough of it, it's just saying who they're going to roll on D.
Yeah.
Well, that's a darn fine question, and I think that's going to be in and out. They have 9D, serviceable D, plus they got 2 guys with the Marley, so that's 11, and there will be a taxi squad. I think it's all but a certainty that McCabe and Riley are obviously going to be your top pair. Giordano's going to figure in there somewhere. If they kept Hall, you got to think he's in there. Then the bottom pair could fluctuate. But I think you have, like, if the last game was indicative, Riley's been turned loose because McCabe's the kind of guy who'll clean up the back end if Riley just, like I've not seen a game in a long time where he was down below the hash marks in the offensive zone so much. That's the Riley they need to see. They need to get more of. That's a very key thing for them because I think he's only got 1-2 goals this year, which is probably 10 to 15 less than he should have. If they can make that happen in the playoffs, and I'll think, just as an aside to that, you'll see that Tampa and Boston make terrific use of a late breaking defenseman on off rush or off forecheck. But if the Leafs can get Riley going, then obviously that deep pairing is set with McCabe. Like I said, Giordano's in there. Shen, I really think Shen should be in there. Gustafsson, I'm not entirely familiar with his game, but they didn't get him to sit him. Liljegren, I think, is a little bit hurt. He also had a couple of lousy games, so he might be the odd man out. But again, like you've moved 1/3 of your roster, and I think a point was made somewhere that you can't be a bunch of eggs in a basket. You have to be a team. You can't have a bunch of players with stars on their helmets and expect to make a team. So they're going to have to figure that out very quickly. And as we know, championship starts in goal, comes out to the defense and down the middle. They're strong everywhere, and questionable in goal. But I think you're going to see, and I would suspect, a veteran version of that defensive core going down the stretch here. They have room to play with everything, and do all kinds of combinations because it's 99.9% certain that it's Tampa. So just prepare for Tampa. See everything you have. Hence, we saw O'Reilly on the third line. Then just for the last maybe 10 games, whatever, 12 games, 8 games, set it, make it run, and give them a bunch of games together to build up reps and chemistry and go from there. I think that's how it's going to work.
And hopefully Marty will come back here in a couple seconds. He's back now. But you mentioned Justin Hall. Okay, he's Marty's favorite player. By the way, I should preface that he's Marty's favorite player. Give me your thoughts on Justin Hall.
Justin, very inconsistent. The reason he plays as much as he does is because he is a good penalty killer. That is also very key in the postseason. Your special teams have to produce. It'll be very difficult against anyone in the East to score a lot of power play goals, but at the same time, they've got to keep up on the penalty kill. The Leafs penalty kill is not as good as it was in previous years, but one very big consistent on it is Hall, and I think that's why he'll get minutes. And again, he's been around, but he could be out. Anything could happen, right? I don't have a magic wand or a crystal ball here to say how Justin Hall is going to be used. My preface to all of this is experience, veteran leadership, familiarity with the system. I think Hall, his biggest fan is the coach. And as much as the coach has sat him, has made him a healthy scratch this year and last, it's been with a caveat that I'm going to sit you to give someone else a chance. Your game's not where it should be. You can sit there and think about it, but you're getting back in. And he does. He might sit 1 or 2 games, but he gets right back in. So the coach is a big believer in Hall, and I think based on that and based on his PK, his standards on PK, that he's going to see a lot of ice time.
All right, so let me ask you this. Take away the Maple Leafs. Which team did the most moves that you think that, wow, it was like this team went from nowhere to something now? Is it the Rangers with Tarasenko and Kane? Is it New Jersey? And these guys, Rangers and New Jersey, first round matchup. We talk about Tampa and Toronto, but Rangers and New Jersey right now, it's a first round playoff matchup. Which team, in your eyes, made the best moves as the trade deadline?
Those 2 teams in Boston. Boston's still the team to beat. Getting Bertuzzi, getting Orlov, and tossing Hall on LTIR, and someone else is on IR. Their depth. Foligno, there you go. I mean, if those 2 guys come back, add on to what they have, I mean, good luck. That's a team that the core 2 or 3 guys. If you don't play, the coach doesn't even have to do anything there. If you don't play the way Marchand and Bergeron tell you to or expect you to, bye-bye, you're off. That's as simple as that. Marchand, to me, might right now be in the East the best pound-for-pound playoff competitor. and leadership guy in the East. He would get my vote, or at least top 2, top 3. Love what Jersey did. Love what the Rangers did. The Rangers, if Shesterkin gets back to normal, tough out, boy. And then we're gonna go back. And Jersey's very, very strong, very, very fast. Do a lot of good things. We'll go back to the Leafs. Did they do enough? Well, on the one hand, you say yes, but I think even if they brought Bobby Orr back, they'd still have a tough time against any one of those 3 teams. There's a lot of good work in the East. It's going to be absolutely terrific hockey, and I am actually going to surprise my wife with another trip to New York, and I'm going to try and get tickets to the postseason in MSG to watch one of those games, because also an absolutely bucket list thing to do is go see a game, either, like I said, in Montreal or MSG. Absolutely incredible atmosphere. And I've just decided it right now. I'm going to, for what it's worth, I'm going to take my wife to New York and get tickets to a Devils Rangers playoff game if I can.
Hey, Mark, hit me up after the show. I'll set you up with a guy I know. His name is Spike. He's got tickets for everything. Spike Lee, all right? So he's got tickets for everything. So that's
I actually
it.
have a couple of contacts of my own.
All right, well, but it's not Spike Lee. Come on. Who do you have? Jay-Z and some Beyonce or something like that? Who do you have? Come on.
Just some people who work for the Rangers. That's all.
Work for the Rangers. I better. I won't say it. I won't say it. You know where I was going to go with that. But so now let me ask you this: you've been around You talked about Montreal. You talked about Madison Square Garden, Maple Leaf Gardens, Air Canada, or Scotiabank Arena. What is your favorite arena, past or present?
Montreal. The loudest crowd I've ever heard has been in Edmonton. The coldest rink I've ever been in was Edmonton, the very first outdoor game. So it wasn't a rink, but it was an outdoor rink. Pierre Maguire got frostbite in his finger, one of his fingers, and it still bothers him to this day. It was minus 28. And he was outside for 9 hours with Bob McKenzie and I think Gordon Miller, and they got a half an hour break in between the 2 games. That's all they got. It was incredible. Wow. But Montreal, yeah. Just trying to think. The new rink, the Rogers Center in Edmonton is exquisite, as is the Rogers Center in Vancouver. An absolutely terrific venue, like for us in the media, but all around access, just state-of-the-art rink. You can't beat it. But hockey atmosphere and everything, tradition. Yeah, it's Montreal. I would have said Maple Leaf Gardens, and Justin knows how good it still is with the 6, and I'm enjoying it. I'm very, very much looking forward to the playoffs, which will be at the now Mattamy Center, featuring the 6 against somebody. But and you should be plugging that, Joe.
My gosh! Wait! Hold on! Justin, who in the blue hell? I don't care if it's TSN, I don't care if it's Sportsnet, I don't care if it's whatever. Who did I have on beginning this show? And by the way, Mark, 6 hours, 42 minutes in, no break. 6 hours, 42 minutes. All right. Who did I have on here? I told you to interview her, but no, this guy doesn't listen to what the president of the province says. Taylor Woods is a defenseman playing for, or defensewoman playing for the Toronto 6. Right now, she's at the Arnold Schwarzenegger Strongman competition in Columbus, Ohio. There's nothing to do in Columbus, Ohio. All right? She's on there. She started the programming. By the way, Mark, you don't know this. We had the female version of Don Cherry, Gidget Murphy, on here at 1 p.m. Do you know that the Metropolitan River play hockey in a mall? You could go to Lululemon. That's where Marty Roberts got his hat from, and watch the Rivers play hockey. Justin,
it's actually a pretty good setup there. I don't know how it goes over with the players, but I kind of think it's pretty funky. So
the players actually really like it. I spoke with Madison Packer after the All-Star game, and it's temperature-wise, it's not great, but other than that, it's a really cool environment, and that seems to be the message reiterated from the players. So I thought that was really neat.
Absolutely.
By the
But
way,
Joe, the playoffs in when is it again, Justin? The end of March?
March
It's
17th,
March
18th, and
17th and
20th.
18th.
For a guy who never promotes it, come on. March 17th, 18th, and 20th, Madison Center. You're going to be there.
He's
Now
got
I wish
control
that
of the
would be there.
volume here.
Yeah, pump up the volume. But here it is. I'm going to ask you a question here. March 17th, 18th, 20. When you go to the Madison Center, Mark, you've been there with me, Maple Leaf Gardens and all that. Is there the same feeling still? I know they raised up the roof and it's smaller rink. Is it still the same feeling going to? I'm going to say Maple Leaf Gardens.
Yeah, I mean it's not the same, but it there's remnants of the gardens there enough of which plus mostly when you sit down and just take a look up that if you remember the gardens well you'll and you have any emotion for it, which we all do, you'll feel the same thing. And the ice surface is the same, and I think it's fantastic that the women's hockey is in there and that the Six are going to be playing their playoffs there. And it is a much smaller seating, but still very intimate. The experience is really cool. I mean, that's what all I can say. I had an experience there with the PHF All-Star game, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so like, are you going to sit in an arena with 18,000 people, and it's you can picture yourself back in the 30s and 40s? No, it's not like that anymore. But is it still got feelings and remnants of the old barn? Yeah, and it's a great place to watch a game, and you are right on top of it. And there isn't, like they say, it isn't a bad seat in the house. So the women's game's fantastic. Great place to watch hockey, and I think it's any hockey fan should give it a look.
Two questions about the Toronto Six. What do you think about the media relations person of Toronto Six? And we have here right now the mascot of the Toronto Six. Yes, Kipling is Marty Roberts. I'm just telling. Mark Twilinski does not know that's his side job. Kipling is Marty Roberts. Now you know who Kipling is. But what do you think about the media relations person for the Toronto Six? Is he helpful? Does he not talk? Does he look down when I tell him to break some trades or anything like that? Come on.
I've told him before, I wish he was working for the Leafs, so that tells you everything.
I wish also. Maybe I have an in.
Thank you. And yes, I do look down when I'm breaking trades. It's how you get things done. But really fascinating deadline. But yeah, going back to Mattamy, I was just there on Wednesday morning to look around, and it really is such a remarkable place from the locker rooms. You look up at the roof as you're kind of walking around on ice level. And then to see the hockey going on at the same time, the All-Star game atmosphere was awesome. And we didn't quite pack the house, but the goal is pack the house for the 2 playoff games. And we're so excited. We're 2 weeks away, and it's going to be great.
And as you know, Mark, for years, I'm going to take some of your money and do a wrestling show at Maple Leaf Gardens. I'll put $2. You put the rest. All right, do a wrestling because nothing Maple Leafs but wrestling was built for Maple Leaf Gardens here. Now I digressed. Since I got you here, I got Marty here. I got to talk about a little bit about the Blue Jays. All right, the Rogers Center. You talked about Rogers Center, Edmonton, and all this. Okay, Rogers Center, the renovations. Have you taken an inside look inside the Rogers Center? And what do you think of the renovations? Because Marty wants to ask this, but he's too chicken because he's putting it, his hat on and all of that. So go ahead.
I don't think Marty's chicken. That's one thing he's not.
See, look, he's eating chicken. That's what I'm saying. Look, he doesn't want to show. Like, look.
Yeah, I think what they did there is interesting. Much more like club space. I guess the best thing they did is they got something called the Schneider's Lounge or something for the Looney Hot Dog Tuesday or something like that. That's what I'd go for. See how many hot dogs guy could eat. Maybe match up with Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi on a hot dog eating contest. I'd lose, but it'd be fun to do.
I was just looking at the email from them earlier today with regards to that new, I don't know what you want to call it, club or something, but it's a really interesting concept.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's what they've been wanting to do for years down there is kind of, I don't know if the word modernize it is the right word, but just, you give people more of an experience in the park, or the option to, like, while you're watching the game, or if you have family, or if you want to go do something like a club, a club experience, or whatever that may be. They're just giving you more options for that. As far as the dimensions go, that's also going to be very interesting, because that park, when the roof is closed, it's a hitter's park. When it's humid out, it's a hitter's park. It can be very funky when the wind blows. So I'm more curious to see how it plays. Fly balls play and line drives play into the alleys when the roof is open, and it's maybe a fall or a spring day when there's a bit more wind. I would very much like to see that. If there's going to be any change, but you can't do something like that and not have at least some kind of trickle down effect when you do dimensions. And the reason there was so much wind play in there was because of the like the center field seats, and then the big screen there had an effect on the way it would toss the wind up, swirl it around, and it would come back down off the upper carapace. So there was a lot of, like, even though you don't see it, there was an effect on fly balls, and especially line drives, pardon me. So that'll be interesting to see. If maybe it's just a minimal effect, maybe there's no effect, but when, over the course of the year, if there is an effect, and you've got Kiermaier out there who can really track down balls, that may play or may not play into his hand, or he may have to work harder on some things. I think they addressed that in getting somebody with wheels out in the outfield and improving their overall outfield defense. I'm not saying they did it because they did the renovations, but I'm sure it was in the back of their mind. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I'm very, very interested in a minimal way, or at least in a cursory way, to see what the impact is, in the first month of the season. Just watch each game, watch fly balls, see how they're played, if they're played any differently. I love that kind of stuff. So, because pitchers always need to know, what it all relates down to a pitcher. Marty being a pitcher, you can't just throw the ball over the plate. You got to understand your outfielders, what their strengths are, what the wind condition is, the minutest things. It, especially at the big league level, it really plays out.
All right, Marty, you want to chime in there?
Well, yeah, Mark's right. You had a Kiermaier, and you also have Varsho out there, and Springer. That's outfield right there, guys. They'll go track the ball down and get it. And for the first little bit of an issue with both teams, I think, but probably about a month after the season starts to change, by knowing how the walls work, how the new dimensions work, and teams tricky, just like it is in Houston. When teams go to Houston, they got to play that wall, that hill, this favor a little later in the season. But I can't wait to see it. My biggest thing is I like where the bullpen sit there and watch these guys warm up behind it, beside it. I'm looking forward to it, and I can't wait for it.
All right, and so that's phase one. What do you know what they're doing for phase two next year, Mark?
That I don't, Joey. I'm more of a hockey writer than a ball writer now. So I don't think it's going to be anything dimension-wise. I just think it's going to be more improvement for a fan-friendly experience. That was the biggest knock on that stadium. That and its looks, like it's just too much concrete. It's not got any type of a ballpark feel. Chicago did the same thing with the new Comiskey. It just didn't have any type of feel. I'm not necessarily a big fan of Detroit's new park that way. And one of my favorite ballparks of all time was the old Tiger Stadium. And in fact, it probably is my most favorite. And I still have pictures and memories of being there 2 weeks before they closed it. So I think cosmetically, it's going to be more cosmetics, more fan-friendly stuff. But I must confess that I haven't. I did take the tour this year. I wasn't even listening to what they were telling us. I was just standing there and looking and judging for myself certain things, looking at it more like a ball player than as opposed to a media person. But whatever the case may be, it can be debated. I think there are improvements. And I'm very, very interested in seeing what the outcomes will be.
Couple final minutes here as we close the NHL trade deadline show. But I got to ask you this regarding baseball and all that. Let's look at Oakland or Vegas now. It looks like they're going to move to Vegas. And what is going on with Tampa? They're going to get a new stadium. They're not going to get a new stadium. They're moving to Justin's Montreal. They're moving to Milwaukee. They're like, what's going on with Tampa and what's Oakland and Vegas? That's what I hear. Vegas is getting ready to make the move to baseball now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Baseball in the Bay Area is a truly funky experience. The media experience alone is unlike any other. They have in the press box big, thick, gymnastics mats roped to the ceiling, because if you get up too quick, you'll smash your head on an iron frame. So you get the idea. It's an old school deal. The elevators, there's only a couple, like 2 or 3 floors for the media elevator, and it takes like half an hour to go up and down them. So when you are on tight deadline, you better leave in the 7th or 8th inning to get down for your interviews and keep a track of the game. The clubhouses they're AAA quality, and I'm not trying to be condescending. It's just the way they are. So yeah, it's time. It's time for a big league experience there. And Vegas, with the success of hockey and now football, I can't see why baseball and basketball aren't close on the heels there. As far as Tampa goes, another very I like going there. Nobody likes that park. I think it's great. I used to like the old Kingdome in Seattle, and everybody hated it. I loved it. Maybe I'm just maybe my head's on backwards or whatever, or maybe I need glasses in my old age here. But I love those parks. Tampa is just caught in a political, windmill. It just keeps going around and around. Nobody wants to spend the money on that, and I think part of the parcel there is attendance. But I think if you put, like they got Al Lang Stadium down in St. Petersburg, I think if you put it closer to a major population base, had good, St. Petersburg, I think it has buses, but it certainly doesn't have anything else in terms of public transit. But I think if the waterfront in Tampa is supposed to be, the place that they're talking about, because it could be world class. The development, what goes on there, not just for sports, but as an economic and city center and do the same thing. Like, if this is the big if, but if they did like what they did with Hockey Town in Edmonton, make the rink part of a whole hockey community downtown, you could be onto something there. And I think, given that organization, how they operate, how successful they are on the way they operate, they deserve that. But then again, you're not a politician, and I'm sure there's other people who want all that land too. And, whether they get it or not, I don't know. I love the park. The location and the setup there is unfortunate.
All right, so as we close it out, I'm going to go back to the NHL here. Justin's been quiet for a couple seconds. So, Justin and Mark, what I'm going to do here, because this is a final question, and you know it. Justin,
fire away.
Trade deadline is over. Give me your Stanley Cup final.
Ooh,
go ahead, Justin.
That's really hard. I think the Bruins are going to find their way back to the Stanley Cup. I'm not going to lie to you. I just think that's kind of an inevitable thing based on what they've done. They actually had a really good deadline, despite the fact that they only had to make a couple of moves. God, who might they face? I'm going to think about that for a few minutes. Mark, who do you think is going to be in the final?
I would love to see a Boston-Edmonton final, and that's what I'm going with.
All right, Boston, Edmonton, and boy, do we miss Zach Hyman. And here, I'll ask, since he needs more time, I'll ask Mark this question. Connor McDavid, how many points does he end up with? Yeah, I know he's going to get 60 goals. Does he get 150, 160, 170?
I don't think 150 is out of the question. I think 70 goals. I think he'll get more than 60. Don't know if he'll get 70, but I wouldn't bet on, like, I mean, there isn't an athlete in pro sports or any other sport that does what he does at the level he does on a nightly basis. I'd pay just about any sum to be a season ticket holder in Edmonton to watch him play hockey. I've had the good fortune of following him since junior. I watched him in junior, but he's doing stuff now that I mean, you can, there's superlatives that you can make, but ask yourself anywhere in time where one player did it himself. The only guy I can think of is Patrick Waugh in the 93 Cup. He won the Cup himself. 10 overtime games, all of them they won on a team that had no business being in the Cup final. That was the only time I can honestly think of where one athlete made that much of a difference. McDavid makes that much of a difference every single night. And that to me is like when we talk about those type of things, it's always in the past. Now we have somebody doing it right in front of us, and we don't get to see enough of it. It isn't promoted enough. I don't know what they can do to change that, and you can bitch and moan about all that you want. But for the sake of watching history and watching something that you never thought would happen again, happening at a level of the game that where everybody's fast, everybody's strong, and he's doing what he's doing when the game has never ever been faster or stronger. I mean, fire away, man. Go, you spend money on it, you would take the time to do it. It's something we'll see again. Who knows? But in our, I'm 62. Do you think I'm going to see someone like that again? I don't know. I mean, it's more of a conversation. That part of it is, but what he's doing on his own on a nightly basis is unprecedented to me in history.
The only player that is in close comparison maybe is Connor Bedard and what he's doing right now in the WHL. But once he hits the NHL stage, is he going to play exactly like that? Will he be that generational player for years to come? These are questions we don't have answers to, of course. But yeah, I mean, look, a player like this, what he does, look, it's not just solely on his own. Him and Leon Draisaitl have been the perfect match literally since the day he hit the NHL floor, or ice, whatever you want to say. But yeah, will Connor Bedard be his second closest match? I mean, I'm so intrigued by what McDavid does because every single night he goes in and makes it look like magic, like no player has before. And if Bedard can be like a second copy of that, this game is only going to get better and better for years to come.
Absolutely.
And don't forget, Edmonton comes to the Scotiabank Arena next Saturday. Mark is probably, I'm not even asking. I know he's working then next Saturday. Edmonton.
No, I'm not. I'm going to be at the 6th.
You're going Yo, look at that, Justin. It's like I planned this. Oh my gosh.
I've already told my editors I'm March 11th and 12th. I'm at the 6th, and it's all been approved.
So here, I'm going to ask you this, and I know Justin's here, but when you go to the 6, what can they improve on? The atmosphere is great, like Justin says, and everything, but you've seen hockey in small arenas and big arenas and everywhere. We talked about the arenas. What can the Toronto 6 improve in? Is it playing at Canlan Ice Sports in North York? Let's face it, when you have Mattamy Center, I don't know. I've been a big proponent of this, and I've been telling you this for 2-3 years. They should have played at Maple Leaf Gardens. I'm going to call it Maple Leaf Gardens. Should they move to Maple Leaf Gardens permanently?
Well, I think that's a great question, Joey. And the short answer would be yes. But what you got to take into account is that you cannot knock Canlan because it's a facility. It's not just a rink. They have, not only is it a base for, a solid base for practice, and it's more accessible for the girls who we all know have to work daytime jobs. There's girls coming from Barrie. There's girls coming from, Western Ontario, and girls who live with, friends and or family and or each other in Toronto, just so they don't have to commute that far. So there's also a gym there, that they use. It's more of a centralized facility. It may not be as glamorous as Maple Leaf Gardens. Is that something that that's being discussed? Probably. I don't know. Justin would know better than I would, but you cannot knock Canline because its overall quality, its overall value would be far great, or at least more serviceable than Maple Leaf Gardens would be right now, because all you would do is play games at Maple Leaf Gardens. It's not accessible. There's really no parking there. It's difficult for the girls to get in and out of there and then get to their jobs. Whereas you come to York, it's right off the highway. You get in the mornings, or when they practice in the evenings, you can get in and out of there, get your work done, and get all the off ice training that you need to get done. So there's something to be said for that.
All right. So Justin, I want you to write this down, okay? Justin, you're an avid reader here, okay? You're an avid reader. I want you to write this down. Mark Solinsky has many, many books. I want you to purchase, you cheapskate. I want you to purchase all Mark Solinsky's books. If you wanted to cover the Toronto Six, you better read it from cover to cover. I'll give you by March 11th and 12th to read all his books. Mark, tell everybody your latest book, which is called Norma, after Norm Rumack.
Well, thanks, Joe. You're always kind in allowing me to, pat myself on the back here, so to speak. But yeah, the book's out. It's been out for a while, and it's doing okay. For something I put out myself. It's just it's my first piece of fiction, and it is available. It has to be ordered, but you can order it from anywhere, even Amazon or Walmart. You can even order it from Walmart, but all the major bookstores will get it for you. And it's available from Friesen Press in Vancouver. They're the ones who published it. We're also working on a baseball book, and that'll be out sometime either this summer or at Christmas. So.
And what's it called? Come on, give me a scoop here. I made your career. You're 62. Your career has never been higher. I've been carrying you for 30 years. Come on.
Well, it's about it's a very I'd like to say unique, but it's an odd way of it's not an odd way, but an odd sort of caricature in it. In that the book is called Coop, after a Cooper glove. This glove narrates the book, and its story is the glove story begins with a kid who is a first round pick in the minor, and goes through a minor league season that is absolutely crazy. It takes place in the 70s, and it's also a coming of age story. And ultimately, the glove gets traded by its first owner to a college student, because the college student helped the ball player with a Shakespeare essay, and the ball player, on top of being an excellent baseball player, always wanted to write but never could. And when this college kid helps him write, he feels he's indebted to him, so he gives him the glove. So the ball player eventually makes it to the big league. The player eventually makes it to the big league, but the glove doesn't. He moves on to a rich family of a college kid. His life changes around, and ultimately he gets forgotten about. And his story, though, is kind of like a story about life, in that you come of age and then things can change and completely change. And how do you react to it is the key to your success. So that book is, like I said, it's called Coop. It's after a glove that I wore when I was in the minor leagues, in a Cooper A2000. And that will be the cover, just very close up of the book, of the glove and the A2000. And I will have the name of the principal character in the first half of the book stenciled in on the thumb, like major leaguers do with their gloves. So anyways, that's just a long story shortened, but still a too long a version of it. But it's almost done, and it'll be off to publishing shortly.
It makes me want to go get the book here. But Mark, how many years have you been married?
42.
On Sunday, March 5th, it's my parents' 51st anniversary.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to them. You know what happened 49 years ago? If they didn't meet up, the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, the guy who's going to run mayor for Toronto will not be alive here. So congratulations, Mazel Tov, happy anniversary here, and everything like that. But Mark,
same here. Best to your parents. That's an incredible relationship.
Certainly an amazing achievement.
50 years is that silver? 75 is silver, or 50 years is golden. I can't remember how it works. My aunt and uncle.
You're going to give me gold and silver? I'll take anything. I'll take platinum too. I don't know what you're talking about. But Mark, let me ask you something here. Throughout you covered hockey, baseball, everything, right? What's the greatest event you've been at? I've never asked you this.
Spring training. Spring training.
Really? Why?
It's the best. Like, everything is great. Any championship, any Olympics is great. I won't deny that. Been to them all. But spring training for me, it's a combination of seeing something start, and spring training is like no other training camp in sports. It's too long, but there is a romance to it. I just love it. You travel around Florida. The one in Arizona I have not been to, but I have been to the ballparks in Arizona. But spring training is for pure work and pure enjoyment. Like, you get in and you get access that you would never get anywhere else. And you also see the genesis of the decision making, and you can rub elbows with Shapiro, Atkins, Vladdy, Schneider, anybody. And right there, you also get to see prospects, build relationships with them, which you wouldn't normally get because you're not covering the minor leagues. It's not like the Marlies, the Leafs and the Marlies, right, where you can go, half a mile or a kilometer west of Scotiabank, and the Marlies are playing there. If you don't see these prospects in spring, you're probably not going to see them again all season, and therefore avoid an opportunity to start a grassroots level relationship. And, I'd be amiss by saying, like, who the heck doesn't want to be having all expenses 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks or even 2 weeks in Florida covering something. It used to be so much more fun before social media and Twitter, because you only did one story and the columnist was there, and it was a grand social as well as work. It still is, but the work is much more demanding these days. But for my 2 cents, and for the pound for pound professional combination of being committed professionally but enjoying yourself and looking forward to something that happens every year, spring training is best assignment for me.
All right, 2 final questions, one from a fan and one from me. From a fan, it comes from Patricia. What was the greatest article you have ever written? That comes from Patricia, so must be a fan of yours, a lady fan of yours, Mark. Come on, Patricia.
And that's a really good question.
Well,
look, it even gets the stamp of approval from Justin. Wow.
That is a great question. And one that comes to mind is not something you would generally think of. I've had, nominations for, I did a whole series on NNA nominations for university football, U of T compared to Michigan State. Mary Ormsby went down to Michigan State. We were nominated for our collective efforts. I went to Newfoundland for 2 weeks, and in 1993, with a group of 11 reporters and photographers, and covered the collapse of the cod fishery, which was extremely interesting, and I could detail it a lot. But I'll give you this one, and it was a nothing story, but it happened at a time when Dave Stewart and the late Jim Fregosi. Dave Stewart was assistant general manager, and Jim Fregosi was manager of the Blue Jays. Something I wrote triggered an argument between the two of them, and they weren't big fans of each other to begin with. I got in the middle of it. Dave Stewart came back to me, wanted to put me up against the wall, which he was welcome to do because I wasn't going to back down from him. We turned out to iron that out, and I went to his birthday party and bought him a bottle of vodka. And we straightened that out, but Jim never forgave me because he thought I was trying to center him out. I won't give you the details, but one detail that happened after I put that story, which was a very small story, was taken way out of context by those two. But Stewart went down, busted into Fergosi's office in the old former Sky Dome, now Rogers Center, and you could hear them throwing chairs and screaming at each other. And that was before some other stuff happened, but Stewart came out, sought me out, patted me on the back, thanked him for and thanked me for telling him something about the story, which set him off in the first place. Then it got really worse from there. But you get the idea. It was an absolute hell show over, a story on the third or fourth page of the paper. So I remember that amongst some really good stuff. But that's something. It doesn't stand out because it was a great story, but it stands out certainly for the reaction to it and for, good old barnstorming craziness that used to happen when we still traveled with teams and you were closer to the players and to management than you are these days.
Here's the question. You see, Justin's breaking into the business, youngster and all that, and he's one of. I'm gonna say this. I create talent here, by the way, Mark. You know this, all right? He's one of the guys who is an old school reporter. Okay, old school reporter. Young. How old are you, Justin?
22.
All right, 22 years old. All right. Yeah, I know. Can you believe that? 22. Any last words? And because Mark, and I know you, we're friends 30 years and all that, but honestly, Justin, this guy is one of the best reporters and doesn't get the recognition he should.
Not quite.
That's no, but shh. President says shh. All right, doesn't get the recognition he does and all that. And you know what is even better about him, Justin? He's even a better person. I know this guy 30 years, 32 years or whatever. Every time I call him, no problem, Joe, no problem, and all that. So, Mark, do you have any suggestions or anything how he could break into the media and stay in the media for 30, 40 years like myself, like yourself?
Well, these days, I think luck has to do a lot more with it than anything because there's still internships. I'm just going to use the example of the Toronto Star. They still hire interns and they give you a very good look. And you have to really show that not only that you can write, but that you have unique ideas about uncovering certain stories, in-depth stuff, finding out stuff, or finding something unique that just isn't in the paper every day. That's what they're looking for. Now, in terms of sports, it's darn near impossible because sports departments have fallen on hard times. We're down to maybe 5 or 6 writers when we used to have 20. You're also looking at budgets and stuff like that. And it's very sports just simply isn't going to take somebody who's coming out of school, no matter how good they are. They may, but the hiring practice, we haven't hired anybody in sports since I can remember. I'm actually trying to remember the last, they hired Chris Johnson and Mike Wilner, but that's partly on the payroll of the casinos. So that's a whole other story and a whole other controversy, but it's not a direct hire. What I will do is use the example of David Alter and Chris Johnson, who actually go to work for themselves. Now, they will write for Sports Illustrated, they'll write for freelance for whoever that, but they do their own blogs, they travel on their own dime, and they try and sell their stuff through streaming and or whatever other platform that they can get on and see if they can make enough money off it to cover their expenses. In Chris's case, he's one of maybe 5 people in hockey who are plugged in that deep. Now, he has breaking news all the time. He's an exceptionally good person and an exceptionally good writer. If you want to know hockey, he's one of the guys you'll be tuned into. I don't have to tell you that. But the example of how they work, which is they go to work for themselves and use podcasts and platforms to build themselves and service Twitter 24 hours a day. That's what you have to do. It is very demanding and you have to almost grow up with it. Whereas a person like me, who's been in the business 41 years, but came from another time, I'm not particularly strong in social media. It's not one of my strengths. And I do try, but the younger generation and a modern generation is much more adept at it. They just grew up with it. And I know it's like me, I'm in my old jeans, my old shoes. It's a bad analogy, but you get what I mean. So my advice, and I do try to help kids. I help specifically kids from Humber and the odd kid from Ryerson or Toronto Metropolitan University now. I still call it Ryerson. Sorry, no offense there, but I like a lot of times they just get stonewalled, right? They ask, how can I break into the sports journalism profession, and they get told go back to school and become a lawyer. There's no hope.
Well, that's to pass them along here, Mark. You know me for grinding. And look, and I'm gonna pat myself for once on the back here. I'm gonna do a Barry Horowitz. All right. So you see the clock. I don't know if you see the clock on the top left corner. 7 hours, 19 minutes of original programming here. 7 hours on top of 4 hours, 10 minutes that I did yesterday. So, meaning I almost did 12 hours in a 24-hour span. We have new listeners and viewers from all over the world. We're on 300 million TVs. Justin is a guy here who, he's now in media relations for the Toronto Six. And I don't need to ask you, does a fantastic job, does a good job here with Firedup Network. If they work and keep grinding, it will be seen. It will be heard. That's why, for me, it's very important to be on 212 platforms, to be on 300 million TVs. Are we getting paid? Well, we won't say that. But eventually, and if you work hard and you know what you're talking about it and you stick around, it's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You have to pay your dues. And unfortunately, you've got to be in a position where you're going to be lean. And I was lean for a long time. I'm sure Justin understands what that means. We don't get into this journalism business. Very, very, very few make a lot of money out of it. If you can make a living out of it, you're doing well. And you do it because, this is a true passion profession. And it's, we're writers underneath, but whether you do platforms, whether you do Twitter, whether you do what you're doing, whether you do what Justin's doing, you have to do it every day, and you have to do it all day long. It's like learning to play the guitar or learning to golf or learning to play tennis. If you do it for an hour a day or you do it every other day, you're just going to be practicing your mistakes. So hard work is a given. A lack of thanks and a lack of fame is a given. A lack of pay is a given. But if you make it, you do like what you say, Joe, you get up every day with a purpose in mind and you enjoy it, because you have to do, there's got to be some enjoyment out of it. And that extends beyond, pay or fame or whatever. If you have that in your heart, then you should be able to succeed one way or another. You may have to wait a while and you may have to live lean, but you've got to do it every day and you have to keep up with it. But in the course of a day, you will understand what you have to do. And it's like I told this, this young gentleman that I'm helping now. Even if you're doing it on your own, you're doing a podcast and you throw it out there and you're the only person on it for a little while, you will get followers. Then you will figure out, after you engage with those followers, what to do from there. And you can grow it. And you understand that as much as anybody, Joe, and you've grown it. So that is a key to, working in a journalism world now, that where journalism itself is not what it used to be because of so many other sources of information on social media. So you have to almost double down on your effort, and you have to understand the world you're working in and the platforms that exist and how to manipulate them and use them, and just be brave and believe in yourself to get out there and talk the way we are here. My voice isn't any different from Justin's or yours or some kid in Centennial College or Humber College or any other university who's trying to make it in that. We all have a voice. You can see the TV as well as I do. You can understand what's going on as well as I do. And you have an ability to talk about multi-sports on multi-platforms. So if you understand that and understand how to work that, that's going to work for yourself. And that's how you get started when people are going to throw a stone wall at you and say, oh, there's no jobs. You're barking up the wrong tree. Go back and learn to be a lawyer or a doctor or whatever. And that's true. But if you take that at face value and let it defeat you, well, then, that's unfortunate, because there's still, jobs and work to be done in this field. Will always be news, no matter how many platforms there are. If you have news or you have a valid opinion and you do it the right way, like what you're doing here, you can succeed.
And I'm going to tell you, for those people that work with you through, I say Ryerson, I graduated from Ryerson, or any other college, send them our way. I'll talk to you off air. Send them our way. We gladly help people who want to break in the business. Why I created that, and you know this, I was doing the Star and Star Phone. I was doing it before there was internet. You know it. We were doing on
Absolutely.
Star Phone here, and he doesn't even know what we're talking about, okay, because he's young enough. But we were doing it. That's why I'm leading the path of independent guys here. I'm the only one. I don't know if anybody could do an 8-hour show. 8 hour constantly here and talking. We talk baseball, we talk hockey, we talk wrestling, lacrosse, anything. But send them my way here. But here's the final question as we close out the NHL, lowdown NHL trade deadline. Mark, are you going to write your next book on the president of provinces of Canada? Yes or no?
Not my next book, but I will write one eventually.
Do I get money out of that, or do I have to pay you?
I'll give you all the sales.
So you mean only Justin will buy that book and Marty? All right. Justin, quickly close it out with tell everybody where they could purchase the Toronto 6 tickets for March 11th and also for the next week after at Matapee at Barclays Center, formerly Maple Leaf Gardens. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, tickets for the last homestand against Boston are on eventbrite.com. The link will be going out on Toronto 6 social media either later today, sometime possibly tomorrow. And playoff tickets are now available at ticketmaster.ca by typing in professional women's hockey in the search bar. And all 3 games are available. Get your tickets now. We're 2 weeks away, and no matter who we play, it's going to be great, and we can't wait to see you out there.
All right, Mark, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you. And I'm telling you, Mark, interview Taylor Woods, right? Interview Taylor Woods.
I'm easy to get a hold of. M. Zwolinski at thestar.ca is my email, and I'm on Twitter at MarksWohl, ZWOL, first 4 letters of my last name.
All right. Thanks you to everybody who appeared on the show tonight. And for all these new listeners and viewers that we have here, remember to check out firedupnetwork.ca. We're also heard on 212 platforms. Download our app through the App Store on iOS and Google Play. Just search Fired Up Network and check out all our social media, because I know Mark Zwolinski's all over our social media here through, we got SoundCloud and Twitch and TikTok and Discord at Fired Up Net, YouTube and Snapchat at Fired Up Network. Stay tuned for more great programming here on the Fired Up Network. Thanks a lot, Mark and Justin.
Thanks for having me, as always, and the best to you and your audience and listeners. Drive safe and just stay safe in the snow. And again, thanks for having me and listening.
Thanks for having me. Always a treat.
Mark, go to the keg and get my steak.